by Justine Eyre. Prologue. Scotland, summer 1494.
"You nae ha my lands nor my lass,"
old Ewan MacArthur, Laird of Lochern, told his cousin Gavin.
"My sister's grandson will inherit, and he's a better husband for my granddaughter Ellen than any of your wild lads." "Your proposed heir is a MacNab,"
Gavin MacArthur said angrily.
"Will you give MacArthur lands to a MacNab?" "What the hell would you know about my lands?"
the laird demanded.
"You live miles from here on Skye. This is but the first time in my life that I've ever laid eyes on you. Has your vaunted master nae given you lands?" "I have 4 sons,"
Gavin MacArthur said.
"One will inherit my small holding. Another will have my position as one of the Lord's pipers, which will give him a home. The third is a scholar, and a gone to the church. 'Tis the youngest for whom I seek Lochern. His name is Bolger, and he is a fair, strong lad, cousin. He would do the MacArthurs proud. Tell me you will at least consider it." "I have made my choice,"
the laird replied stubbornly.
"Donald MacNab will take my place, and he will wed with my sweet Ellen." "You're a damned obdurate old man," Gavin said.
"Now, my lords, dinna quarrel," Ellen MacArthur said from her place by the fire, where she'd been listening to the 2 men. She was a very pretty girl of 16, with thick red-gold hair and lovely grey eyes, with just the faintest hint of blue in them. "You are going to live forever, grandsire." She smiled at Gavin MacArthur. "Please understand, my lord, that my grandfather made his decision several years ago. We are well acquainted with my cousin Donald MacNab, and our people know him and are content to have him follow in my grandfather's footsteps. We did not know the MacArthurs on the island of Skye were kin to the MacArthurs of Lochern. Until you rode into our keep today, we knew you not. You are a stranger to us."
"I may be a stranger, lady, but I am your bloodkin,"
Gavin said.
"You cannot deny blood. Your grandfather's lands and chiefdom belong to the MacArthurs, nay to a MacNab. I hope when I am gone you will convince him to face the truth of this. Should you nae have some small decision in the choosing of a husband?"
He smiled back at her, but it was an icy smile that did not reach his dark, fathomless eyes.
"Highland women are outspoken in all manner of matters. Certainly this is the most important decision you'll ever make, lady. Will you just accept the man placed before you? Would you nae prefer a choice? My son is a man grown, and 'tis said he is fair to look upon and a lusty lover. You would make pretty bairns together for this family."
Ellen coloured at his words, making the faint sprinkle of freckles upon her face stand out in bold relief. "I know my cousin Donald, and he is a gentle, kind man, my lord. We are very well suited to each other. I am content with my grandfather's decision."
"I am pleased to see you are an obedient lass,"
Gavin MacArthur said.
"Why should it matter to you that my granddaughter is obedient?"
the old laird demanded.
"She is not to you, nor will she be." "We will see,"
Gavin MacArthur said, smiling toothily.
"Get out!"
Ewan MacArthur roared.
"Get out of my house!"
"Grandsire, 'tis night already, and the laws of hospitality demand that we treat our guest with courtesy. He will depart on the morrow. Now dinna distress yourself." She got up and moved to draw his woolen shawl about his hunched shoulders. Though it was midsummer, the evenings were chill near the western sea. "I will get you both a nice goblet of ale, and then we will have our supper at the board." Gavin MacArthur left early the next morning, but not before once more telling Ellen to convince her grandfather to change his plans.
"You're a good lass, I can see it. You'll make my Bolger a fine wife."
When he had gone, Ellen told her grandfather what his cousin had said to her.
"They mean to steal you,"
Ewan MacArthur said.
"Oh, nae ha it. I cannot protect you here, lassie. I must send you south to King Jamie for your own protection. We canna waste time about it either. I hae no doubt that once back on his damned island, that cousin of mine will arrange to kidnap you and take you to Skye. He'll see you wed to his son in order to force my hand to disinherit young Donald. And nae ha it. Tell a niece to pack your things, for the pair of you will go tomorrow, and you'll nae come back until I sense I am close to death. But when you do, you'll marry Donald MacNab, and I will rest easy knowing that you're safe. Now run along, lassie, and tell Burke I wish to write a letter."
Ewan MacArthur watched as his granddaughter hurried from his hall. He did not want to lose his Ellen in his last years, but there was no other choice. In King James's custody, she would be safe, and the king would follow the laird's wishes should Ewan die before she returned home to Lochern. He knew the island branch of the family by reputation. They were wild people. He sighed. Sending Ellen away was not the happiest solution for him, but now it seemed the only solution if she was to be kept safe. Chapter 1. "But I dinna want to leave Lochern," Ellen MacArthur's servant and companion wailed, and she began to cry. "There is nae choice in the matter, Annis," Ellen told the weeping girl. "Grandsire is convinced that once his cousin returns to Skye, he will mount a raiding party and come to steal me away. He doesn't want me to be kidnapped, and I dinna want to be stolen. We'll be safe at court. I never thought I would go to court." "I dinna want to go to court," Annie sniffled. "Why must I go? Nae one will bridnap me, Ellen. Do I have to go with you?" "I canna go without a serving woman, and you're the one who serves me, Annis. Ever since I grew too big for my nursemaid, Peggy, you have been my servant and friend," Ellen said quietly. "I will go with you, lassie. You need nae put up with the likes of her," Peggy, who'd been helping the two younger women pack, said sharply. "She didn't know the meaning of loyalty or clan, as she had none." "Peggy, 'tis cruel you are," Ellen scolded. "You know very well that Grandsire considers Annis a MacArthur." "The old laird's heart is a good one," Peggy replied. "It isn't my fault I was found on the hillside," Annie said, and her lower lip trembled. "It isn't my fault that me mam dinna want me." "Born in shame you were, and that's for certain, else you would nae ha' ended up naked in the heather. Your mam was probably little better than you are, and God only knows the seed from which you sprouted. Your mam probably didn't know either. The wild beast would have made a meal of you had the old laird not found you himself and taken you in, you ungrateful lass. You would have nothing without him. He gave you a home, food, garments to cover your nakedness, and a purpose in life. If you let the Lady Ellen go south alone, what would you ha' or do? Now cease your caterwauling and hurry with the packing. The lady must be safe away before the MacArthurs of Skye come calling." "I thought you wanted to go in my place," Annie said slyly. "I'm too old to travel," Peggy snapped. Ellen hid a smile. Peggy had resented Annis from the moment her grandfather had assigned the young woman to serve her. Peggy did not trust Annis, but when she had protested, the old laird had told Peggy that Ellen needed a younger companion, and Ellen had promised her nursemaid that she would care for Ellen's bairns one day after she and Donald McNabb were wed. Now, however, it appeared that the wedding, which was to have taken place in another year, would be postponed further. Ellen sighed. She didn't want to leave Lochern either, but her grandfather's instincts were still sharp, and there seemed to be no other solution at hand. A rider was dispatched that same day to King James with instructions to ride as quickly as he could and find the king. He carried a letter from the Laird of Lochern, explaining in full the situation that Ewan and his granddaughter faced. Ewan MacArthur begged the king to take charge of Ellen MacArthur's care and keep her safe until he sent for her, which would not be until he sensed his death. She was a good and obedient girl, a virgin, the laird wrote. If the king would be so kind as to put Ellen MacArthur in the household of some respectable lady, the lass would earn her keep, as would the serving wench who travelled with her. Upon receiving the missive from this unfamiliar Highland laird, the king turned to his Aunt Margaret for advice. "What the devil am I supposed to do with a good and obedient virgin, Aunt?" he said. And then he grinned wickedly. When he had been a little younger, the king had been terrified of Margaret Stuart, but as a bachelor king, James had needed a respectable older woman to oversee the females at his court. He had called upon his late father's younger sister, now in her mid-30s, and she had come from her house on Castle Hill in Edinburgh to give him her loyalty and her help. Margaret Stuart barked a sharp laugh. "I tell you to behave yourself, Jamie, but I know how difficult that might prove," she said. She was a very tall, bony woman with a long, straight Stuart nose, fine amber eyes and auburn hair that was pulled into an untidy bun at the back of her head. When she walked, the princess thrust her chin forward, as if to meet all of life's obstacles without fear. She had been convent-educated, and was highly intelligent and very well read. The king had come to both respect and adore her. They were oddly much alike. "However, this Laird of Lochern has a difficult problem to solve," the princess continued. "But it will be solved one way or another. In the meantime, I will take this little Highland flower into my household. She'll be uneducated, have no sense of fashion, and speak in a Highland cant, but we will keep her safe for her grandfather. When I have her civilised, Jamie, I will present her to you once so she may return to her Highlands, able to say she met and spoke with the king. And you will not tamper with the lass, nephew." The king grinned again. "I promise," he said to his esteemed relation. "I mean it, Jamie. The girl's life is well planned, as it should be. She's promised to the Laird's heir, Donald MacNab, the Laird's letter said. He's her cousin and the old man's inheritor. Marrying this lass will permit the MacArthurs of Lochern to accept a MacNab Laird, and that is important. There is already enough trouble in the Highlands for you to contend with, and you don't need any more." "Many a marriage is planned, but is not celebrated," the king said slyly to his aunt. "How is my cousin, Maggie?" "Your father, in a well-meaning political gesture, tried to send me from Scotland into England to marry Queen Elizabeth Woodville's brother, Earl Rivers. I had no intention of being a sacrificial lamb upon the altar of futility. The English cannot be trusted, as we well know. I tried to convince your father otherwise," Margaret Stewart said. "But he would not listen." "So you had an affair," the king chuckled. "I looked about the court. I still had the advantage of youth then, Jamie, and chose the man I decided I would enjoy giving my virginity to, and then I let him fuck me well for several months, so that he got me with Bern. Oh, your father was so angry to have all his fine plans spoiled, but I told him I would not leave Scotland. It was not my fault he didn't listen." And now it was the princess who chuckled. "My daughter is frail, but well." "You're a wicked woman, aunt," the king told her. "Nonsense," Margaret Stewart replied. "I've had no man since Will Crichton, nor none before him. Until you asked me to come back to court, dear Jamie, I was most content living in my house on Castle Hill and reading my books." "And your cousin is content in her convent. She will soon take her vows, and it is a good fate for a lass born on the wrong side of the blanket. God bless my brother for dowering her." "Did you love him, aunt?" the king asked her. "Lord Crichton." "Love is a fool's game, Jamie, and you are already proving to be a great fool," she teased him. "But, by God, the people love you, and your lords for the most part love you. You are Scotland's most perfect king, with your charm, your fecund mistress, and your healthy little bastards. But you should begin to consider taking a wife, Jamie." James Stewart laughed aloud. "Aye," he admitted. "I am indeed a fool where love is concerned, aunt. I can no longer casually bed a woman. I must care for her, for if I sheathe myself in her, she is certain to give me bairns, for my seed is strong. A man should like the mother of his bairns." Then he grew serious again. "You will take in this lass from Lochern, then, and watch over her. When do you think she will arrive?" "Sooner than later, unless I miss my guess," Margaret Stewart said tartly. The old laird's cousin, having been refused, would have hurried home to Skye, gathered a raiding party, and returned with all due haste to take the girl. He will be mightily surprised to learn his quarry has eluded him. If she rode swiftly enough, she would not be worth going after at this time. If these MacArthurs of Skye are determined enough, they will wait for their prey to eventually return home. I wonder if Ewan MacArthur's strategy is as clever as he believes it to be. I hope young MacNab is capable of defending himself, for he may have to fight for his betrothed bride. Gavin MacArthur, being predictable, did indeed return to Lochern several weeks after his first visit. His son Balgair rode with him. Ewan MacArthur was not surprised to see them, and the moment he set eyes on Balgair MacArthur, he knew he was right in refusing his cousin's request. The younger man was rough and coarse. Stocky and of medium height, he had dirty blonde hair and light blue eyes. He could neither read nor write his name. Such skills, he told the laird, were a waste of time when all a man needed was a knowledge of how to fight well, hold his ale, and fuck a woman. "You have met my granddaughter," the laird said to his cousin Gavin.
Do you really think this ignorant bear of a lad of yours is fit to be her husband? He's strong enough to hold Loch Earn and lusty enough to put a bairn in her belly, cousin. What more could she want in a husband and protector? And you would have the protection of my lord, the MacDonald of the Isles. I dunna need his protection unless it would be from you and your kin,
Ewan MacArthur snapped.
Where is the Lady Ellen?
Gavin MacArthur asked.
On her way 2 weeks now to King James. I have put her under his protection,
the lad said.
I told you that she will wed Donald McNabb and nae other. Search the keep,
Gavin MacArthur said to his son and his men.
Go ahead,
the lad chortled.
She's gone. Did you think I didn't divine your purpose when you left her? But you'll nae steal this bride.
The MacArthurs of Skye departed Loch Earn an hour later, Ewan MacArthur's laughter ringing in their ears.
One day I'll kill that old man,
Balgair told his father.
Not until you have the lass in hand,
Gavin replied.
Could we nae send to the king and demand her return?
Balgair asked his father.
'Twould do us nae good, for my cousin had got to Jamie first, and besides, we ha' nae legal rights to Loch Earn. The girl will come back in time, and we will be waiting. The priest, Father Burke, comes from the Isles. I asked him to let me know when the young mistress returns, and I gave him a silver penny. He's old and a bit confused in his mind. We'll know when Ellen MacArthur is coming home to Loch Earn, Balgar, for he will let me know. He thinks I'm in the laird's favour, for I have spoken most kindly of you and MacArthur, and you will be there, awaiting her when she does return. But when will that be?
Balgair demanded to know.
We have time, my lad,
Gavin MacArthur replied.
Now look about you, and see what you'll inherit one day. Loch Earn is a fair land to look upon. Why can we not simply slay the old man and take it then?
Balgair said.
I am a MacArthur born, and MacArthur is not entitled to MacArthur lands. You need the lass to make your claim a legitimate one. If your clansmen rebel, you ha' no power, lad. With Ellen MacArthur for a wife, your claim on Loch Earn is a valid one. Then I'll wait for her to return,
Balgair said. When can we return home to Loch Earn? Anise asked for what surely was the 100th time, Ellen thought. When Grandsire sends for us and not before, she said. What if he doesn't send for us? What if he dies and no one knows where we ha' gone? Anise whined. I dunna like it here in the south. I dunna like that high and mighty Lady Margaret either. She treats me like a servant. You are a servant, Ellen said. A very spoiled one, it would seem. They say your da fathered me before he wed your mam. They say the old laird knew it. They say when I was found he recognised me, and that is why he took me in. They seem to say a great deal, Ellen responded, but it means little. This chamber is a wee one. There is scarce room for the bed and my trundle, Anise remarked meanly. Dinna you realise how fortunate we are to have this wee chamber? Ellen asked her serving woman. We might have been put in with the other women of the princess's household. She was most gracious to us. Now stop complaining and unpack what you can. I am going to join the Lady Margaret in her little hall. Ellen hurried from the room. Anise had done nothing but fuss and wail since they had departed Loch Earn. Ellen almost wished they'd left her behind and brought Peggy instead. She made her way to the private hall where Lady Margaret spent her afternoons. Seeing her enter, the princess waved the girl to her. Ellen came forward and curtsied politely. You are settling yourself, lassie? Margaret Stewart asked. I am, ma'am. Your kindness is appreciated. I dinna know what to expect here at the King's Court. I ha' never seen such a grand place as the Stirling. The girls sitting about the princess giggled at Ellen's Highland accent, and the girl flushed, knowing the reason for their hilarity. The princess, however, addressed them all sharply. Ellen is from the Western Highlands, and of course she speaks differently than we do. What do you think the English would think of your accents, my lasses? They would consider you barbaric. Surely not, madam, one girl, Catherine Gordon, cried. Indeed they would, Margaret Stewart said. Now apologise to Ellen MacArthur and offer her your friendship. She will, I expect, be with us for some time. We're sorry, the girls surrounding the princess chorused. Ellen smiled brightly at them. Thank you, she said. And you must correct me when I speak so that my speech is as fine as yours. You, not ye, one girl answered. And yours, not ye's. Ellen nodded. I'll remember, she told them. Margaret Stuart smiled to herself. The girl would fit in nicely with the other lasses in her charge, and she was certainly a pretty creature, with her bright hair and pale skin. She was just the sort of lass the king would favour, petite, soft-spoken, round. I shall have to keep her very close, the princess thought to herself. The Laird of Lochern would not be pleased to have his granddaughter return to him carrying a bastard in her arms, even a royal bastard. Damn, I should rather be back in my own house reading than overseeing all these women. Why do they bother to come to court? The princess was surprised to find that Ellen MacArthur was not the ill-educated bumpkin she'd thought she would be. The girl spoke French and English as well as her Highland language. She had a small knowledge of mathematics and history. She had been taught, she said, by an old scholar who had somehow ended up spending his last days at Lochern. Grandsire was not certain I should waste my time in learning, but he liked the old wise man. He kept the hall well entertained in the evenings with his tales, Ellen explained. It gave both and pleasure to teach me, and as long as I did not neglect my duties, my grandsire allowed it. How long was he with you? The princess asked. Until he died last year, Ellen said. What of your parents? Margaret Stuart wanted to know. They died in a winter epidemic when I was 2, the girl answered. I have no memories of them at all. My grandsire is all the family I have ever known. And the lad you are to wed? The king's aunt persisted. Donald, we are cousins. Grandsire and his grandmother are brother and sister. I've met him several times in my life. He is a good man. Is he handsome? Margaret Stuart asked with a small smile. Oh, aye, he is. He has fiery hair like I do, and the loveliest blue eyes, Ellen replied with an audible sigh. The other girls giggled at this. Has he ever kissed you? One girl asked mischievously. Nay, I am no light skirt, Ellen answered indignantly. What harm would there be in a kiss? The girl said. You are going to be wed. But we are not wed yet. My old nursemaid says a man will not buy the cow if he can have the cream for free. A burst of giggles greeted this observation, but Margaret Stuart held up her hand to silence them all. Ellen's nursemaid is correct, my lasses. If you expect to make good marriages, you should be mindful of your reputations. A man will not wed a lass whose character is besmirched. A road too well travelled holds no surprises. It was, Ellen realised, an entirely different world at court from the one she was used to living in at Lochern. A clever girl, she adapted quickly. Her speech grew less rough and countrified. While she was not well read, few girls her age were, she could speak passable French with the ambassador from that land, and her good manners distinguished her from many of the other young women in Margaret Stuart's household. She was cheerful, and others frankly enjoyed being in her company. Anise, however, did not adjust to life at court. She was forever complaining. She grew lazy and neglectful in her duties. When Ellen caught her in a compromising situation with a serving man, she had no other choice but to go to the princess for advice. Anise would not listen to her mistress, and was even openly rude. You will send her home immediately before she gets a big belly, if she does not already have one, Margaret Stuart said. I'll send a messenger to your grandfather telling him that Anise is to be returned home, and asking him to send you another lass to serve you. You must have a serving woman, but this girl who came with you is sly and disobedient, Ellen. She causes strife among my servants. The man you caught her with is promised to another, and Anise flaunts her wickedness. I am sorry, madam, that my servant has caused dissent in your house, Ellen apologised, and her grey-blue eyes filled with tears. Anice's life has not been easy. Nonsense, Margaret Stuart said sharply. Your grandfather took her in when she was found, you have told me, and she has been well treated. The messenger was dispatched that same day, and several days later, Anise, weeping copiously now because she was being sent home, was returned north. Ellen had assured the princess that she was perfectly capable of caring for herself until her grandfather sent another servant for her. And when he did, it was, to her delight, her old nursemaid Peggy, which suited Ellen very well. The king had decided to keep Christmas at Stirling. Walking into the magnificent Great Hall for the first time, Ellen was both astounded and awed. Its walls were painted in a rich lime gold colour known as king's gold. She gazed open-mouthed at the roof of the chamber, which had been built in the style called hammer-beamed. The tall windows lining the hall were of coloured glass. Stained glass, Princess Margaret explained to Ellen. There were 5 enormous fireplaces, with huge metal andirons holding great logs that burned high and bright. Behind the high board hung the king's cloth of estate, a magnificent tapestry embroidered in gold and silver. The hall smelled of sweet herbs, and there were no rushes upon its floor. "Wonderful, isn't it?" Margaret Stuart murmured to the obviously astonished young girl with her. She had already found Ellen more intelligent and observant than most of the lasses she chaperoned. "My brother built it. James had a flair for decor and other artistic pursuits that came from our mother. Alas, he was more like her and less like a king of Scotland, and hence his sad end. That distinction was not lost upon his son, now our king. But come, Lady Ellen of Lochcairn, it is time for you to meet your liege lord." The crowd in the hall opened before Margaret Stuart as she moved across it, her maidens in her wake, to where her royal nephew sat upon the dais speaking with Lord Grey. Ellen had seen the king before, of course, but only from a distance. Now, up close, she could see he was a very handsome young man, with reddish gold hair and blue eyes. Near him on a stool sat a pretty young woman with dark hair. Ellen immediately recognised Marion Boyd, who was the king's current mistress. She was the niece of Archibald Douglas, the Earl of Angus, and the mother of the king's firstborn son, Alexander Stuart. 2 rumours currently surrounded Marion Boyd. The first claimed she was again with child. The second suggested that the king was growing tired of her. Overhearing her ladies gossiping about this possibility, Margaret Stuart had sharply put an end to their speculations. "Marion Boyd," she said, "disturbs the church, which would prefer to see the king take a wife and get his children on her. But Marion will not suffer by her liaison with my nephew." And Marion Boyd still sat in her place of honour near the handsome young king, Ellen noted, as the princess brought her forward to meet James IV. He had concluded his conversation with Lord Grey, his head swivelling about, his eyes lighting up with pleasure upon seeing his aunt. She quickly kissed his hand as Ellen curtsied deeply. "And who is this pretty lass, aunt?" James Stuart asked. "May I introduce to your majesty his ward, Ellen MacArthur of Lochcairn," Margaret Stuart replied. "Welcome to my court, Ellen MacArthur," the king said pleasantly. What a lovely lass, he thought to himself. He thought her green velvet gown flattering. "Thank you, your majesty," Ellen murmured softly. "Do not look so odd, lass," the king addressed her in the Highland Celtic tongue, "and speak to me in this same language so we may converse freely." "But I have been working so hard to smooth away my rough edges, my lord," Ellen told him. "Your dad did not speak our language. How is it you do?" "Because I am king of all of Scotland," James Stuart said with a small smile. "My aunt tells me you're not the ignorant lass she expected. She says you speak French to King Louis's ambassador." "I try to set a good example of Scots womanhood, my lord, for the ambassador thinks our women forward, and he says we give our kisses too freely," Ellen replied. "Does he?" The king was fascinated by this seemingly trivial bit of information. "Do you give your kisses freely, Ellen MacArthur?" the king asked her mischievously. "Unlike many of the ladies of your court, I do not give them at all, my lord," she told him pertly. "I am betrothed, and I am no light skirt. When I return to Lochcairn, I will return in the same condition as I left it, else I shame my grandfather." The king smiled a genuine smile at her. "I am pleased to learn that, Ellen MacArthur. I have trouble enough with the Lord of the Isles. I do not need the Laird of Lochcairn angry with me. Still, you are a very pretty lass," he said, and chuckled when she blushed. "My lord, you are too bold," Ellen scolded him, finding herself comfortable with this king who spoke her Highland tongue, and teased her as an older brother might have. "A man who would be king and remain king must be bold," he told her. Aye, my lord, and that I know to be a truth, Ellen agreed.
Do you play chess, Ellen MacArthur? James Stewart asked her.
I do, she responded, but none of your aunt's ladies seem to possess that skill. Again he chuckled.
My poor aunt, 'tis her reluctant fate until I take a wife to shepherd the little featherheads who come to court hunting husbands. She would far rather be in her untidy house on Castle Hill in Edinburgh, reading the days and nights away. She does play chess. Tell her I would have you play with her, and if she thinks you are good enough, you shall play the game with me, James Stewart said.
My lord, the question is not am I good enough to play with you, 'tis are you good enough to play with me, Ellen surprised him by saying. James Stewart burst out laughing, to the astonishment of those near him. Even Marion Boyd looked sharply at the red-haired girl, who'd been engaging the king in conversation in that barbaric Highland tongue. The king now spoke in the more common language of his court.
This little wench thinks she can best me in chess, he said. Well, I should not make her cry. Play a few games with her aunt, and then tell me if she is up to keeping me amused for a game or two.
He grinned at Ellen, and then turned to his mistress, who was now tugging at his sleeve. Margaret Stewart ushered Ellen from her nephew's presence. He spoke to you in the Celtic tongue. I do not speak it. What did you converse about? She asked Ellen. Ellen told her, and the king's aunt smiled. It was unlikely she would have to worry about James's intentions toward Ellen. The lass had wisely made her own position quite clear, and the king was respectful of women. He never pursued one who did not evince an interest in his attentions. But he had turned on his considerable charm with Ellen, and quite put her at her ease by speaking the Highland tongue. Are you a good chess player, Ellen? She asked the girl. My nephew does love a hard-fought game. You shall test me, madam, and then judge for yourself, Ellen responded. And the king's aunt did, discovering in the process that the quiet Highland girl was an excellent chess player. She told her nephew just that, and from then on Ellen became the king's chess partner. She did not disappoint him, now and again beating him to James Stewart's delight. And suddenly Ellen MacArthur of Lochern was no longer just a little girl from the northwest. She began to be noticed by the gentlemen of the royal court, but Ellen, while quick-witted and sweet, would not encourage any man. She made it plain to all that she was betrothed and true to Donald MacNab. Oddly, she found herself respected for it by both men and women. Marion Boyd, the king's mistress, befriended her. Aye, she admitted to Ellen, she was indeed again with child. Why doesn't the king wed you? Ellen asked Marion as they sat one afternoon in the private apartments of Linlithgow Palace, the king's favourite home. "Och, Ellen," Marion replied, "I am hardly grand enough to be Scotland's queen. Nay, Jamie must wed a princess of the blood royal one day, and he will. When I have been delivered of this child I now carry, he has promised me a fine dowry and a husband of my choosing. I will have no lack of suitors, and when my bairns are past their infancy, they will be raised in their father's house at no cost or trouble to my husband." "'Tis a strange way of doing things," Ellen remarked. "When my parents died and there were none but me, grandsire looked about his family and chose his sister's grandson to follow him at Lochern. I was betrothed to him, so that even though Donald is a MacNab, the MacArthur blood would be represented. And, of course, my virginity belongs to Donald MacNab as my husband-to-be." Marion smoothed the wrinkle from her burgundy velvet gown. "Aye, 'tis the way for most women, but when a king beckons you cannot really refuse. At least, I couldn't," she concluded with a small smile. "He is a bonny lad," Ellen agreed with a smile of her own. "Do you love him? Won't you be sad when you leave him?" A quick shadow touched Marion Boyd's face, and then it was gone. "I care for Jamie, aye, but I also know my place. I never had any illusions. My uncle, old Bell the cat, made certain of that, Ellen." "Why do they call the Earl of Angus that?" Ellen asked. "Once when this king's father reigned, his nobles had met secretly to murmur against the old king's policies, but none dared to speak to the king directly of their complaints. Finally, my uncle Archibald, who does not suffer fools easily, jumped up and said, 'I'll bell the cat.' And he did, though it did little good in the end. After that, he has always been known as Bell the Cat Douglas." Ellen giggled. "Now, I have a question," Marian said. "Why did you come to court if you already had a husband chosen for you?" Ellen explained her situation. Marian nodded. "The MacDonald Lord of the Isles thinks he is every bit as good as James Stewart. He thinks the Highlands are his alone. He will eventually learn to his detriment that they are not." Ellen listened and said nothing. You learned a great deal at court by just listening. She wondered if Marian understood how powerful the MacDonald family really was. The months passed, and she'd been at court a full year. There was no word from her grandfather, and so she had to assume he was well. Marian Boyd was delivered of a daughter who was baptised Catherine. She did not return to court, and after a time the king fell desperately in love with sweet Margaret Drummond, known as Meg. Finally, in mid-autumn, a messenger came from Lochern, and Ellen was called with Margaret Stewart into the king's privy chamber. She dressed carefully, as she always did when she was called into the king's presence. "My few gowns are growing worn," she said to Peggy, "and I have no coin to spare for material to make new. I hope grandsire has sent a purse for us." "I hope 'tis a request for us to come home," Peggy replied. "I miss our luck, and I miss the hills." She coughed, and her body shook with the sound. "Oh, do not wish it," Ellen cried. "He said that when he called for me he would be near death. I have so wanted to go home, but I cannot bear the thought of his dying. And now you are ill with this terrible ague and cough." There, my bairn," Peggy soothed. "Near death is nae dead, and you'll ha' time to bid him a proper farewell. And while I am sick, lass, I will recover. I'm nowhere near death." She swore softly as the lace she was tying broke. Ellen giggled, her spirits suddenly restored. "Take a lace from my other gown," she said. "Perhaps it would be a good thing for us to go home before I am disgraced with these tinker's garments. Then get back into bed, Peggy." She walked over to the little hearth in the small chamber they shared and added more wood. Then, returning to her serving woman, she finished dressing. Her few gowns were really close to rags now, although Peggy had worked hard to keep them in good repair and remake them to conform more to the fashions here at the court. But one could do only so much with the fabric, Ellen knew. Her grandsire had sent her with only a small purse of silver pennies, and Margaret Stewart, while watching carefully over her charges' spiritual welfare and trying to teach them something, rarely concerned herself with their clothing, and most of the girls seeking husbands were not of a mind to share what little they had. The gown Ellen had chosen was a faded yellow velvet. It fit closely with a long waist and sleeves. Ellen knew the new fashion worn by some of the wealthier girls like Catherine Gordon was far more practical, for the skirt and bodice were separate garments. A single skirt might have several bodices, which allowed a girl to look as if she possessed more clothing than she actually did. Ellen sighed as she brushed her hair. She knew she would never have anything as fashionable. "You look as fair as any hair at court," Peggy said from her bed. Ellen smiled. "You love me," she replied. "I'll come back as quickly as I can with the news." And she hurried from the chamber. Ellen moved through the corridors of the palace. The young guardsmen along her route always looked favourably upon her, and the two at the door to the king's privy chamber smiled as they allowed her to pass. One of them even winked at her. She smiled back and entered into the chamber where James Stewart, his aunt, and another man were waiting. The king and his aunt were seated. The stranger stood. She curtsied deeply.
"You are to go home, my bonny," the king said to Ellen. "I've had a message from Father Burke, who transcribes for your grandfather. He is failing and wants to see you wed before he dies. You will leave tomorrow and be escorted by my friend Duncan Armstrong, the Laird of Dufftour, he who stands by my side now." "Tomorrow?" Ellen was surprised. She had thought to have a few days to pack when the call came to return, and Peggy certainly wasn't well enough to go yet. "I know it is short notice, but I'm told your serving woman is too ill to travel now. Pack only what you will need, my bonny, and when your servant is well again, she will follow with the rest. The reason I am sending you off so quickly is that it is certain that word of your grandfather's health will also reach his cousin on Skye. It is possible he may attempt to intercept you and have his way in this matter after all. I must do what I can to help you carry out your grandfather's wishes, my bunny."
He used his pet name for her.
"By coincidence, my old friend Duncan Armstrong has just come to court. He does not visit often and is not known by my lords from the north. Therefore, your little party will attract little, if any, attention as you travel. And the MacDonald spies here at my court will not realise you've gone until it is too late, and they will not know with whom you travel. I believe I can assure your safe passage home," the king concluded with a small smile.
"I shall miss our chess games, your majesty," Ellen said. "You have been a most worthy opponent for me." Her grey-blue eyes twinkled mischievously.
"Beware this wench, Duncan," the king warned his friend. "She is a most devious lass. I'm not certain she has not cheated me on several occasions."
Ellen laughed aloud at this remark. "I do not have to cheat with you, my lord," she taunted him wickedly. Now James Stewart laughed.
Oh, 'tis unfortunate we shall not have time for another game, my bunny."
"Indeed it is," Ellen agreed. "Ellen must be presented to Duftour, Jamie," Margaret Stewart reminded the king. She beckoned the laird forward from his place behind the king's chair.
"Aye, you are correct, aunt. Ellen, my bunny, this is Duncan Armstrong, the laird of Duftour, a holding in the Borders. And this, Duncan, is Ellen MacArthur, the heiress to the laird of Lochern in the Highlands."
Ellen curtsied prettily as Duncan Armstrong bowed politely.
"There, aunt, 'tis done. I will see you safely home, mistress,"
the laird said to Ellen. He was a very tall man with black hair and blue eyes. "I thank you, sir, for your escort," Ellen replied. My, she thought, how handsome he is. It was unusual for her to take note of any man, being a betrothed maiden.
"I would like to leave before sunrise on the morrow," Duncan Armstrong said. "We are less likely to be noticed by any at that early hour."
Ellen nodded. "I can be ready," she said.
"Come to the stables, then, 1 hour before dawn, mistress," he told her.
"With your Majesty's permission," Ellen said quietly, "I will go and do what needs to be done." She curtsied again at the king's nod of dismissal and hurried from James Stewart's privy chamber. "She is a sensible and practical girl," Margaret Stewart remarked when Ellen had gone. "She will travel well. I shall miss her, for few among my charge possess her good traits and her intelligence."
"My aunt means Ellen reads well and discusses her books with her," the king responded with a small smile. "Why has she been here?" the laird of Duftour wanted to know. "I would have thought a lass like that would have married several years back."
The king briefly explained Ellen's plight.
"That is why it is so important that she be returned home safely to marry her betrothed," he said. "The MacDonald is loyal to those who are faithful to him. If this MacArthur piper of his wants Lochern for his son, and by marrying Ellen he can gain it, the Lord of the Isles will help his man. But the old laird has chosen his successor and made his own plans. Lochern is his, and he has a right to choose his granddaughter's husband and dispose of his lands in the way he wants. Get the lass home as quickly as you can, Duncan." "Are you sure you can keep her going a secret?" the laird of Duftour asked. "Ellen MacArthur isn't important, nor is she well known here at court. The only people who might be interested in her departure would be those the MacDonald has here spying for him. Ellen will say nothing to anyone of her going. My aunt will leave here on the morrow with a party of her ladies to prepare Falklands for my arrival. By the time we reach Falklands in another week or so, anyone watching for Ellen MacArthur and not finding her will have no time to send to the MacDonald," the king told his friend. The laird nodded. "I'll travel as quickly as she can," he promised.
"She rides well," Margaret Stewart said. "She's no pampered lass, but 'tis fortunate her servant is too ill right now to travel, for poor Peggy and horses do not mix well at all. When she can travel we will send her in a cart. Ellen can manage without her old servant, but how well Peggy can manage without her is another matter." She chuckled. And indeed, Peggy was not pleased to learn her mistress would depart on the morrow without her. "You cannot go without me. It isn't decent," she complained. "You cannot travel now, Peggy," Ellen said. "When you are fit again, the princess has said she will send you home. There is no time now to pack all my garments. I intend taking next to nothing in my saddlebag, and we will ride hard to reach Lochern as quickly as possible. You know how you hate riding. I'm sure the princess will see that you come north in a cart with all my possessions." She sat on the edge of the bed next to Peggy and patted her hand comfortingly.
"I willna see ye wed,"
Peggy said, starting to weep. "There is no help for it," Ellen answered her. "Grandsire is failing, Father Burke writes, and he would see me wed before he dies. I'm almost 18 now, and it is past time I had a husband. I just want you to get well again." Peggy sneezed several times. Then she admitted,
"As much as it distresses me, I really am nae able to accompany ye, my chick. Now tell me who will escort ye."
"The king has chosen a border lord of his acquaintance, who has just arrived at court. His name is Duncan Armstrong, and he is the Laird of Duffdore. He's very big and very handsome," Ellen said with a small smile. "I suspect I will be safe with him."
"Young, then, he is," Peggy noted.
"Not so young," Ellen replied.
"That's better, then," Peggy said. "A respectful older gentleman. My mind is more at ease knowing that. I wouldna want you in danger of seduction by some stranger."
Ellen laughed. "He is handsome, but he did not appear to be foolish," she said. "And I am certain that the king would not put my safety into the hands of a rogue." She stood up. "I had best decide what I am to take with me tomorrow."
"Dress warmly," Peggy advised. "It is October, and each new day grows a bit colder, and the nights will be quite chilly now."
Ellen opened her trunk and dug down into its bottom, where she'd placed her leather saddlebag when she had arrived at court. Drawing it out, she laid it on the foot of the bed, and then paused to consider. She would wear breeks, a shirt over a chemise, and her leather jerkin with the staghorn buttons. She took out a second chemise and shirt and 2 pair of knit hose, which she stuffed in the bag along with a hairbrush. She would wear her heavy woolen cape, which would serve as a coverlet at night wherever they slept. Digging deep into the trunk, she drew out last a small blue velvet cap with an eagle's feather in it. Pinned to the cap was her late father's silver clan badge with the MacArthur clan's motto, Fide et Opera, which meant by fidelity and work. Ellen always wore this cap when she rode out. She set it atop her saddlebag.
"You're nae taking much,"
Peggy noted. "I don't want to burden the horse. I have what I need, a change of garments and warm socks, a hairbrush. I took the ashwood one. The carved oak one grandsire gave me when I turned 16. You will bring with you when you come home. Now I'm going to go and fetch you some soup, and I want to speak with the princess to make certain you are remembered when she leaves for Falklands tomorrow."
"Go along, then,"
Peggy told her mistress. Ellen hurried to the princess's apartments. They were an untidy jumble of books and garments and small musical instruments. It was, to Ellen's mind, the cosiest place in the palace. There was no pretension in any room the king's aunt inhabited, and oddly, James, a man who prized order, seemed to enjoy visiting his aunt in her own quarters, despite the disorder, no matter the castle or palace that he was inhabiting. Seeing her enter, Margaret Stewart beckoned her forward and then, linking her arm through Ellen's, said, "We will walk." She directed their steps into her privy chamber, leaving the door open but keeping her voice low. "You are ready?" "I am, madame, but one boon I would beg. Until my Peggy can leave her bed, and I believe that will not be for a few more days, can you make arrangements to see she is cared for and fed? I know you leave for Falklands tomorrow."
"I will have one of my own women remain behind," the princess promised.
"This laird with whom the king sends me north, do you know him well?" Ellen wanted to know.
"He was one of the border lords who supported my nephew in the last troubles with my late brother. He is a good man, Ellen. Set your mind at ease. Jamie would not put you in his care if you could not trust him."
"Thank you, madame," Ellen responded.
"Go and get some rest, lass. The morning will come quickly. Farewell and Godspeed,"
Margaret Stewart said, taking Ellen by the shoulders and kissing her on the forehead.
"Tell your grandfather that I said you were a good lass and did the MacArthurs proud. I want him to know that before his end."
"Thank you, madame," Ellen replied, taking up the princess's big hand and kissing it. "It has been an honour to serve in your household." Then she backed from the room and hurried from the princess's apartments toward the kitchens to gather a supper for the bedridden Peggy and for herself. Chapter 2. It was dark when the little party led by the Laird of Duftor rode out from Linlithgow Palace. The air was raw and chill. A light wind blew across the loch. The riders hunched down into their cloaks, still half asleep with the pre-dawn hour. And when the day came, it was a grey one, although there was no rain until late afternoon, when the darkness arrived early because of the time of year. They sheltered in a small dry cave on the side of a hill, which allowed them a little campfire, over which they cooked the 3 rabbits they had trapped as they travelled. They ate them with the bread the laird had been given before they left the court. The cold, salted meat that had also been included they saved for a day when they could not trap their meal. The hard-boiled eggs they'd been given they would eat in the morning with the last of the bread. The cave and its fire gave them refuge from the cold, rainy night outside. Ellen was glad she had worn her heavy woolen cloak. It was not elegant like the beautiful velvet ones some of the girls at the court had possessed, but it kept out the bitter chill. They had ridden silently the day long, but for a word now and again. When the laird offered her a bit of whisky from the flask he carried, Ellen seized the opportunity to initiate a conversation. "Have you known the king long?" she asked him. "How did you meet him?"
"My half-brother, the Laird of Cleet, is wed to a distant English cousin of the king's. I first met him several years ago when he came to Cleet. I was living there then, for it was my oldest brother, Duncan Armstrong, who was Duftor's laird after our father died. Our mother married the Bertrice of Cleet and gave him 2 sons, Connell, the eldest, and young Murdoch. Actually, I was raised at Cleet. I barely remembered Duftor."
"What happened to your brother?" Ellen asked him.
"He was killed at Sochiburn," Duncan said. "As he had no wife or child, the lands and laird's bonnet came to me."
"And have you a wife and child?" Ellen asked him, smiling.
"Nay, there has been no time for me to go courting since King James arrived on his throne," the laird said with an answering smile. "There is still much trouble in the borders, and keeping order isn't easy. And too, Duftor needed my attention. My brother Ian, God assoil his soul, had been its laird since he had been breeked, but he was not a man who thought ahead, being more like our father. The house was falling down and needed to be rebuilt. My cottars were living badly in crumbling cottages. I had not a penny, not even one of old King James's black ones to my name."
"You seem to have survived nonetheless," Ellen noted. Duncan Armstrong smiled at her remark.
"Aye, I have, thanks to the king. He gave me a portion of the revenues he gains from the sale of livestock in the borders. It has allowed me to rebuild my home and to rebuild my cottars' homes. We even built a church and have a priest. Duftor is a prosperous place now, which is why I am forever having to defend it from the English."
He chuckled.
"They seem to think my cattle and sheep are there for the taking. I came to court this time to request royal permission to fortify my village and my house. They will be easier to defend and suffer less damage from the English raiders that way."
"I hope the king agreed to your request before you were given the privilege of taking me back to Lochern," Ellen said, laughing softly. He grinned back at her.
"He did. I'm an easy man to bargain with, provided I get what I want, Ellen MacArthur."
The laird chuckled. "Now you must take a wife," she told him.
"Ah, but there is the problem. My sister-in-law taught my brother of Cleet a valuable lesson, and I learned from it. I'll only wed a woman I can love, and I haven't found one yet. But now you need to go get some rest, for we will leave again just before dawn. Sleep near the fire, and I will rest on the other side of you. We should be able to keep somewhat warm and from freezing that way," he told her. She did as he bade her, pulling her hood up to cover her head and wrapping the cloak about herself tightly. Between the fire, which was kept burning the night long, and the bulk of the man lying by her side, she was able to sleep. When the sound of the camp stirring awoke her the following morning, Ellen slipped deeper into the cave to relieve herself. Then, coming back to the fire, she discovered a pot of water warming. "I thought you might like to wash,"
the laird said to her as he lifted the small vessel from the coals.
"We have no basin nor cloth, I fear."
"I have a handkerchief," Ellen replied, as she dipped it into the water and, wringing it out, washed her face. Then she washed her hands. The heat seeping into her fingers and palms felt wonderful. "Thank you, my lord. 'Twas most thoughtful." He handed her a small stick, and she cleaned her teeth with it. Then she accepted a hard-boiled egg and a chunk of bread from him, noticing that the 6 Armstrong clansmen and the messenger who had come to court and now returned with them were eating too. The fire was carefully put out, the horses were saddled, and they ventured out into the dark morning. When the dawn finally came, it was a bright one without wind, and they were able to ride comfortably the day long. The second night they stopped beneath a rock outcropping, but no cave was to be found to harbour them. They did not light a fire for fear of attracting robbers, and so their dinner was of cold meat and oatcakes that the clansmen carried. They travelled in this fashion for several days, some of those days and nights being more comfortable than others. Ellen now rode by Duncan Armstrong's side, and he apologised for the rough mode of their journey.
"The king has explained to me how important it is that I get you to your home safely," he said. "I am not a man to shirk my duty. By travelling in the manner we have avoided most travellers, and the farther northwest we go, the less likely we are to see anyone at all, as there are no real roads to take. Tomorrow I'll send your clansmen on to Lough Erne to let your grandfather know you are almost home."
"He is no one I recognise," Ellen said. "I was surprised that my grandsire did not send someone familiar to me, but I cannot know all the MacArthurs of Lough Erne." Immediately the Laird of Dufftour was concerned.
"You do not recognise the man as one of yours, lady?"
"Nay, my lord, I do not," Ellen said. The Laird signalled one of his men to come forward to ride with Ellen, and then he dropped his horse back until he was riding next to the messenger.
"My lady says she does not recognise you as one of her own," he said quietly. "Are you a MacArthur of Lough Erne?"
His hand had moved slowly to his sword as he spoke.
"Nay, my lord," the messenger answered him. "I am nae MacArthur. I am a MacNab. 'Tis my master Lord Donald who sent me." "You wear no plaid or badge," the Laird of Dufftour noted quietly. "I could take nae chance of being identified by the MacDonald spies, my lord," the man answered him calmly. "You never know who is watching." "I had to ask," the Laird replied. The man nodded. "Aye," he said laconically. "Tomorrow you will ride on ahead of us to let the lady's grandsire know she will be with him in another day or two," Duncan Armstrong instructed the messenger. "Aye, my lord. If the good weather continues, you should reach Lough Erne by mid-morning of the day after tomorrow," the man told the Laird. The following day, before they were ready to depart, the messenger left them. "Tell Donald MacNab that I'm looking forward to our marriage," Ellen said to the messenger. "And tell my grandsire that I have missed him terribly." "Aye, my lady," the messenger responded. "I'm sorry we cannot reach Lough Erne today," Ellen said with a sigh. "The way is harder now," the Laird noted. "The messenger will be fortunate to reach the keep before dark the second day, but alone he can travel faster than our small party can. Just another 2 nights on the trail, Ellen MacArthur." "A few more meals of oatcakes and dried meat," she replied with a small smile. "How I long for a hot bath and a hot supper. I'm relieved that my poor Peggy did not travel with us. It would have been very difficult for her." "I can see you are eager to be home again," the Laird remarked. "I have missed Lough Erne," Ellen admitted. "I have missed my grandsire. He is all the close blood family I have left. Donald and I are cousins, but it is not like my grandsire. I can't even remember my parents. Grandsire is all the family I've ever known. I wish she could live long enough to see my bairns and know the warmth of a family gathering once again. The realisation that he will soon be gone is painful, and I cannot forgive the MacArthurs of Skye for forcing me from him these last months. He has had no one to look after him but the servants. He has been alone when he need not have been alone." Tears sprang to her eyes, and she brushed them quickly away. "Family is all important," Duncan Armstrong agreed. "My brothers and I stayed together after our mam died, but it was Adair, Connell's wife, who brought back the true meaning of family for us. I miss Cleet yet, although I have lived several years at Dufftour. I visit them as often as I can. I have several bairns, Jamie, Andrew, John and Janet." "Now you must find a lass to marry and have your own bairns, my lord. I am so happy to be coming home to wed with Donald," Ellen said. "Do you love him?" the Laird asked, curious. "I am not certain what exactly love is," Ellen admitted. "The king, they say, is in love with Lord Drummond's daughter, Meg. He is not the same man when she is not with him, but when she is, he seems happiest.
I'm not sure I would want someone else to be responsible for my moods, if that is what love does to one." Duncan Armstrong smiled at this observation.
"My brother Connell fell in love with Adair, but he could not say the words to her, and she would not wed him until he did. When I love a woman, I shall tell her, so there is no misunderstanding between us."
They camped that night in a dry cave, and the next night on the edge of a wood. Ellen was restless. She could sense her home just over the horizon, but she could also sense that something was wrong. What, she was not certain, but she was overwhelmed with a feeling of foreboding. Her grandfather always said that she had the sight, but she hoped it wasn't so. She had seemed to lose those odd feelings when she was at court, but now, within a few hours' ride of her home, she was experiencing them again. She was eager to depart that last morning. They crossed the meadow where they had camped before first light. The horses moved through several copses of wood, up some low hills and down again, finally coming to the shores of a small, very blue loch. On its far side was Loch Earn Keep, 2 dark stone towers connected by a hall and surrounded by a high stone wall. The horses slowly picked their way around the barely discernible trail edging the loch, finally arriving at the keep's barred gates. They stopped, and riding forward, the laird called out,
"I am Duncan Armstrong, and I brought the Lady Ellen MacArthur home to Loch Earn. King James sends all here his greetings."
The heavy wooden gates slowly creaked open after a short span, and they rode into the courtyard before the keep. Looking about her, Ellen did not recognise many familiar faces, and she was surprised that her grandfather was not there to greet her. He was obviously sicker than she had been told. Then Father Burke came from the keep.
"Welcome home, my lady,"
he said, but he was not smiling, and she could see the concern in his rheumy eyes. "What has happened?" Ellen wanted to know. "Where is grandsire?"
"Come into the hall, my lady,"
the priest said, beckoning them.
"You also, sir."
The laird moved next to Ellen.
"What is wrong?"
he murmured as they walked. "I am not certain, but something is not right here," she answered him. They followed the priest into one of the towers and then turned toward the hall. It was a small, cosy chamber with a beamed ceiling and a large fireplace on one side of the room. The other side had tall windows that looked out into the court. At the far end from which they had entered was a high board, and at that board sat 2 men. "Grandsire, Donald!" Ellen ran forward, but when she reached the foot of the high board, she stopped short. She stared hard, and then she screamed a terrible scream. It was at that moment that Duncan MacArthur stepped from behind her grandfather's chair, where he had hidden himself in the shadows.
"Welcome home, Ellen MacArthur,"
he said, and he smiled at her. "What have you done?" Ellen cried out. "What have you done, Duncan MacArthur?" Her legs began to shake. Duncan Armstrong reached Ellen and put a firm hand beneath her elbow to steady her. He gazed briefly at the 2 seated men. They were newly dead, their blood still draining slowly, but already congealing from and about the wounds on their throats.
"I am Duncan Armstrong, the Laird of Duffdore, the King's representative," he said quietly. "What has happened here, my lord?" "The old Laird and Donald McNabb have both met an unfortunate end,"
Duncan MacArthur said, as he came down from the high board.
"Before he died, Ewan MacArthur changed his will. I am now the Laird of Loch Earn, and at your grandsire's request, mistress, you will be my wife."
"Never!" Ellen hissed at him. "You murdered them, and now you think to steal Loch Earn and to wed with me to make your claim legitimate. Never!" Duncan came and stood before her.
"'Twas your grandsire's wish that I wed you, Ellen, my hinny. You cannot deny me, or the old man's last wishes."
He smiled a slow smile at her, reaching out to take her hand. Ellen leaped back as if she had been scalded. "Get away from me, you murderer," she told him. "I shall return to King James and tell him what you have done. Do you think you will go unpunished? Even your father's master, the Lord of the Isles, will not condone these murders. And you will bring Clan MacNabb down on us, having murdered its lord's youngest brother, you great fool." Duncan MacArthur laughed.
"You're a hot-blooded lass, I can see. I will enjoy bedding you when we are wed, and wed me you will this same day, with the King's own representative here to witness it."
He turned to the laird.
"You will stay?"
Before Duncan might answer, Ellen shouted,
"I'll not wed you or anyone until my grandsire and betrothed are properly buried, and then I will have my year's mourning, Balgar MacArthur. If afterward the king orders me to take you as my husband, I will have no other choice, but I will beg him to give me to another. Any other man would be preferable to you. Could you not have allowed my grandsire the dignity of a natural death? He was old. He wrote that his end was near."
Her eyes were now filled with tears, and her voice was raw with her emotion.
"The old man sent you no message, my hinny. I sent it. He was going to live forever. It was time for me to take matters into my own hands, and I did. You'll be 18 come spring, and 'tis past time you were wedded and bedded, and with a bairn in your belly. My bairn, the next heir to Lochern. My father tried to reason with old Ewan MacArthur. The MacDonald even sent his own representative to treat with your grandsire, but he was a stubborn old devil. He was determined to give MacArthur lands to a MacNab. We decided nae to wait any longer. A messenger was sent to court to call you back to Lochern. And then I came with the documents the old man needed to sign, making me his heir and you my wife. He wouldn't sign them, of course, but then Donald MacNab arrived, for it seems he too received a message from your grandsire, telling him to come to Lochern to wed you, for you were coming home at long last."
Balgar MacArthur laughed.
"It seems your grandsire actually believed me when I told him I would spare the young MacNab if he would sign my documents. He rattled on about the honour of the MacArthurs. He apologised to his great-nephew for what he must do to save his life, and then he put pen to parchment. It was nae more than an hour ago, my hinny. As I could nae ha' the blood of my kin on my hands, I had 2 of my men slit their throats. It was quick. Neither suffered."
Ellen had listened to this recitation with horror. "If I could kill you, I would," she said softly. "No one could love a murderer such as you."
"You dinna ha' to love me, Ellen MacArthur. As my wife, you legitimise my claim to these MacArthur lands, and our children will carry the blood of Ewan MacArthur. What happened here today will eventually be forgotten. The MacArthur clansmen of Lochern will be more content knowing a MacArthur still leads them, and nae a MacNab. But I am a fair man. We will postpone the wedding. First you will bury old Ewan and Donald. Then you will ha' a month in which to grieve. But you'll wed me before the solstice, my hinny, and by this time next year you'll ha' my son suckling at your tit."
"I will never wed you," Ellen said implacably. Balgar MacArthur laughed.
"Aye, you will,"
he said. Then he turned to Duncan Armstrong.
"'Tis nae yet noon, my lord. You and your men are free to go." "Will you give me your word before God and in the presence of this priest,"
Duncan said, motioning to Father Burke,
"that you will give the Lady Ellen her month to mourn? And will you give me your word that my men and I may depart in peace and not be followed with murder in mind? I have done what I was requested to do by my friend the king. I have returned Ellen MacArthur to Lochern. I will inform him so when I return to court. I am expected to return."
He smiled coldly.
"I ha' no quarrel with you, Armstrong, and I dinna want the king coming to look for a missing friend here. Are you truly his friend?"
The laird nodded.
"I was with him on many occasions before he took his throne, and I fought by his side at Sochiburn."
Balgar MacArthur nodded.
"The MacDonalds told me to do what I must to gain Lochern and the Lady Ellen, but he would punish my family severely if I brought the king north and down on his head. Go, I gie you my word no harm will befall you." "And your word regarding the Lady Ellen too,"
the laird pressed. Balgar laughed.
"Aye, I swear before God that I shall nae harm ye or yours, and that I shall gie Ellen MacArthur a full month to mourn her family before I wed her."
"Father," the laird said quietly.
"Aye, I have heard and accepted his oath,"
the priest replied. The laird of Duffdore turned to Ellen.
"Lady, I have done what scant little I could to protect you. God comfort you in your mourning."
He bowed politely. Then he turned again to face Balgar MacArthur, giving him a scant bow but saying nothing more. "With your permission," Ellen said, looking at the man she now considered her enemy, "I will escort our guest from the hall."
"Go,"
he said with a wave of his hand. pleased by what he considered her public show of respect toward him. Like all women, he decided, she could be brought around. As he exited the hall, the laird looked quickly around to see if there was anyone to hear him. There was no one.
"I will tell the king of what has happened here today," he said. "Try to hold your kinsman off as long as possible. I will attempt to convince the king to interfere in this matter. But if you cannot prevent this marriage, and there comes a time that you need my help, you have but to send to me Ellen MacArthur. I am sorry there is naught I can do this day to aid you. My men and I will ride as quickly as we can, for I do not trust Balgar MacArthur's promise to let us go freely. Keep him with you as long as you can, to prevent him from giving the order to follow after us, if he has not already done so."
Duncan caught Ellen's hand up in his and kissed it. It was such a small hand, he thought. What could such a dainty lass do to prevent a man like Balgar MacArthur from having his way? "I understand your position, Duncan Armstrong. Thank you for all you have tried to do for me. God keep you safe, my lord," Ellen said, feeling the warmth in her cheeks when his lips touched the back of her hand.
"Be brave, lass,"
he replied, and then turned quickly away before he succumbed to the urge to carry her off with them before Balgar MacArthur could harm her. But he knew such a gesture would be a futile one under the current circumstances. He had done what he could for her. Signalling to his men in the courtyard to mount up, he led them back through the wooden gates, which shut firmly behind them, and they rode away from Lochern Keep as quickly as he could. With a sigh, Ellen returned to the hall, where her captor was waiting for her. "You have arranged for the gravediggers?" she asked him.
"Aye, but there is nae time for coffins. They'll have to be interred in their shrouds, my hinny."
"Not before the women and I have washed the bodies properly and redressed them," Ellen replied in a firm voice. "My grandsire was laird here. His passing will be treated with the honour and the dignity he was due, as will my cousin's Donald MacNab." Balgar did not argue the point. She was right, and he knew any misstep on his part could cost him the loyalty he needed from the clansmen of Lochern. That point had been drilled very firmly into his head by his father.
"I'll play the pipes for them myself," he suggested to her.
"Nay," Ellen said quietly. "'Twould not be fitting, Balgar. You are now laird here. You have your own piper to play the lament for my grandsire, which is as it should be. You must remember your position here. Now I will find the women and attend to the bodies of the dead." She curtsied politely to him, thinking as she did how very much she would enjoy plunging the dirk she always carried into his black heart. That would wipe the self-satisfied smirk he wore off his too pretty face. Some, she suspected, would have thought him handsome. Ellen did not. In the kitchens she found all the women servants hovering nervously, many of them weeping. She had no time to weep. "Lasses," she said in a quiet, gentle voice, "we must prepare my grandsire and poor Donald MacNab properly for their burial. We will save our sorrow for the graveside." "'Tis a poor welcome home for you, mistress," the cook said. Her normally red face was pale. "What is to happen to us all now?" "Balgar MacArthur will be the new laird of Lochern," Ellen began. "The murderer," an unseen voice said bitterly. Ellen recognised it as the voice of the woman who personally cared for her grandsire in his old age. "Aye," she answered calmly. "The murderer. But I must wed him, I fear." A collective groan arose from the women. "When did he come?" Ellen asked them, curious to know, trying to extract what information she might, although to what purpose she wasn't certain. "They rode into the keep about 2 months ago," the cook said. "This foreign island-born MacArthur and his great troop of about 50 men. Your grandsire knew then he had been caught unawares," Sorka, her grandfather's serving woman, said. "I had been caught in my own trap, Sorka," he told me, "and I'm too old to defend us all. He knew then his end was certain. Then Father Burke was forced to write the letter to the king. At first he refused, but this foreign MacArthur said he had nae qualms about killing a recalcitrant priest. If he would nae write the letter, someone else would. They sent a false message to poor young MacNab. From the moment he arrived, he was used to threaten your grandsire into cooperating. They kept the lad in a dungeon beneath the North Tower." "Poor Donald," Ellen cried. "But the foreign MacArthur promised to let him go once you were home again," the cook said.
Your grandsire hoped it was the truth, but 'twas nae. They were killed this morning as I sat at the high bird awaiting your arrival. The little whore saw it all, and could nae wait to come into the kitchens to tell us."
"The little whore?" Ellen looked confused.
"The tinker's bastard your grandsire took from the hillside those many years ago," Sorcha answered her.
"A niece?" Ellen exclaimed, surprised.
"Aye, from the moment the foreign MacArthur arrived, she flirted with him. It took only a few days for her to get into his bed, lady. She flaunts her position as his mistress, and has now begun to hint she is with Byrne, the shameless hussy," Sorcha said.
Now here was something to consider. Duncan Armstrong had told her to try to delay her marriage as long as she could. If a niece was Balgair's mistress, then, knowing her as well as she did, Ellen suspected a niece would not be happy about his upcoming marriage, although the girl would realise sooner or later that her lover would wed. Still, she would be jealous. If Ellen could stoke that jealousy, it might prove to be to her advantage, Ellen thought. "You have given me much to consider, my lasses," Ellen told the women. "Now, however, we must prepare the bodies of the dead for burial. They must be in the ground before the sun sets this sad day." The group of women servants, Ellen leading them, repaired to the hall carrying buckets of hot water and rags. Sorcha hurried to the old laird's chamber to find his finest garment in which he would be buried. The young McNab's clothing was yet in the chamber he had never occupied on this visit. Sorcha looked carefully through it and found what she suspected were the lad's wedding garments. She brought the fresh clothing for each man to the hall, where the others now worked, sponging away the dried blood. The woman who made the clothing for the keep took her needle and thread from the deep pockets of her gown and sewed up the wounds as best she could. The laird was bathed and then dressed in a long, dark velvet gown, trimmed with marten, a length of the green MacArthur plaid across his chest, the clan badge of the laird holding it. His worn leather boots were pulled onto his big, narrow feet. Ellen gently brushed her grandfather's long white hair back from his brow and, bending, kissed his cheek for the last time. "Farewell, grandsire," she whispered in his ear. Then, looking up, she nodded to the women to sew him into a shroud, the tears slipping silently down her cheeks. A titter of laughter broke the solemnity of the early afternoon. It was a niece who had come into the hall and now stared at the naked body of young Donald McNab. "What a wee manhood he ha!"
she giggled, pointing rudely as she flounced about the board where the body lay.
"Now my Lord Balgair is built like the bull in the meadow. That poor thing would ha' gi'n you no pleasure, Ellen. You're fortunate that Balgair will be your husband. He's a real man and wields his weapon with skill."
"I would sooner die than wed him," Ellen said through gritted teeth. "Now get out of the hall, Anise, and go back from wherever you came. If you have no respect for the dead, others do."
"Oh, you'll wed him, and more is the pity, for you're not at all the wife for him. He only wants what you can do for him. But I am the wife for him. At least I'll have the privilege of giving him his first son." She patted her belly with a smirk.
"If he is indeed the man you claim he is, he'll already have had his share of bastards," Ellen replied sharply. "Yours will be nothing special."
"Mine will carry my MacArthur blood," Anise spat.
"You've nae a drop of MacArthur blood in your veins," the old cook snapped. "You're naught but a tinker's bastard left on the hillside to die."
"Then why did the old laird give me his name?" Anise demanded of them. "I'll tell you why. Because he knew I was his son's get on some clansman's wife. I was left out by that woman's husband to die to cover his shame, but God led the old laird to find me."
"Who ever told you such nonsense?" Sorcha sneered. "That poor good fool who raised you. My master's son loved only one woman in all his life. From the time he was 10 and laid eyes on the lass he would make his wife, he loved her. The old laird worried that his son would not take a woman for his pleasure, but the young master was adamant and saved himself for that lass. They were wed less than 6 months when you were found. 'Tis a pity it wasn't the winter, else you would have already been eaten by the wolves."
"That's a horrible thing for you to say to me," Anise shrieked, outraged.
"You're no better than you ought to be," the cook added scathingly. "You're just a nameless bastard, but you shame the man who gave you his name by your wanton behaviour. And your disrespect to the mistress of this keep have been duly noted and will be remembered by all who serve here. Now get you gone, you worthless piece of baggage.
Don't you dare speak to me that way, any of you. I'll have the new laird turn you all out, I will, Anise threatened them.
He'll not turn me out, Ellen said softly. Now, I have asked you to leave the hall once. I'll not ask again, and believe me, Ellen MacArthur wants nothing more than to please me right now. If I should ask him to give you a good beating, Anise, he will. The defiant girl actually blanched at Ellen's hard words. Turning on her heel without another word, she stalked out of the hall. The women turned back to the body of Donald McNabb, finished bathing him, and dressed him in his wedding finery, adding his red and green McNabb plaid. Cleaned, his red hair still damp, he almost looked asleep. What kind of a man had he really been, Ellen wondered. Well, she'd not know now. What she would remember was that he'd been a kind boy when they were children. Sew him into his shroud, Ellen told the women with a sigh. I'll fetch the priest. At afternoon's end on that late autumn day, Ellen MacArthur, her plaid tied across her chest, followed the bodies of her grandfather and her betrothed husband from the hall of Lochern Keep to a nearby hillside, where the two graves were opened and ready. Father Burke led the way, preceded by the family piper. Behind the girl, a procession of servants, clansmen and women followed to pay their last respects to Ewan MacArthur and the young McNabb. At the gravesite, the bodies were carefully lowered into the ground. Father Burke said the words of burial. Each clansman and woman filed past the graves in a gesture of respect as the graves were being filled in. Each spoke a word of comfort or kindness to Ellen. Ellen MacArthur was nowhere in sight, nor was Anise. Finally, the two graves were filled in, and Ellen stood alone. Everyone had gone, even the piper. She stood upon the hillside, the sky blazing red behind her with the early sunset. To the east, a single bright star had risen in the darkening firmament above her. Alone. She was alone. She had no one now. Grandsire was gone. Donald McNabb was gone. Duncan Armstrong was gone. Now why, she wondered, had she thought of the Laird of Dufftor? Because he was kindness in a world gone suddenly cold for her, Ellen realised. And then she knew with a certainty such as she had never before known, there was nothing left for her here at Lochern. The life she had anticipated, even looked forward to, had been stolen from her by the MacArthurs of Skye, even as they had stolen those last months with grandsire from her. She loved Lochern. She had grown up here, but her months at court had shown her that as long as she was happy, it didn't matter where she was. Her memories of her childhood would always be hers, unless she allowed Ellen MacArthur to take those from her too. Fare thee well, grandsire, and Godspeed to both you and MacDonald, Ellen said quietly in their Highland tongue. I will nae pass this way again. Then, turning away from the fresh graves, Ellen made her way down the hill in the fast-falling night and entered the keep. She made her way to the hall where Bolgar sat before the fire, Anise in his lap, his hand in her gown fondling a breast. Ellen raised an amused eyebrow at Anise's smug little face as she cuddled with her lover. Bolgar gave her a slow smile, but his hand remained in Anise's bodice. "You've buried them, then," he said. It was not a query. Ellen nodded. "I have, my lord," she addressed him formally and politely. "With your permission, I would retire to my own chamber. This has been a long and difficult day for me after so many days of travel. I am very weary, and I would be alone to mourn my family. There is much new here to which I must accustom myself." He nodded. "Aye, you look tired," he admitted. "Go along then, Ellen." "Good night then, my lord." She curtsied to him. "Will you nae bid me a good night?" Anise whined. "No, I will not. You are his whore, and it does not behoove me even to acknowledge you, Anise. I will not address you again." Then Ellen turned and walked from the hall. "Will you let her speak to me that way?" Anise raged at her lover. "She's right," Ellen MacArthur said, and then he laughed heartily. "She has spirit, does Ellen MacArthur," and he laughed again.
Ellen made her way from the hall, his laughter echoing in her ears. At least he had not chastised or scolded her for her speech to her niece. She climbed the narrow stone staircase to the second floor where her chamber was located. The room was dusty. There was no fire in the small hearth, but before she might return downstairs to fetch a servant to aid her, the door to the chamber opened and several entered, led by Sorka.
"Come with me, lassie, to the kitchens. Cook and I will see you fed while your chamber is put in order,"
Sorka said, leading her back out into the hall.
"It ha' been a bad day for us, and I'm sorry you were greeted with cold and darkness here."
In the kitchens, Ellen was seated at the long wooden table that was the heart of the place. Cook placed a full trencher before her and ladled rabbit stew into it. A slab of buttered bread was set next to the trencher, along with a polished wooden cup of watered wine. Ellen ate greedily, realizing that she hadn't eaten since morning on the trail. Her last meal of oatcakes and dried meat, she'd thought. She spooned the hot stew into her mouth, almost burning her tongue in her eagerness. She drank several swallows of wine to save herself. When she'd finished, she thanked the cook, asking her,
"May I take a bit of bread for the night? The rations were scant in our travels, and I'm still hungry, but I fear to eat more right now lest I be sick."
The cook looked at the girl curiously and then nodded.
"Here, lassie,"
she said, handing her a round, freshly baked loaf. "Thank you," Ellen replied, and quickly tucking the bread beneath her skirts, she hurried from the kitchens. Behind her, the cook nodded to herself and wiped a tear from her eye. Upstairs, Ellen found her room now in a most welcoming condition. A hot fire burned in the hearth. There was a basin on the table and a large jug in the coals of the fire that would be filled with water. Her bed had been made, the heavy curtains now free of dust. Everything smelled fresh, and her saddlebag lay on a chair. Ellen poured some hot water into the basin and bathed herself as best as she could. What she really wanted was a tub, but that would have to come tomorrow. She needed a good night's rest, and she needed to think about how she was going to make her escape from Lochern. There was no way she would ever marry Ellen MacArthur. There was no way she would ever wed the man who had so callously slain her grandsire and her betrothed husband. Ellen climbed into her bed. Thank heavens Peggy hadn't travelled with them. Suddenly she was sleepy. The bed was comfortable and familiar, the room warm with the fire. She sighed, and her eyes closed as she fell into an exhausted sleep. It was the sound of her bedchamber door creaking open that awakened her again with a start.
"Who is there?"
she called out, and a shadow loomed up next to her bed.
"'Tis me, my hinny,"
Ellen MacArthur said. His words were slurred slightly, for he was quite drunk, and he stumbled as he came toward her.
"You have entered the wrong bedchamber, my lord," Ellen said warily.
"Nay, I ha' nae entered the wrong chamber, my hinny," he replied.
"We are not wed, Balger, and I am not your whore, Anise," Ellen told him.
He half fell, half sat upon her bed, and grabbed at her hand.
"Do you think that I am a fool, Ellen MacArthur? I saw it in your eyes tonight when you returned from the hillside. You mean to run, but I'll nae let you. I promised before God that I would give you your month to mourn before I wed you, and I will. But I didna say I would nae bed you, did I?"
He grinned slyly at her.
"You'll nae run with my bairn in your belly."
"To where would I run, Balger?"
Ellen asked him in what she hoped was a strong voice.
"I have no family, no real connections at court."
These were questions she had asked herself, but she would return to court if for no other reason than to fetch her Peggy, and perhaps the king's aunt would take pity on them. Perhaps. And Ellen MacArthur didn't have to know it.
"Please, my lord,"
Ellen said, already feeling her throat closing with her fear.
"Please leave me be, at least for tonight."
"You're a pretty lass,"
he said softly.
"Prettier than your sister, Anise."
"Anise is not my sister," Ellen exclaimed. "Has she been telling you that tale her foster mother told her, that she was sired by my father? Well, she wasn't. She's some tinker's get, and nothing more. Grandsire gave her the MacArthur name so she would have a clan, but we share no blood, Balger."
He ignored her words, saying,
"She says you sent her from court when she caught you futtering some serving man."
He grinned at her.
Do you like futtering, then?
He moved to pull down the coverlet she clutched to her breast. Ellen slapped his hand away.
It was a niece who sent home for her wanton behaviour, my lord. I am a virgin. I kept myself for Donald MacNab.
For a moment he looked befuddled, and then his brow cleared.
She's known other men. Then how can I be certain the wench carries my bairn?
His look was now one of perfect outrage, and Ellen almost laughed aloud.
If she says she does, you may be certain the bairn is yours, Ellen replied dryly. Her niece is no fool, and it would appear she is very ambitious.
She's my whore, he responded. But you're to be my wee wife, Ellen, my hinny.
Aye, Balgair, I am to be your wife, Ellen soothed him. Now go and find your own bed, my lord. It is past late.
Nay, he growled. I want to fuck you so you will not run away from me. You won't run if I fuck you. You're too proud a lass to run to another without your virginity.
There is no place for me to run, Ellen insisted.
I saw the way that laird of Duffdoor looked at you, my hinny, Balgair told her.
Duncan Armstrong is a decent man, Balgair. He was concerned by what he saw when he entered the hall. Do you think he shouldn't have been?
Did he kiss you?
Balgair demanded.
Did he fondle your titties?
Reaching out swiftly, he yanked her into his embrace.
Answer me, lass. Did he hire you?
I never met the laird until the day the king told me he was to be my escort, Ellen said, fighting back her fear. I told you I am a virgin, and I was saving myself for Donald. There is nothing between me and the laird of Duffdoor.
But you wish there were, don't you?
Balgair persisted. Putting his hand into the neck of her chemise, he ripped it open and grasped one of her breasts.
Nay, I do not, Ellen insisted.
This was ridiculous. Balgair was jealous of something that never existed, never happened. What had put such a thought into his head? And then she knew. A niece. A niece was attempting to cause trouble between Ellen and Balgair to fuel the man's jealousies because she had discovered he was a possessive man who would defend what was his.
Balgair, let me be, I beg you.
You're going to be fucked, lass. Well fucked before this night is ended. You ne'er run from me, Ellen, my hinny. You belong to me, and I mean to hire you.
His mouth found hers in a hard kiss. Her first kiss, and it was horrible. His tongue pushed into her mouth, and she tasted sour wine and rotting teeth. She was pushed back into the pillows as he struggled to climb all the way onto the bed. He was kneading her breast with one hand and seeking to get beneath her chemise with the other. Ellen struggled against him with all her might, shrieking with both terror and outrage, when that second hand slid up her leg and a finger pushed between her nether lips.
Now we'll see if you're telling me the truth,
he growled, his fetid breath assailing her nostrils, and his finger pushed into her a short way before he crowed with delight as she squealed.
You dinna lie to me, my hinny. You're a virgin and tight as any I've known before. My cock is more than ready for you.
He shifted his body to straddle her, licking his lips in anticipation of what was to come as she twisted and struggled beneath him. Ellen hit him with a balled-up fist, while her other hand reached beneath her pillow where she'd put her dirk. Yanking it out, she stabbed him with it, almost laughing at the look of total surprise upon his face.
You will not have me, you rotting pig. You will not have me, you won't, she told him as her anger at all that had happened to her grandsire, to Donald MacNab, was finally unleashed. She could barely see through the red haze before her eyes. Her heart was pounding with her fury. Her arm fell again and again, the dirk plunging into his thick flesh as it found its mark. She didn't know how many times her knife fell, cutting him, but suddenly he collapsed with a loud groan, rolling from atop her and onto the floor. Ellen lay upon her bed, for how long she did not know. There was no sound from Border MacArthur at all. Had she killed him? Finally she sat up as the anger drained away. She was covered in blood. Ellen shuddered at its wetness and its smell. Quickly she arose from the bed, keeping to the far side away from her victim. She tore her chemise off, letting it lie where it dropped. She fetched the basin and washed her hands, and then her body where his blood had splattered. She was shaking now and struggled to gain mastery over herself.
This was no time to go to pieces.
Slowly she drew on clean clothing, realising as she did that she was dressing herself for flight. Aye, she had to run. There was nothing else to do. When Balgair's men discovered their master dead, she would be killed. There were not enough Lochern men to protect her, and frankly she had noted that there was no resistance to Bolgair MacArthur from them at all. She suspected that they really would prefer a MacArthur, even a foreign MacArthur, as their laird, rather than a MacNab, and the death of her grandfather had allowed them to express their preference, a preference they would have never voiced when Ewan MacArthur was alive. Where could she go? Ellen considered. The Laird of Duffdore was about 12 hours ahead of her on the road south. She would endeavour to catch up with him, beg his protection, and plead for his escort back to the king. If she left Lochern now and rode the rest of the night, she might find him sooner than later. There was certain to be initial confusion when Bolgair's body was discovered, and then a messenger would probably be sent to Skye for instructions. That she was missing would certainly confirm her guilt, but she knew that the men in the keep, and even Anise, would consider that she couldn't escape them forever. They would believe she had fled into the woods, and that they could catch her. Ellen went to the door and, opening it, peeped out into the hall. There wasn't a sound to be heard. Taking up her heavy woolen cloak, and, as an afterthought, the round cottage loaf, she slipped from the chamber, quietly closing the door behind her. She turned the key in the door's lock, and then put it in her pocket. Tiptoeing down the narrow stone stairs, she peeped into the hall. It was empty of all life, but for an old dog that snored by the fire. Ellen followed the stairs down into the kitchens, for she knew the door there was less likely to be barred, and she found she was right. The smell of baking bread assailed her nostrils as she slipped through the kitchens. The cook appeared to be sleeping at the table, her head upon her folded arms. She did not stir as Ellen crept past her, but she was awake. Her loyalties had not yet been turned, and so she remained where she was, silent and motionless, as she heard the door into the yard open and click shut.
"Godspeed, lass,"
she whispered softly, and then dozed again until her bread would be finished. Outside, Ellen kept to the shadows as she hurried to the stables. She could see that the main gate was guarded, but she knew it was unlikely that the postern gate would be. Once inside the stables, she moved cautiously, for she could not be certain where the stable lads would be, but hearing giggles from the hayloft, she smiled. Finding her own horse, she quickly saddled the beast and led it from the building across the courtyard, keeping again to the shadows as she moved toward the postern gate. She could hear her own heart hammering as she slowly walked the short distance, and then she gained the gate, and to her relief the key was where it had always been, and the gate hinges made no sound as she opened it and led her horse through. She locked the gate from the outside and pocketed its key with the other. Mounting the beast, she guided it carefully along the edge of the loch until she reached the narrow trail that would lead her south. She stopped a moment before urging her horse onto the trail, looking back across the water at the grim, dark outline of Lochern Keep. Then, digging into her pocket, Ellen took the keys out and threw them, one by one, as far as she could out into the loch. With the postern gate locked and seemingly without a key, no one would think she had exited the keep that way. They would at first believe she was either still in the keep or had been helped by someone on the main gate. Few, if any, had ever used the postern gate, and fewer knew it had a key. It didn't matter if they finally figured it out or not. She would be long gone. As for her bedchamber, it would first be believed that Bolgair MacArthur had locked the door from the inside and was enjoying his victory over the young heiress of Lochern. But eventually, some time during the day, Anise would become suspicious. She would demand that the door be opened, and when knocking produced no results, when no sound was heard from within the bedchamber, the door would finally be broken down. Bolgair MacArthur's body would be discovered, and all hell would break loose. But Ellen MacArthur would be long gone. She urged her mount up onto the trail. A late waning moon had now risen, and the track was just barely visible as the horse picked its way up the hill. The night was cold but still, Above her, the stars blazed in the black heavens. Ellen rested the animal a few moments when they had completed the steep climb. She gazed down through the trees, half bare of their leaves with the coming winter. The keep stood out in stark relief against the night. Loch Anne, her home no more. Ellen knew with a deep certainty that she would never see it again. There was nothing left for her there. It was both frightening and exciting to realise that she had absolutely no idea of what the future would hold for her, if indeed she even had a future. The peaceful, settled life that she had always known would be hers was gone, and she could not imagine what would arise in its place. For now, however, her future entailed getting far away from Loch Anne, and as quickly as she could. Bolgare's men would not be kind if they caught her. She kicked her horse gently, urging it onward, hoping she could find Duncan Armstrong quickly. Chapter 3. Ellen MacArthur rode slowly through the chill, dark night, the scant light from the waning moon just barely illuminating the path through the forest. Just before dawn, when the sky had lightened to a pale grey, she crossed the meadow where they had camped the night before she reached Loch Anne. She was gratified to have made such progress despite her slow pace. She stopped by the stream on the border of the meadow to water her horse and let it crop some of the green grass, while she tore off chunks of her loaf and slowly ate the bread. Then, relieving herself behind a bush, she mounted up again. She rode the day long, never seeing a soul. Now and again she would see a deer, or a rabbit would dash from the underbrush into the deeper wood. There was sun, but it was a cold sun. Ellen could already feel the Highland winter coming, and there was snow on the tops of the far, high bens. She did not relish spending the night alone, but as the autumn day began to wane, she considered that she had best seek shelter. Ahead of her she saw a fox on the hunt, a sure sign of day's end. The light breeze that had teased at her hair all day disappeared, and above, in the blue sky, a hawk screeched. Then, ahead of her, Ellen heard voices. Her first instinct was increase her horse's gait, but she realised that while she might have finally caught up to the laird and his men, she might not have. Dismounting, she led her animal forward, keeping to the wood on the edge of the track so she would not be easily detected. There was a clearing, a stone overhang, a fire, a group of travellers. She counted the horses tied to the trees. 7. Aye, that was right. The laird and his 6 men. And then she saw him. He stood 3 inches over 6 feet, and when he turned, Ellen saw his face, his handsome, familiar face. She stumbled forward with a glad cry, dragging her horse behind her. At once, the party of clansmen were on the alert, but the laird recognised her at once. He hurried forward to greet her.
"Mistress Ellen, what has happened? Are you all right?"
And then he saw the bruise on her cheek. His blue eyes darkened with anger. "Help me!" Ellen managed to gasp out the 2 words, and then she collapsed. He caught her as she fell, gathering her up in his strong arms.
"There, lass, there. Tell me what has happened."
His face showed his concern as his arms tightened about her.
"Give me some of your whiskey, Jock," he said to one of his men.
"I have killed Balgare MacArthur," Ellen said, and then she began to cry.
The laird nodded.
"Are you sure?"
he asked her.
"Here, take a sip of this,"
he said, holding his clansman's flask to her lips.
"You looked chilled through."
Still sobbing, Ellen swallowed twice and then coughed hard.
"He wasn't moving when I left him," she said, "nor was he making any sound."
"Start from the beginning and tell me everything,"
Duncan Armstrong said. He set her down on her feet and helped her to sit on one of the large stones about the fire.
"After you left, the women and I prepared Grandsire and Donald for burial. Father Burke said the words just before the sunset. When I went back into the hall, I found Balgare with a niece, a foundling raised in our village who had been my servant. I had to send her home from court for her wanton behaviour. He has made her his mistress, and she is already with child. I asked Balgare if I might retire as my day. The last few days had been difficult. He agreed. The servants fed me, and I went to my chamber where I washed and then went to bed.
I had probably been sleeping no more than an hour or two when I was awakened by Balger entering my chamber. I asked him to leave, and he laughed. He said he had promised not to wed me for my month of mourning, but he had not promised not to bed me. And then... Ellen faltered. I killed him, she finally managed to say, and then she began to cry. He had to ask it. It wasn't the gentlemanly thing to do, but he had to ask.
Did he rape you, Ellen?
She looked up at him, startled. He tried, she finally replied. But I've always kept my dirk beneath my pillow, my lord. While he fumbled and groped at me, I took it out and I stabbed him. I don't know how many times my blade pierced his flesh, but when he fell to the floor with a single groan, he made no further cry, nor did he move. I killed him. She began to cry again. God and his blessed mother forgive me, for I have killed a man. How will I ever atone for such a sin?
The man was a murderer, Duncan Armstrong said. And he was a low cur to attempt to assault you, Ellen.
He said he could see in my eyes that I wanted to flee. He said that with a bairn in my belly I would not run, for I would be too ashamed. Ellen sobbed.
It's all right, lass, the lad soothed her. You are but defending yourself from an attack. I will take you back to the king, Ellen MacArthur, and we will tell him what has happened. Jamie is a just man.
But the MacDonalds prize the king greatly, I know, and Balgera's family is in the MacDonalds' service, Ellen said. Will not the king want to assuage their anger?
James is a just man, the lad repeated. He will not give you over to certain death. You were protecting yourself, avenging your grandsire as was your right. Now, do you think you were followed, or that anyone will divine where you have fled?
I was careful, and no one saw me leave, Ellen said. And I locked my bedchamber door and threw the key in the lock. I suspect it was midday before anyone thought to seek out Balger in my chamber, and they will not at first consider that I have fled farther than the woods about the keep. They will attend to Balger first, and then perhaps tomorrow they will spend a day seeking me. After that, I do not know. The lad nodded.
Then we will be at least 3 days ahead of anyone seeking for you, if they are clever enough even to consider that you have fled to the king. They may believe you have perished in the forest, and your home will be taken as a forfeit by either the MacArthurs of Skye or the MacNabs. They will undoubtedly fight it out for Lochern. It is unlikely you can ever return.
I know, Ellen said. I knew before Balger came into my chamber that I must leave it for good, my lord. Several tears rolled down her cheeks. How could I ever eat or dance in our hall again, after seeing the bodies of my grandfather and poor Donald murdered in their chairs as they sat at the highboard? She brushed her tears away. Jock brought Ellen an oatcake and a small hunch of rabbit he had placed upon a large leaf.
Mistress, you must eat.
Ellen gave him a tremulous smile. Thank you, she said. If you will seek in my saddlebag, you will find almost an entire cottage loaf I took with me. It's still fresh. Portion it out among yourselves, Jock, and thank you for the whisky. I feel warmer now. She began to eat the food she'd been given.
Will you be all right if I leave you for a few moments?
The laird asked her, and when she nodded, he got up and joined his men.
We must keep a sharp eye out, lads. It's unlikely we'll be followed, but tomorrow we will make all haste to find the king and bring Mistress Ellen to safety. She has killed the man who murdered her grandfather and betrothed husband. We should have a few days' lead, but we cannot be certain they won't follow after the lass for revenge. It is our duty to get her to the refuge of the king's protection. Post a guard, and we will keep watch the night at 3-hour intervals.
Ellen slept exhausted that night, realising only as her eyes closed that, but for a brief nap, she had not slept in 2 days. She forced herself to remain awake the next day as they rode south at a far quicker pace than she had anticipated. After several days, they came out of the Western Highlands and down into the hills about Falkland's Palace, where the king was now ensconced. Ellen had never been wearier in all of her life, but she was anxious to beg the king's protection and to reassure Peggy that they would somehow survive this unfortunate turn in their fortunes now that they were homeless. Falkland Palace was one of James IV's favourite palaces for hunting and relaxation. It had been built some 200 years back, and while the king was now considering a new palace nearby, he still used the old one, which consisted of 3 rectangular wings set about a central courtyard. Its style was considered Scottish Gothic. They rode into the courtyard, and stablemen hurried to take their horses. Ellen could hardly walk at this point, for she was so tired. Duncan Armstrong had his arm about her shoulders as they walked.
"Where is Princess Margaret?"
he asked a servant as they entered the palace, and when he was told, the laird directed his steps in the correct direction. The guardsman at the door to the princess's apartments flung the doors open for them, and they passed through into Margaret Stuart's quarters. The king's aunt was seated with some of her ladies, discussing a book of poetry when they entered. Her eyes widened as she saw Ellen, and she immediately stood up.
"What has happened, my lord?" she demanded of the laird.
"Please, madam, could a bed be found for this lady before she collapses?" Duncan said. "I will be glad to explain then."
"Peggy,"
Ellen said weakly.
"And could a messenger be sent to Linlithgow to Mistress Ellen's serving woman? She must not travel north to Lochern,"
the laird said. The princess directed 2 of her women to help Ellen to the women's dormitory, where she might rest. Then she sent a male servant to Linlithgow to prevent Peggy from leaving, and, if possible, to bring her back to Falkland.
"Tell her that her mistress has returned and is with me."
Now Margaret Stuart turned to Duncan Armstrong.
"Come, sir, into my privy chamber, where you will tell me what is going on. Should I send for my brother first?"
"If you would, madam. It would be simpler to tell the tale but once,"
the laird responded with a small smile. Margaret Stuart nodded.
"Catherine Garden, go and fetch the king to me. Tell him I do not care what he is doing. He is to come with all possible haste."
The girl curtsied and hurried off. She was stunningly beautiful, the laird noted. Gordon, perhaps Huntley's daughter. Curious, considering the Earl of Huntley's opposition to the young king, but hardly his business. Right now, all he wanted to do was go home to Dufftour and begin fortifying it, now that he had permission. He had taken Ellen MacArthur to Lochern, and he'd brought her back when she sought his help. He'd been away from home long enough. He would tell the king what had happened, and then he was finished. He wanted to go home. James Stuart had been with Margaret Drummond when the Earl of Huntley's daughter had come to fetch him. He had not wanted to leave his mistress's side, but Lord Drummond's daughter was no fool. She sent him off with a smile and a kiss to discover whatever it was his aunt had to tell him. The king was surprised to see the Laird of Dufftour. He had assumed that Duncan Armstrong would return directly to his own home in the Borders after delivering Ellen MacArthur to her grandfather. If he was here, however, then something was wrong.
"What has happened?"
the king asked his border lord.
"There has been murder done at Lochern. I arrived with the last to discover that the MacArthurs of Skye had taken the keep. The old laird and his heir were tied to their chairs at the high board where they had both been brutally slain. Then Bolger MacArthur produced a document he claimed was signed by the old laird. It made Bolger his heir and instructed him to wed with his granddaughter Ellen. I asked the lass if it were truly her grandsire's hand, and she said it was. I had no choice but to leave her there."
The king nodded.
"Is that all?"
he asked.
"Nay, my liege, it is not. We departed Lochern with the new laird's promise to give the girl a month to mourn, for he would have wed her that same day had the priest been there, and he gave his promise not to follow us. We rode for half a day, and then another full day. That second night, as the sun was setting, Ellen MacArthur came into our camp. She was exhausted and frightened. She says she has killed Bolger MacArthur. He attempted to rape her. She protected herself and fled. She begged us to bring her back to your protection, my lord, and so I have. She is in the Lady Margaret's household now," Duncan Armstrong said.
"The lass is worn out with her travels and her grief," Margaret Stuart said. "But she should not remain here, Jamie. She needs to be in a safe place, a place where she will be no cause for controversy between your troublesome lords. You will remember that the MacArthurs of Skye are greatly in the MacDonalds' favour. I believe Ellen once told me that this Bolger is the son of the MacDonald's piper. The father will go to his master, and the master will call upon the king for justice and for revenge."
"What of the poor MacArthurs of Lochern and the MacNab lad who were murdered?" the Laird of Dufftour said. "Is there no justice for them?"
"Nay," Margaret Stuart replied sanguinely. Lochern has no influence or power. It is a simple Highland holding. It is not right, but there is the truth of it.
The lass has had her revenge, and it is fair, the king said. She took the life of the man who murdered her grandfather and betrothed husband. There is no disputing those facts. When the MacDonald sends to me with his own tale, I must render some form of kingly justice to satisfy him and his piper. Mistress Ellen is not likely ever to be safe again at Lochern. Since the MacArthurs of Skye coveted the holding, I will give it to them as a forfeit for their kinsman's life.
And the girl? Margaret Stewart asked. What is to become of Ellen MacArthur?
As you have said, Aunt, she cannot remain here at court. This unimportant little lass could nonetheless prove a flashpoint for partisan squabbles. We must find a safe haven for her, the king said.
And then his blue eyes grew bright, and he looked directly at the Laird of Duftour.
Take her home with you, Duncan, he said,
and James Stewart grinned wickedly.
You have already made yourself the lass's champion. It is the perfect solution, and she will be safe. Would any at Lochern remember the man who brought Mistress Ellen home? It's quite doubtful. Until the MacDonald sends to me, and I may settle this unfortunate matter, the lass can be hidden at Duftour. My lord, mine is a man's house. I have no women in it, not even servants, for I saw the trouble women servants brought to my brother before his marriage. I cannot take an innocent lass like Ellen MacArthur into my home. Her reputation must be considered. One day she will certainly wed, and what would any man think of a wife who spent time in another man's household alone? You must find another place for her.
Margaret Stewart leaned over and murmured something in her nephew's ear.
You have a sister, my aunt informs me, who bears my aunt's name, the king said. Maggie. She's a nun at the convent of St. Mary near Duftour, the laird acknowledged. They are an almost cloistered order, and I haven't seen her in years, he said. Aye, you could put Mistress Ellen at St. Mary's, my lord. She would be quite safe. Nay, the king replied. I will send to the Mother Superior of this convent, asking her to release Sister Margaret in order that she may chaperone a young ward of mine who will be sheltering with the Laird of Duftour. But wouldn't the convent be a better place for Mistress Ellen?
The laird protested nervously. What was he to do with the lass?
There is always the possibility that the MacDonald could learn where Ellen is, and you are in a far better position to protect the lass than is a convent of almost cloistered nuns, the king responded with a chuckle. Nay, Duncan, I am putting the lass in your charge. I will see that she has a small purse to pay for any expenses she may incur, for I know you are not a rich man.
He looked to his aunt.
When can the lass travel?
She must have several days of rest, Jamie, Margaret Stewart said. And I've already sent to fetch her servant and possessions from Linlithgow. They should both be ready to travel within a week's time, my lord. The king nodded. Excellent, he said. I know you'll do a fine job of caring for Mistress Ellen, Duncan. She'll find the borders far different from her Highlands. But every bit as hostile, my lord, the lad said. The English grow more bellicose every day. I wish we might put an end to it. I had hoped for peace between you and King Henry, but he is as bad as his predecessors. I wonder if there will ever be a real peace between Scotland and England, came the king's observation. This Tudor thinks highly of himself, but 'tis only his wife's blood that gives him legitimacy. There are yet those alive with stronger claims to England's throne than Henry Tudor. I have heard it said that King Edward's youngest son Richard still lives. Would his not be the stronger claim? My lord, my brother's wife has told us that her brothers were murdered at Middlesham Castle after King Richard's defeat, Duncan said. Her tale was second-hand, James Stewart murmured thoughtfully. Then he brought himself back again. Give Ellen MacArthur time to rest and then take her home with you. I will send a message to St. Mary's Convent tomorrow. You may expect to find your sister awaiting you when you get home. The Laird of Duftour bowed and backed from Margaret Stewart's privy chamber. This afternoon's turn of events had surprised him. He would have to send one of his men home to Duftour with instructions to his household steward to prepare bedchambers for both his sister and Ellen. His cook would have to be ready to create daintier meals. And what the hell was the lass supposed to do to amuse herself in his house? He had a small library. Perhaps that would be of interest to her. And his sister? Margaret had been the oldest of them. He barely remembered her. He had been 5 when his father died, 6 when his mother married the Bruce of Cleet and taken him with her. Ian had been left behind, as at the age of 10 he'd become the new laird. Maggie, at 13, had shown a distinct preference for the church, and so went to St. Mary's with her small dower portion. The last time he had seen her was after Ian was killed. He had gone to her convent to tell her and ask her prayers for their brother's soul and for his. Prior to that, he had seen her when their mother had died, and before that he could not even remember, it had been so long. How did one entertain a nun? He expected he was going to find out soon enough. Duncan did not seek Ellen MacArthur for several days. He knew she needed time to rest and recover from her shock. He wondered if anyone had bothered to tell her that she would be going to Duffdoor for her safety. After 3 days, he sought out the princess's old tiring woman and asked after Ellen. "You'll find her in the great hall with the other lasses, my lord," he was told. He went to the great hall of Falkland Palace and stood watching for several minutes as Ellen played a game of tag with the other young lasses. She wore a green gown. They were all flushed, laughing, and he saw they had attracted the attention of some young men who seemed to head directly for Ellen, whose red-gold hair was like a beacon. He felt a stab of irritation. He knew what the young men at court were about. A rowdy bunch of seducers and nothing more despite their fine pedigrees. He walked directly across the hall to her.
"I am pleased to find you well after all our travails and travels," he said as he bowed politely to her. "Has the princess told you of the king's decision regarding your care?"
He was pleased to see the young men, who had been preparing to approach Ellen, fade into the background again. "Why, no, my lord. I have been told not. Do you know what is to happen to me? I am certain the MacArthurs of Skye will not rest until they have found me." Her pretty face showed her worry, and her grey-blue eyes were sad.
"Which is precisely why the king has entrusted you to my care, mistress," he told her. "You and your servant are to come home with me to Duffdoor. My sister, who is a nun, has been sent for to chaperone you while you are in my house."
He looked closely at her, wondering just what her reaction would be to this news. "I cannot remain with the princess's household," Ellen asked him.
"Come and walk with me,"
the laird said to her, and he slipped her little hand through his sinewy arm. When he spoke again, his voice was low and intimate, for her ears alone.
"The king does not wish for your troubles to become a flashpoint among his lords. They are less apt to if you are not here, not seen. There may be gossip, but gossip dies, especially if there is nothing to be seen."
"But I killed a man," Ellen said in equally low tones.
"The king understands you were but defending yourself from your attacker," the laird told her.
Her face was like a small flower, and her lips looked sweet. He swallowed hard and continued.
"The king will wait for word to come from the north, and it will. When it does, you will be forced to forfeit Lochern in payment for the life you took."
"What of the lives Balgair took?" Ellen asked spiritedly.
"That must be decided among the MacArthurs of Skye and the MacNabs," the laird told her. "The MacDonald is a fair overlord. When the manner in which Balgair MacArthur obtained your grandfather's lands and his consent to marry you is made public, the MacDonalds will do the right thing."
Her head drooped a moment, but then she looked up into his face. "When are we to leave?" she inquired of him.
"Is your Peggy here, and is she able to travel now?" he queried.
"She is here, and we can leave on the morrow if you wish it. You have been gone well over a month in the king's service on my behalf. You will want to get home as soon as possible and begin building up your defences against your neighbours on the other side of the border," Ellen said with utmost seriousness. "We will need a cart, however, for my belongings, but we can be ready on the morrow, my lord." He nodded.
"If we ride hard, I can be home in 2 days. The cart will be but a day behind us."
"Peggy is not good with horses. She must ride with the cart," Ellen said.
"I sent to Duffdoor when we returned here. A goodly party of my men arrived this afternoon. We will be protected, and the cart will be protected," he told her.
"Poor man," she said to him with a small twinkle.
You came to court to gain a simple permission from the king, and you have paid dearly for it, haven't you, my lord?
A man of good sense knows he cannot beg a favour from any man, especially a king, without giving one, mistress, he told her with a small smile. I might have been put to a far harder task in exchange for my right to fortify Duffdoor than just the care of a pretty lass, Duncan said softly. You are aware of how pretty you are, Ellen MacArthur, aren't you? I believe I'm taking you from court just in time. The king is surrounded by seducers and rakes.
She blushed, but then she surprised him by saying, The king is a seducer, and the young men but emulate him, my lord.
And outspoken too,
he chuckled. What time are we to leave on the morrow? She asked, changing the subject.
Just before dawn. The days are so short now, it will be dark by mid-afternoon, he told her. I would not prolong our journey.
We will be ready, my lord, Ellen said. Then she curtsied and left him. He watched her go and realised he was glad that the king had put her into his care. He wondered what James Stewart would do with her once the matter of Bolgair MacArthur's death was solved. The king would probably find her a husband if he could, but a lass with no lands and no dower would be hard to place.
Poor lass.
But at least for the interim she would be safe at Duffdoor.
Their journey into the borders was a swift one. True to his word, the laird set out the following morning, even before the sunrise. The skies were greyish with the coming day. Peggy was mounted upon the cart next to the driver, with whom she was already chattering. Duncan's party quickly left the cart behind as they pushed their horses into a canter and then a gallop, which they sustained for several hours. When the sun had reached the zenith of its day's journey, they stopped to rest the horses for a brief time and refresh themselves. They spent the night at an abbey guest house along their way and were off again the following morning at the same early hour. It was at dusk on that second day when they reached Duffdoor Keep. It was a dark stone house with a single tower topped by a slate roof. It sat on the crest of a hill, which gave it a fine view of the lands around it. There was a small village below the hill. The cottages were of stone, like the house above, but their roofs were of sod. Still, Ellen could see they were well kept, and there was a small stone church at one end of the village. She could just see the smoke rising from the cottages as they rode through the village and up the hill. "I can see why you need to fortify," she said.
"Aye," he said. "'Tis a fine house, but it stands out like a wart on the end of a nose, and is a tempting target. Only because I am known to have a strong force of men-at-arms have I managed to keep most of the English borderers at bay. But there is always some damned fool who tries to make a reputation by attacking me. We've been fortunate so far, but come the spring, the raids will begin again in earnest."
"You will build a wall?" she asked as they rode up to the house.
"Aye, we've been quarrying the stone for it over the last several months. Now that I have royal permission, we will begin to build, and we will continue as long as it does not snow. I'm starting with a wall 10 feet high."
He dismounted and helped her down from her horse.
"Welcome to Duffdoor, Ellen MacArthur."
"Thank you, Duncan Armstrong," she replied, looking up into his face and giving him a little smile. "You may call me simply Ellen, if I may call you Duncan."
"Agreed,"
he told her, and then led her into his house.
"Welcome, my lord."
An older man came forward to greet them.
"You will find your sister in the hall awaiting your arrival. Ellen, this is Sim, my steward. Sim, this is the King's ward, Mistress Ellen MacArthur, who has been put into my care. We will speak on this matter, and I will have instructions for you after I have met with my sister."
Reaching out, the laird took Ellen's hand.
"Come, and we'll go into the hall."
He led her off down a short hall that opened into the house's main hall. A woman seated by the fire arose when she saw them. She was tall and slender. Her face was enclosed by a snow-white wimple, and her robes were as black as night. "Duncan," she said, "I am happy to see you looking so well. And this will be Ellen MacArthur, I expect. You have had a difficult time, I am told. Well, no matter. You will be safe here at Duffdoor." She smiled warmly, and her whole face was suddenly changed from a severe demeanour into a friendly one.
"Maggie,"
the laird greeted the nun, and he kissed her cheeks.
"You grow more like our mother despite your vocation. How much do you know?"
The three settled themselves before the hall's great hearth, which was filled with huge logs that burned bright orange and with a crackling noise as golden sparks flew up the chimney. A servant immediately brought a tray with 3 goblets that were filled with wine. He offered them around. "In answer to your query, little brother," the nun said, "the king sent a most careful and fully detailed letter to Mother Mary Andrew, which he instructed her to give to me after she had read it herself. I have been told I am to remain with Ellen until the matter between her and the MacArthurs of Skye is settled, and the king chooses a husband for her." Duncan nodded.
"Aye," he said.
"I shall be no trouble," Ellen told the nun, "and my servant Peggy should arrive tomorrow to care for me." "My child, you hardly look as if you would cause anyone trouble," the nun said. "I'm astounded you were quick enough to kill your attacker. May they let your soul burn for eternity. How did you do it?"
"Maggie!"
The laird looked shocked at his sister's question. The nun looked at her brother, amused. "I have devoted my life to God, brother, but I am not entirely unmindful of the world outside of my convent." "My grandsire gave me a dirk when I was 7, Ellen said, "and he taught me to use it properly. He said I should wear it during the day and keep it beneath my pillow at night. He said that he hoped I would never have to use it in defence of myself, but if that need arose, I should know what to do." She slipped the small weapon from its sheath, which was attached to the leather girdle she wore, and showed the nun. The older woman took the dirk and admired its small carved bone handle. She tested the blade with her finger, noting that both it and the tip were well sharpened. "It's a fine weapon, and it served you well," she told Ellen as she handed the dirk back to the girl. Then, reaching into her robes, she drew forth her own dirk. "My father gave it to me," she said, "with very much the same advice as your grandfather gave to you."
"God's bones!" the laird swore. "You're a nun, Maggie."
"Oh, come now, Duncan. Do you think my vocation and my robes will protect me from violence?" She reached out and patted his cheek. "You are really such a dear laddie, little brother. Every woman, even a nun, should be prepared to protect herself." Ellen could not refrain from giggling. The look on the laird's face was of pure astonishment. "Sister Margaret Mary is correct, Duncan," she told him. "We are not all entirely helpless creatures. Please call me Maggie, Ellen," the nun said.
"Women are the frailer sex," the laird replied. "It is God's law. Man was created first, and then woman from Adam's rib."
"I am pleased to see you know that fact," Maggie said with a mischievous wink at Ellen. "I am not certain that God gave women the task of carrying and bearing new life because they are weaker than men, little brother. But for now it is the supper hour, and I see the servants carrying in the meal to the high board as we sit chattering." She arose. "Come along now and let us eat. I imagine you are both starving after your long cold ride from Falkland. We've a fine haunch of roasted venison tonight." They adjourned to the table, where there was not only roasted venison, but a capon in a sweet sauce and ham as well. There was a pottage of vegetables, fresh bread, sweet butter, and roasted apples cooked with cinnamon and heavy cream. There was a pitcher of rather excellent October ale to drink, and Ellen found herself eating more heartily than she had in the last few weeks. When the meal was over, the 2 women returned to their chairs by the fire to chat, while the laird disappeared in the company of his steward. "Have you prayed for the black soul of your attacker?" the nun asked the girl. "I have, every day," Ellen admitted. She had told her companion the entire story while they sat together. "Would you have wed him if he had not approached you during the month of your mourning?" Maggie wanted to know. Ellen shook her head. "Nay, he was right. I was considering how to run. How could I live in Lochern's Hall again? The memory of my grandsire and poor Donald, tied into their chairs and murdered, would have made it impossible. And while I know it is a duty to marry the man chosen for you, the truth is that I did not like Balgar MacArthur. He was ignorant and rough and crude, and I could not have tolerated his flaunting his mistress before me. Poor Annis, she is a fool." "You know the wench?" Maggie asked. "Aye," Ellen said, and explained, concluding. "And she told me she was with child already. The clansmen in the north are not so scrupulous about their children. If she births a son, he might inherit Lochern, unless, of course, the MacNabs claim it as a forfeit for poor Donald's death." "You are well out of it," the nun said. "But what is to happen to me now?" Ellen said. I have no land. I have no queen, no dower of any kind. What man will have me to wife? I have gone from being my grandfather's heiress and a betrothed wife to a pauper. I suppose I could ask the king's aunt to take Peggy and me into her service. She is a kind woman. You are thinking too far into the future, my child. You must trust in God to direct you. He will. For now, for the next several months, you are safe here at Duffdoor. It is unlikely we shall hear anything from the king before the spring. There will already be snow in the Highlands, which means most travel will cease. Comforted by the nun's kind words, Ellen settled into the keep. She was given a spacious room on the floor above the hall. It had a large fireplace which kept it warm. The double window faced southwest, and it was rare in winter for the winds to come from that direction. It had interior wooden shutters and heavy brocade draperies of natural-coloured linen and green velvet. The great oak bedstead had matching curtains that could be drawn above the bed for extra protection from the cold. A small table had been placed on one side of the bed. It held a taper stick. There was an oak table near the window, and by the hearth a single chair of oak with a high tapestried back and seat. The floors of her chamber were wood, and a large sheepskin had been placed before the fireplace, a smaller one on one side of the bedstead. To her surprise, Ellen found a small interior room just big enough for a single bed, with a tiny nightstand and a taper stick. Peggy would have her own little nest, although Ellen knew her old nursemaid would not be pleased. But Ellen was. She was long past sleeping with her serving woman, and the little chamber offered Peggy far more comfort than a trundle bed would have given her. The accommodation was really quite good, considering that Duffdoor was only a border keep. She considered that perhaps she had been given the finest room. She would ask Sim. She did not want to put anyone out. Peggy arrived just before the early sunset the next day. She was exhausted with her travels, but pleased with the keep. "It's a civilised place," she said to Ellen. "When I heard we were being sent to the borders, I feared for her safety and comfort." Her brown eyes were taking in everything, and to Ellen's surprise, she was delighted with her tiny chamber. "I'm too old and too fat to share a bed with anyone now," she said bluntly. "And I like me comfort, my baby." The November days dwindled away. December brought the shortest days of all. It was cold, and the landscape about them bleak. Their days took on a comfortable routine. Maggie insisted that her brother's priest, Father Ivor, say the Mass each morning in the hall before they broke their fast. Duncan would not gainsay his sister's wish, and each day they prayed for the black soul of Ellen MacArthur. God, Maggie had told Ellen most firmly, had already forgiven her the sin of killing the misbegotten mongrel. After the Mass, they would break their fast with a hearty meal of oat stirabout in bread trenchers, fresh bread, butter and cheese. Then Duncan went off to manage the affairs of Duffdoor. Ellen spent her days in the keep's small, cosy hall, sewing while Peggy knitted, and Maggie worked at her tapestry frame, explaining that the tapestries now hanging had been worked by her mother and her grandmother. Twice a week the cotters came to the hall to have their miseries and sicknesses tended to by the three women. As Ellen was well acquainted with the making of salves, ointments, potions and pills, Maggie encouraged her to replenish the keep's apothecary. One day each week, accompanied by 6 men-at-arms, Maggie and Ellen would ride out to the most distant cottages to see to the infirm. On the other days, they checked to make certain that the miller was grinding the grain in a timely manner and distributing the flour fairly so the Duffdoor folk might make their bread, or they saw that there was enough salt available for the villagers to preserve the meat and fish they were given. Once the larder in the keep was filled, they saw to the fair distribution of the hunt. For the first time in many years, Duffdoor had women managing the domestic needs of its people. Ellen found she was every bit as busy as if she'd been managing her own home in the Highlands, and Duncan Armstrong noticed that his hall was cleaner than usual, that there was a bowl of small branches laden with orange berries on the high board, that the sheets on his bed were changed with more frequency and smelled of fresh lavender. The meals put on the table now offered more variety. The 3 women had brought comfort and peace to his house. One evening, his sister asked him if he would ride out the following day with Ellen to the far cottages. I am no longer a girl, and my bones ache with the damp and the coming winter. I cannot ride tomorrow, Duncan, but Ellen needs to go. There's a clansman's young wife who will drop her first bairn in the winter, around the time the ewes are lambing. Ellen has made a special tonic for her. The lass is frail, I fear.
Aye, I'll ride with her,
the laird answered. He was actually glad to have the opportunity, for since their arrival at Duffdoor he'd been kept busy. The only time he saw her was at Mass and at meals, and he'd had no time at all to speak with her. Was she happy? Was there something he might do for her? How could he know if he couldn't speak with her? Maggie smiled to herself. She had already come to the conclusion that Ellen MacArthur would make an excellent wife for her youngest brother. The fact that it had not occurred to Duncan didn't surprise her. Like most men, he wouldn't wed until he was backed into a corner and the arrangement made for him. He was so far past his boyhood she doubted he could remember it. He was closer to 40 than 30. But he was a good man, and he needed an heir, which would necessitate his taking a wife. As for Ellen, her impoverished state put her in a very difficult position, and she could hardly be considered at her peak when she was almost 19. Yet she was still young enough to have children, and Ellen MacArthur was a good lass. Maggie Armstrong might be a nun, but she had eyes in her head. She could see her brother was attracted to Ellen, even if he didn't realise it yet. Ellen, however, still thought of Donald McNabb and the life they might have had. Had she loved this man to whom her grandfather had betrothed her? Maggie didn't think so, but her life had been laid out for her, and she had accepted what was put before her. She had loved her grandfather, and if old Ewan MacArthur said Donald McNabb was the man for her, then Ellen would have followed her grandfather's decision without question. Love, however, would not have necessarily entered into it. Most people would have wondered what a nun knew about love, but Maggie knew. She'd fallen in love at the age of 10 with the son of one of her father's cotters. They had known each other since infancy, for the lad's mother had been Maggie's nursemaid. They romped and played together, and then one day when he was 14 and Maggie 12, they had kissed, and they had known in that instant that they loved each other. But they had also known that the Laird of Duffdoor would not sanction his daughter's marriage to the son of a lowly cotter. Her friend had been married to his cousin, a match that had long ago been approved by the Laird, and her father had decided the dower he had for his daughter was too small to bring her a good husband. So Maggie Armstrong had been sent to St. Mary's to become a nun. She had accepted her father's decision, as Ellen had accepted her grandfather's decision. But she had been resentful of it, even though she realised that without a husband she had no place in the world. Now she saw a young lass in a similar position, and Ellen was a girl who should have a husband and family. Maggie had discovered over the years that she was not. She was too independent a female. She had worked her way into her convent's hierarchy, and now stood in line to become the Mother Superior one day. Maggie knew when to yield a point, but she loved making things right, and she was going to make this come out right for her brother and for Ellen MacArthur. She watched them ride out the next day, a smile of satisfaction upon her face.
"You're a sly boots," she heard Peggy say as she turned back to the keep.
"Do you disagree?" she coolly asked the old servant.
"Nay," Peggy replied shortly, and she cackled.
"You would have your brother safe with a good wife, and I would have my mistress safe with a good man."
Unaware of the plotting about them, Duncan and Ellen rode some distance with the men-at-arms until they reached the far cottage they sought. The clansman, coming from the cottage, greeted them. His wife, he told Ellen, thought the child inside her too active and was frightened. Ellen dismounted and entered the cottage.
"Here I am, Annie, with the tonic I promised you," she said cheerfully. "Lauren tells me the bairn is stretching his wee legs."
Ellen plunked herself down on the bench by the fire, smiling at the young woman.
"Come, lass, and sit with me. Tell me what troubles you, and I will see if I can help you. But first, get a spoon and take a sip of my tonic."
Annie did as she was bidden.
"It tastes of peppermint, my lady," she said. "It will strengthen you for the birth in a few months," Ellen told her. "The king's own aunt gave me the recipe, Annie. Now speak with me." "The child is so active, my lady, I fear he will come before it is time," the girl said. "And I am all alone here out on the moor. What if the English come raiding?" "Is your mam in the village?" Ellen asked her. "Aye, she is," Annie said. "That the child moves strongly tells you that he is a healthy bairn and will live. I am told that as your time draws near, the bairn will rest in preparation for his birth. You are fine, lass, but I think Larran should take you home to your mother until the bairn is born, and I will tell him so. And I will speak with your mother. It is better you be in the village near the midwife, your mam and your female relations. Your fears will subside with the other women about you to comfort you. As for the English, the laird tells me they will probably not raid once the snows come. Another reason for you to go quickly." The laird and the clansmen entered the cottage now, and Ellen told them that Annie would be safer and more comfortable with her mother at this time. It was agreed that her husband would take her this same day.
"But I must return here to protect what is ours,"
Larran said.
"I must keep the signal fire prepared should the English come raiding. 'Tis my duty." "Good, man,"
the laird approved. Ellen bade her patient farewell, and they rode back toward the keep. "He is a loyal man, Larran," she said as they travelled.
"But she did the right thing with the wife. I could tell she was frightened,"
the laird noted. "Her fears of the English won't subside. They may grow worse once she births her child," Ellen said. "She is one of those lasses who is just naturally fearful. Would it be possible to put a man without a wife out on the moors, and perhaps give Larran a position in the village? Annie can't live with the loneliness out here."
"It could work with the cattle,"
the laird said thoughtfully.
"I could put one of the older men, a widower perhaps, at the signal fire."
"Do it in the spring, after the lass has had her bairn. Her husband will have gone the winter without her, and she without him. He will be more amenable to making a change," Ellen said with a small smile.
"You're a very devious lass,"
Duncan replied, smiling back. "My grandsire always said I had a practical streak," she replied. He liked her, Duncan realised, and as the days passed, he really began to understand what a great loss Lochern was to and for her. She was meant to be the wife of a man of property. She'd been trained from her birth for such a role. She knew how to nurture gently without coddling, and how to be strong as well. And she was certainly easy to get along with, he found. His sister, with whom he had had little association over the years, but knew by reputation, liked her too. God only knew that Maggie was not an easy person, but Ellen MacArthur had quickly gained her respect and her friendship. The Christmastide season came, and Maggie warned him to have some small gift for Ellen, but she would not say why. On Christmas Day, the first of the 12 days of the feast, he discovered why when Ellen shyly presented him with 3 fine new linen shirts she had made for him. "Of course the linen is yours, my lord," she told him. "Maggie found it for me in a storeroom, but the work is all mine. It is the only way I can thank you for sheltering me. I took one of your old shirts to make the pattern, but I can make any alterations needed once you've tried one of the shirts on," Ellen finished. He carefully inspected her handiwork and then praised it.
"Your stitches are so small, Ellen, that I can barely see them," he said. "I have not had any new shirts in a long time. The last I recall came from my sister-in-law Adair several years ago. Thank you."
And then he smiled at her.
"And as turnabout is fair play, lass, I thought you might want to make yourself a few new gowns."
He handed her a key.
"This will unlock the storeroom in the chamber my mother inhabited when she lived here. I did not know of it, but Maggie did. I realised most of your clothing was left behind at Lochern, but the little you brought to court."
Quick tears sprang into Ellen's soft, grey-blue eyes. "Thank you, my lord," she said, her voice trembling just slightly. "I have, I fear, become a bit shabby." Sister Margaret Mary gave a small smile as she watched her brother and Ellen. "Yes," she thought to herself, "God will answer my prayers in this particular matter." The winter passed in relative quiet. The snows came down from the north and covered the earth around them, but the hall was warm and the days began to grow longer. Ellen found herself managing the daily affairs of the keep when Sim, the laird steward, began coming to her for this and for that. She did not wish to appear forward, but Maggie assured her that the place needed a woman's touch, And so the days seemed to fly by. In the evening they would sit, the three of them, close by the fire, talking or sometimes playing chess. Maggie appeared to be particularly skilled at the game.
"You're too clever, sister,"
the laird said one evening.
"And here I assumed you spent all of your time on your knees in prayer at your convent. It would seem otherwise."
"Chess," Maggie told her sibling, "is a game of strategy and skill, Duncan. Like most men, you are too impatient. Check and mate." She took his king and smiled. Ellen burst out laughing at the look of surprise upon the laird's face. Then Maggie laughed too, unable to help herself.
"So,"
the laird said, and a wicked look came into his eyes,
"you find my helplessness before this religious charlatan amusing, Mistress MacArthur, do you?"
He stood up.
"I think you need a lesson in respect for your host."
He stalked her. Still giggling, Ellen jumped up, putting a chair between them. "I am most respectful of those deserving my esteem, my lord," she told him. "Your sister certainly has my admiration for her dexterity in the game of chess."
"Oh, now you've added insult to my wounded pride, mistress. You will have to pay the price for your impudence, I fear."
And swiftly yanking the chair between them away, he reached out and began to tickle her. Ellen squirmed in his grasp, laughing until her eyes teared up. "Stop, stop," she cried. "Oh, I can bear no more. Stop, Duncan." And suddenly he did. They stood staring at each other for a long moment. Ellen was flushed prettily. Her heart was beating too quickly, she thought. He wanted to kiss those cherry lips, the laird considered as he gazed down into her upturned little face. What would she think if he did, he wondered. "Well," Maggie's voice came breaking into the magic of the moment. "I think we have all had enough excitement for the night." "Aye," Ellen agreed, lowering her eyes from his. For the briefest moment she'd been lost in his gaze. It had enveloped her like a warm coverlet, leaving her feeling weak.
"Aye,"
the laird said. He wanted to protect her, to care for her, to cherish her. But Ellen MacArthur was the king's responsibility. Duncan had no rights to her. Chapter 4. The spring was coming. Work on the defensive walls surrounding Dufftor increased with urgent rapidity, for the milder weather and the melting snows would usher in a new season of border raids. The meadow nearest the keep was greening, and the laird's sheep and lambs were allowed from their pens. His small herd of cattle had been increased with the birth of several calves, and 2 of his mares had dropped foals, a filly and a colt. Large wooden gates banded and studded with iron were being built for the outer walls, which had been placed at the foot of the rise upon which the keep stood. Near the top of the rise, the laird had decided to dig a moat. "Will you enlarge the keep?" Maggie asked, curious. Duncan shook his head.
"Nay, but I shall erect a smaller inner wall about the house, which will allow us to withstand a siege should the outer walls be breached. The stream that cuts across the hill can be used to keep the moat filled. We will have a drawbridge with a portcullis and smaller gates. We have a well already dug by the kitchens. My permission from the king says I may do all, whatever is necessary to secure Dufftor. The barn will sit in the larger outer courtyard, the stables within the smaller. If war comes, and it will certainly come again, given the current state of affairs between our King James and their King Henry, Dufftor will be safer than most, and the outer court is large enough for us to shelter my cattle, my sheep and my cotters. I am tired of seeing them taken off by the English."
"You steal from them," Maggie noted.
"But I don't want to," the laird answered her. "I want to live in peace, with my wife and bairns about me."
"You have no wife," Maggie said pointedly.
"I will one day," he responded.
"Duncan," his older sister said patiently, "has it occurred to you that you are no longer a youth in your prime? You are well past 30, well past," she told him sharply. "You need to take a wife, now. You need an heir, now, not one day."
"I won't marry until I find a woman to love," Duncan Armstrong said. I well recall how my half-brother Conall Bruce struggled to keep from surrendering to that tender emotion. We could all see he loved his Adair, but he could not bring himself to admit it to her. He thought to love was a weakness, but it is not. Love is an incredible strength, sister, and I would have that wondrous power for my own."
"You surprise me, Duncan," the nun said.
"Do I?"
He smiled at her.
"I am glad I can surprise you, Maggie. But tell me where I am to find a lass to fall in love with, and I will do my best to comply."
"What of Ellen MacArthur?" the nun asked.
"Ellen?"
He smiled.
"Her fate is in the king's hands and not mine, Maggie. I know I have said it is unlikely she will ever return to Lochern, but there is always the chance the king will come to an accommodation with the MacDonalds and his MacArthur Piper for the death of Bolger MacArthur. He could choose one of his own strong supporters to wed with Ellen and hold Lochern for him. I am the master of Dufftour. I cannot wed into the Highlands even for the king, nor would James Stewart ask it of me."
April came, and May. Then one day a royal messenger rode through Dufftour's newly hung gates and up to the keep. The parchment he handed to the laird, once unrolled, revealed a command to court. The Laird of Dufftour was to come in the company of Ellen MacArthur of Lochern, chaperoned by Sister Margaret Mary of St. Mary's Convent, with all possible speed to Stirling, where the king was currently in residence. Peggy packed up her mistress's few belongings, grumbling as she did that she was weary of being a nomad, that they had no more life than a tinker who travelled from place to place with nothing to really call their own. Ellen restrained her amusement, reminding her servant that they had moved from castle to castle when they were with Princess Margaret's household. Peggy gave her a jaundiced look. "Aye, tinkers," she said, sourly slamming the lid of the little wooden trunk shut. "Will we ever ha' another place to really call our own, my bairn? I dinna see why we canna return to Lochern. You were but defending yourself when you killed the fellow, and you tell me he did murder the old laird and poor young Donald McNabb." She would not dignify Bolger MacArthur by even speaking his name. "All of that is truth," Ellen admitted. "But I suspect Bolger's father and the MacDonalds might not see it that way. Lochern is lost to me. The king said it himself." They departed Dufftour several days later, arriving at the king's current residence several days after that. Ellen, Maggie and Peggy were immediately brought to the king's aunt, where they would be sheltered. The laird sought out the king, who had just returned from hunting with his lords. James Stewart waved his companions aside and beckoned to Duncan Armstrong as a servant ran to take his kill and another put a goblet of wine into his gloved hand.
"Duncan, are your defences built yet?" the king asked. "The outer walls are just about finished and the gates hung," the laird said. "Perhaps in the autumn you will come and stay, my lord. The grouse hunting is particularly good about Dufftour. Mine isn't a large or a great keep, but I think you will not find my hospitality lacking." "I should like that," the king replied. Then he grew serious. "You have brought Mistress Ellen MacArthur with you, as I requested." "I have, my lord. She is chaperoned by her servant and my sister," the laird said. "Give me an hour, and then bring them to my privy chamber," the king said. "There is news from Lochern." "There is news," came the reply. "1 hour," the king repeated, quaffing the wine in his cup. "The matter shall be ended today, Duncan." Then he waved the laird from his presence. Duncan Armstrong immediately sought out Ellen and his sister in the princess's apartments. He did not see them, but Margaret Stewart's chief serving woman said, "I will tell young Ellen, my lord, and she will be ready when you come again to escort her." Upon hearing she was to see the king in an hour, Ellen called to Peggy to help her dress. "I cannot go into the king's presence dressed for the road," she said. "Unpack my spring green gown and fetch warm water for washing." She sat down on a settle by the fire and began to unbraid her hair so she might brush the dust from it. Peggy hurried off to do her mistress's bidding. "One of the advantages of my position in life," Maggie said with a small grin. "Having no wardrobe but that which I wear, I've only to wash my face and hands and shake the road from my skirts." Ellen laughed. "Not fair," she said. "But if truth be known, I should far rather have my pretty green gown. It won't be as fashionable as what you will see here at court, but I am content and no peacock. Your mother's storage chamber was wonderful."
You should have made more than 2 gowns, Maggie scolded gently. Ellen shook her head. Where would I wear them? 2 is more than enough for a lass like me, and I was able to repair my other garments so they are no longer so shabby. Peggy brought the warm water in a basin, and Ellen stepped behind a small wooden screen, washed herself and put on her bright green gown. It was soft wool and tight-fitting, with long sleeves that hugged her arms, a long waist and a low V neckline. Her girdle was leather, studded with rounds of green malachite. Her long red-gold hair was brushed and loose, beneath a modest sheer veil of white lawn. She had no jewellery, but a small silver clan badge that grandsire had given her. She pinned it to her gown. When they were ready to go, she was surprised to find that the king's aunt was to accompany them. Ellen was not certain if she should be frightened by this or encouraged to have these 3 older women as her protectors. Did she need protection? She would soon find out. The princess led the way through the castle to her nephew's privy chamber, where James Stewart and Duncan Armstrong awaited. Ellen curtsied low to the king and gave him a tremulous smile.
"We are pleased to see you looking so well, Ellen MacArthur," the king said, unable to keep his eyes from going to her breasts.
Indeed, she was looking well, he thought to himself, and then, seeing his aunt's sharp look, he smiled at the girl.
"Now, though I would not bring you pain, mistress, I would once again hear the story you told me last autumn when you begged my protection."
Startled by the request, Ellen repeated the story she had told the king several months back. Why, she wondered, did he want to hear it again?
"You say you killed Balgar MacArthur when he attempted to assault you?"
"Aye, my lord," Ellen replied.
"You are certain you killed him?"
"My lord, the groan he gave when I stabbed him was terrible to hear. After he fell to the floor, he did not move again, nor did I hear a sound from him. It took me several very long minutes to compose myself, dress, and flee my bedchamber. It took time for me to get to the stable, to saddle my horse, to get through the postern gate and escape. At no time was the alarm raised, because I killed him and no one yet knew it. I have, under the guidance of Sister Margaret Mary, prayed each day for the repose of his soul, and for God to forgive my taking the life of another." A look of tender compassion crossed the young king's handsome face. Then he said,
"God has spared you a great sin, Mistress Ellen. Balgar MacArthur is not dead."
Ellen's small hand flew to her mouth. "God help me," she half whispered, and then she felt the nun's hand slip into hers and squeeze it hard.
"He is here, my bonny."
The king tried to comfort the pale girl by using the nickname he had christened her with when she had lived with the court.
"You must face him before you can be free of him."
He turned to his personal page.
"Bring him in, lad."
Duncan Armstrong's hand went automatically to his blade. "Be brave, child," the king's aunt whispered. Ellen began to tremble as the door opened. Balgar MacArthur stepped into the king's privy chamber. None of them was certain which of them gasped at the sight of his face. A long, raised, reddish scar traversed it from his left eyebrow, across his cheek and below his jawline. A small scar ran across his right cheek to the edge of his mouth. He bowed to the king, and then his eyes found Ellen. He attempted a smile, but the scar on his right cheek made the smile crooked.
"Wife,"
he said to her. His cruel gaze mocked her. "I am not your wife, Balgar," Ellen said quietly, but her heart beat wildly.
"My lord, if I may speak,"
Balgar asked the king, and James nodded his consent.
"Despite her assault upon me, an attack that almost cost me my life, I would ha' her back. I will wed her this day before God and before ye, my liege. Send for your priest, my lord."
His voice was rough and whispery to their ears.
"She was promised to me by her grandfather, and I will ha' her though she be a treacherous bitch. Lochern will nae be fully mine without her. I will nae go back without her. She belongs to me."
He turned and stepped toward Ellen, his hand reaching for her.
"You're mine, and I'll let nae another hae ya, Ellen MacArthur."
Ellen shrank back as fear filled her. Then she crumpled to the floor with a small cry of horror. Immediately, Peggy and Maggie were kneeling to tend to the fallen girl. Margaret Stewart looked sharply at her nephew, and then she turned to Bolger MacArthur. "The wench will be punished for her insolence, of course, my lord, will she not? Your wounds are fearful, and was your voice damaged by her knife? Your tones are low, rough, and harsh."
"Aye, my voice was badly damaged, for when I regained consciousness, I lay for many long hours crying out for help that did nae come,"
Bolger replied, thinking he had an ally in the king's stern-looking aunt.
"As for my bride, I intend beating her every day until she ripens with my seed, madam. But after she gives me my son, she'll be beaten at least once a week to remind her I am her master. She will learn to obey me without question, I promise you. Her grandsire doted upon her to her detriment."
Margaret Stewart nodded. "You killed the old man, then, and his heir," she said.
"Nay, he was kin. I wouldnae hae his blood on my hands. I had one of my men kill him, but I did do the McNab myself, and it gave me great pleasure, I can tell you,"
Bolger said. Then, suddenly suspecting he might have gone too far, he explained.
"Old Ewan had nae right to give away MacArthur lands to a McNab. When my da heard of it, he was rightly angered. We came to Loch Earn and attempted to make the old man see the wisdom of our way, but he would nae listen to us. When we came again to steal the lass, she was gone. It was some time before we learned where. We had nae choice but to take Loch Earn, but while the clansmen ha' accepted me, for I am their kin, it would be better if Ellen is my wife and gives me my bairns."
"Indeed," Margaret Stewart said, and turned again to look straight at the king. "Well, nephew, what say you in this matter?" Ellen had just regained consciousness and lay in Peggy's arms, terrified and listening as the king began to speak. She was verging on hysterics, which she fought down. The king was silent for a long moment, as if deciding with himself what to do. Then he spoke.
"Is it that you share the same name that gave you cause to believe you were entitled to Loch Earn, Bolger MacArthur?" "Nay, my lord. My family is kin to old Ewan. His grandfather was the eldest son in his generation. He had a younger brother who married a lass from Skye. That is how the MacArthurs came to live there and to serve the Lord of the Isles. We are their pipers. My ancestress's family had nae sons, and they were the Lord's pipers. They taught my ancestor, and the Lord accepted him, and ever since that day, MacArthurs have piped for the MacDonalds. But we came originally from Loch Earn. Why would the laird make a McNab his heir when he had male kin?" "That I would have to ask old Ewan MacArthur, but alas, you have killed him," the king noted dryly. "However, while I condemn all that has happened, I have no wish to offend the MacDonalds. We have communicated about this matter and together come to this decision. You will have Loch Earn, and you will be its laird, for you are kin to the former lord. But you will not have Ellen MacArthur. There is too much hate between you, and you burn for revenge on this maiden. I see it in your eyes. I sense it in your heart, which is hardened against the lass. She would not live a month in your care. I will not have the death of an innocent on my soul, Bolger MacArthur. Go home now." "But I need her to impress my authority upon my clansmen," Bolger protested. "Your strength and your leadership should impress your authority upon your clansmen," the king said. "And you have the MacNabs to worry about. They will want their revenge on you for killing their kinsman. Go home, my lord. You have all you will gain from me. Though the MacDonald is a great and proud lord, 'tis I, James Stewart, who is the King of Scotland. You would do well to remember that."
Bolger cast a dangerous look at Ellen, who now stood, the older women surrounding her protectively.
"I'll have my revenge on you one day, Ellen MacArthur. You'll never be safe from me wherever you may go," he said bitterly. "Well, if I canna hae you, then your half-sister Anise will have to do."
"I have told you that Anise is no bloodkin to the MacArthurs, Bolger." She turned away from him, unable to look at what she had obviously done to his formerly handsome visage. She hadn't realised when she was fighting him off that her dirk had touched his face. Ellen could remember only her weapon stabbing and stabbing and stabbing at him in her terrified efforts to escape him and the rape he was attempting. "Escort the Laird of Loch Earn out," Margaret Stewart said to the king's page. And when Bolger was gone, the king's aunt said, Forgive me, nephew, but I have some questions as to this matter. I cajoled that fool into admitting his responsibility for 2 murders, and yet you let him walk free. What kind of justice is that, Jamie Stewart? Ellen MacArthur has lost her home, her inheritance, and I suspect she would know your reasons too. What is to become of this poor lass, now that she has been impoverished?
Come and sit by my side, my bonny.
The king invited Ellen, motioning to a small stool by his chair. When she had seated herself, he said,
I had no choice but to allow Balgar MacArthur to go free. The MacDonald seeks an excuse to start an uprising in the Highlands, and would have used his piper's boorish son to fuel that uprising. Eventually I will break that proud lord's hold on the north, but now is not the time. You could not have returned in safety to Loch Earn, my bonny. I am sorry, but I think you already knew that.
Ellen nodded. Aye, she said, and she sighed. I did, my lord. But what is to become of me now? She turned to the king's aunt. Peggy and I would serve you, my lady, but for a place to sleep and our daily bread. Peggy is not young, I know, but I am, and I am strong. I would work hard for you, my lady. Anything you asked of me, I would gladly do. Of course I would take you in, my child, Margaret Stewart said, and she felt tears behind her eyelids. The poor lass, she thought.
There is no need, aunt. Ellen needs to wed, and wed she will,
James Stewart said. His blue eyes were twinkling as his aunt looked questioningly at him. My lord, I would gladly marry, but I have no dower, and who would have a lass with no dower? Ellen replied.
But you do have a dower, my bonny,
the king told her, and he held up a black velvet bag.
In this bag are 12 pieces of gold, 10 silver pennies, 10 silver halfpennies, 2 dozen coppers. You may be bereft of lands, my bonny, but you are a very well-dowered woman this day. Now, will you accept my choice of a husband for you, Ellen MacArthur? I have chosen a good man, I promise you.
He jingled the bag at her. But, my lord, where did you find a dower for me? She asked.
Surely, my bonny, you didn't expect me just to let Balgar MacArthur have Loch Earn.
The king chuckled.
Nay, my bonny, the MacDonalds at my behest purchased Loch Earn from you, for you are Ewan MacArthur's rightful heir and closest kin, not the MacArthurs of Skye. On the old laird's death, Loch Earn became yours to do with as ye would. Why do you think Balgar wanted you so desperately? The MacArthur clansmen would have given you their first loyalty. Your grandsire was forced, before he was so cruelly slain, to make Balgar his heir. This sale is his punishment for the theft and the murders. The MacArthurs of Skye owe their loyalty to the Lord of the Isles. They will not betray that loyalty. When Balgar returns north to his lands, he will learn they are not his at all. He will discover he but holds them for the MacDonald. And should he at any time betray his overlord, the Lord of the Isles will not hesitate to kill him, as would I any man who betrayed me. The monies in this purse are what was paid for your lands, Ellen MacArthur. You have a dower. Now, answer my question. Will you accept my choice of a husband?
James, do not force the lass to make a decision this day, Margaret Stewart said. The man you have chosen, Ellen said slowly. He is a good man.
The best, my bonny.
Your Majesty has always treated me with kindness, Ellen responded. I must therefore trust your judgment, for I know you would not see me unhappy. I will accept the man you have chosen for me, and thank you for what you have done on my behalf.
Are you not curious as to who your bridegroom is, my bonny?
The king's blue eyes were dancing merrily, and there was a smile on his face. I do not have to ask, for you will certainly tell me, my lord. I can see you are bursting to do so, she teased him back, as sudden relief poured through her.
I think you will be content, my bonny,
the king answered.
And you, aunt, will not be unhappy. I've chosen the gentleman who has kept you safe these past months. You are to marry Duncan Armstrong, he crowed.
The nun gasped, surprised, and then she smiled broadly. Ellen did not think she had ever seen Maggie Armstrong really smile, but this was indeed a smile, and the princess nodded, smiling too. Ellen's gaze turned to the laird, and she caught the total surprise upon his handsome face, which she quickly masked with a neutral look. The king had obviously not consulted him beforehand. Remembering her months at court, Ellen recalled that the young king loved surprising those about him. Ellen remembered Maggie saying her brother had the fanciful notion of marrying for love. But few marriages were based upon that nebulous emotion so often sung about. Marriage was a practical matter for people of their station that usually involved land or gold or both.
"Are you not pleased, my bonny?"
James Stewart chortled. "Your Majesty has chosen well," Ellen said, slowly struggling for the right words. And she supposed that he had. If she had to be married, and a respectable woman really did have to wed or join a religious order, for which Ellen admitted to herself that she had no leaning, then better she be wed to a man she knew and respected. A man, however, did not necessarily have to marry, although men of property usually did. She knew the laird liked her, but just how did he honestly feel about being leg-shackled to her for the rest of their lives?
"You'll be wed today,"
the king said enthusiastically. "Today?" Both Ellen and the laird spoke in unison.
"There is no need to wait," James Stewart said. "Duncan must get back to Duffdoor as soon as possible. The bans can be waved. I'll send to the Archbishop at once. My own priest will perform the ceremony in my private chapel."
"Then," the king's aunt said, "we must go and make certain that Ellen and Peggy are ready to depart once the deed is done. Come, ladies." And she shepherded Maggie, Peggy and Ellen from the king's privy chamber. When they had gone, James Stewart turned to Duncan Armstrong and said,
"Say what you need to say, my lord, so we may be done with it." "You might have warned me, my lord,"
the laird said.
"It's past time you were married, Duncan," the king told him. "You are not wed," the laird pointed out sharply. "I am much younger than you are, and besides, I would convince those whom I must that Meg Drummond should be my queen."
His eyes grew soft when he said her name.
"The Drummonds have already given Scotland 2 queens. Why not a third?" "I will pray that your Majesty gains his heart's desire," the laird told him. "But why did you choose me to wed with Ellen Armstrong?" "You know her, and she you. It would appear there is no dislike between you, and she has a fine dower, Duncan. Besides, 'tis you who returned her to my protection." "I could have hardly allowed her to fall back into Bulgar MacArthur's clutches," the lad said indignantly. "You yourself saw the kind of man he is. He would have killed Ellen in short order, or she him. She is a gentle lass." "And you are a good man who will treat her well," the king responded. "She will make you a fine wife, Duncan." "I know that," the lad said. Almost immediately my steward, Sim, deferred to her. My household ran more smoothly with Ellen managing it than it has since I inherited Duffdoor. She has intelligence and a kind heart, but I am not certain I am ready to wed, my lord. "Few men are ever ready to wed," the king said, with a wisdom far beyond his years. "But wed we must for our families, for our estates. If my memory serves me readily, and it usually does, you are well into your 30s, Duncan Armstrong. When you were naught but a younger son with little to offer, you were wise to eschew marriage, but that is no longer the case. You are the laird of Duffdoor, and you have a duty to your people to get bairns and a wife, so your family may continue and prosper." "But why choose me?" the laird persisted. "Because I cannot marry her into the north. Any from that region would attempt to regain Loch Earn and cause clan dissension. It is best she be as far from the Western Highlands as possible, and so marrying her into a border family seems the proper course for me to take. And you need a wife, my old friend."
Duncan Armstrong laughed.
"It is obvious I cannot convince you otherwise. I'd always planned to wed for love, but Ellen is a good companion, so I will be satisfied." "You diplomatically did not mention that you have no choice, as I have ordered you to do so," James Stewart murmured mischievously. "Nay, my lord, I did not," Duncan replied.
The king handed the laird the velvet bag of coins.
"Her dower," he said.
Duncan Armstrong took the bag and tucked it into his leather jerkin.
"Thank you," he replied.
A young page was admitted to the king's privy chamber. "My lady the princess says the marriage must take place on the morrow after prime, for then the couple will have the whole day to travel. There is no time left today, and you must speak with the bishop, my lady says." The lad bowed to the two men.
"Tell your mistress it will be as she wishes,"
the king said, and the boy, bowing again, hurried out.
"We should celebrate your impending nuptials tonight, then,"
James Stewart said with a grin.
"My aunt means for you to be out and gone tomorrow." "With your permission, my lord, I would go and speak with Ellen first,"
the lad said.
"I would reassure her that all will be well."
"Go," the king said with a wave of his hand. Duncan hurried through the castle halls to Princess Margaret's apartments, and after asking permission of the king's aunt, he led Ellen into the castle gardens, where they might have a modicum of privacy while they spoke.
"I did not know what the king proposed," he began, "nor of the dower he obtained for you from the MacDonald."
"I know," she told him. "The look of surprise on your face when he announced you were to be my intended bridegroom was wondrous to behold, my lord." Ellen giggled mischievously. "And then you hid it so quickly."
"Are you content with this?" he inquired of her.
"My lord, you are aware that we are not being given a choice, aren't you? We are commanded to marry, and so we must. I am content with the king's decision. I like you. I like your sister. I like Duftor. But if there is another who has a place in your heart, my lord, I will ask the king to reconsider. I would not part you from the true love, Duncan Armstrong, especially when you have been so good to me," Ellen told him.
"I love no other,"
he admitted. And as he did, he realised that if he had said he did, she would have insisted the king free him from this obligation. But for some reason he did not want to lie to her. If he did, then what would happen to her? The thought of someone being unkind to Ellen MacArthur disturbed him deeply.
"We will wed on the morrow," he said, "and then we will leave immediately for Duftor. Do you mind if we go quickly, Ellen? We need to get home."
"I agree," she said with a small smile. "The defences need to be completed. It won't be long before the English come raiding again, and Larrin needs to be replaced out by the signal fire. Have you decided whom you will send?" They spoke for a time of Duftor as they walked through the spring garden. The sky above them was bright with the sunset when Duncan Armstrong finally escorted Ellen MacArthur back to the apartments of Princess Margaret. They lingered before the doors a few moments, and then Ellen went inside. Peggy had saved her a bit of meat, bread and cheese from the supper she had missed. Ellen ate slowly as her servant chattered away.
"We'll be safe at Duftor, my bairn. The laird is a good man. You couldna ha' a better husband, I'm thinking.
What will you wear on your wedding day?" Peggy asked. "I have not a great deal of choice. Perhaps it is better I wear this gown I now have on, for the wrinkles are gone from it. It would be foolish to unpack my trunks now, when tomorrow they will go right back on the cart. 'Tis a pretty garment, and the colour suits me well enough."
"You should be wed in the hall at Lochern in your finest gown," Peggy grumbled.
"Lochern is gone, and I have not a doubt a niece is wearing my finest gown," Ellen remarked ruefully. "Still, to be wed in the king's private chapel is an honour, and my green gown is very nice. I'll have a good husband, and my dower portion is a very respectable one. I would not have thought Lochern was worth so much."
"Well, I'll nae say the laird isn't a good man," Peggy allowed. "You did terrible damage to Balgar MacArthur's face, my bairn."
Ellen shuddered. "I barely remember," she said. "I just wanted to get away from him. I do not recall attacking his face, just going at him with my dirk."
"I should have been with you," Peggy said.
"I thank God you weren't. I could not have gotten away had you been, for I would never leave you behind, and you are not a woman for horses," Ellen reminded her servant with a mischievous smile. "I was fortunate to catch up with Duncan when I did."
"Do you love him, lass?" Peggy wanted to know.
"Love him? I don't know," Ellen responded with a small shrug. "He seems a reasonable man. I have not seen him show temper or cruelty, but I do not know him well enough to have formed any kind of attachment to him. I will be a good wife, though, Peggy. He and the king have saved me from a terrible fate."
"You'll have to bid him," Peggy said frankly. "Your first duty will be to give him a son. Have you even kissed him?"
"Why would I kiss him?" Ellen replied. "There would be no reason to kiss him." Well, that was true enough, Peggy thought.
"There are things you should know before you go to your marriage bed."
Ellen laughed. "I know what I must know," she said to her surprised servant. "You cannot live to the ripe old age of 19 without learning certain things. Anise was always speaking of men and their attributes. The lasses who were with me when I was a part of the princess's household, even Margaret Stuart herself, she said all lasses should know about such matters if they were going to keep from getting themselves seduced as she once did. I know of man roots, and that there will be pain when we are first joined. I know men like to fondle women's breasts. I am ready to do my duty." "I am glad to hear it," Margaret Stuart said sharply as she joined them. "Now, tell me, Ellen, are you truly content with this marriage you will contract tomorrow? If you are not, you have but to say it, and I will convince my nephew otherwise. I do not want him to be responsible for your unhappiness. Jamie is wildly in love with his Meg, and he wants everyone else to be as happy as he is. But you and Duncan are not the King and Margaret Drummond." "I must marry, madam," Ellen said quietly. "And I have found Duncan Armstrong to be a good and fair man, and I know him enough not to be afraid. I am content to be his wife. Dufftour is smaller than Lochern, but a comfortable house. Its people have been friendly toward me. I believe I can be both content and happy there." The princess nodded. "Then so be it. Now get to bed, Ellen. Prime is celebrated at 6 o'clock in the morning, as you know, and your wedding vows will be spoken immediately afterward. Peggy, tuck your mistress in and then come to me. I have instructions for you regarding your journey on the morrow." It had been a very long day, preceded by several long days, and now on the morrow she would wed, then turn about and go right back from whence they had come. "I don't think I want to travel again for a very long time," Ellen thought as she grew drowsy. "I would be content to remain at home. Home. I'm going to have a home again, and a husband. It's not at all what I thought it would be." And then she slept. When she was awakened, it was already growing light. 2 young maidservants were dragging a small round oak tub into the little chamber where she had been housed for the night. Several young serving men hurried in, each carrying 2 buckets which they dumped into the tub. Peggy oversaw it all. When the other servants had gone, Ellen arose and stripped off her chemise. "A bath," she said joyfully. "And the water is hot," she exclaimed, seating herself. Peggy handed her a washing cloth and a small sliver of soap. "Dinna forget your neck and ears," she said. "Have your gown all brushed and ready." "I wish there were time to do my hair," Ellen murmured, but she knew that there wasn't. She washed herself quickly, and then, rising from the water, stepped from the tub and dried herself with a warmed drying cloth. "Here is a nice clean chemise for you, my bairn," Peggy said, handing it to Ellen. Ellen slipped it on, and then, seating herself on the edge of the bed, undid the heavy, thick braid of her hair and began to brush it out. When she'd finished, she put on her green gown and slipped her feet into her sollarettes. When they began their journey home later, she would change again, but she would not go into the King's Chapel in her boots and travelling clothes. Ellen would wear her red gold tresses loose, denoting her virgin status. Peggy gave the long hair a final brush, and then she set a chaplet of fresh flowers atop her mistress's head that Margaret Stuart had sent for the bride. Together, the 2 women left the little chamber, which opened into the princess's large antechamber. The vast room was almost empty at this early hour, but for several servants dusting and sweeping. Margaret Stuart joined the women, and they walked together to the King's own chapel, entering it to find the King, Maggie and Duncan Armstrong waiting, along with the King's confessor. The priest said prime, and then he called the laird and his lady before him. His assistant brought the marriage contract, which had been drawn up the previous evening, betrothing Ellen MacArthur of Lochern to Duncan Armstrong of Dufftour. The dower was listed at 10 gold pieces and 10 silver pennies. Ellen looked at the laird. "There was more," she said. "It is yours," he replied. "A woman should have something of her own." Ellen's eyes filled with tears. She was astounded that a man would be so thoughtful. 2 pieces of gold, 10 silver halfpennies, and 24 coppers were hers. "Thank you, my lord," she whispered to him. Duncan Armstrong silently brushed a tear from her cheek.
"Please sign the contracts or make your mark, my lord, my lady,"
the priest said. First the laird and then Ellen took the inked quill from the assistant priest and signed their names. The king's confessor looked slightly surprised to see both signatures, especially the woman's. He was not certain he approved of women who could write. It generally meant that they could read too, and women who could read became dangerous. The signatures were sanded. Then the witnesses, the laird's sister, the king and his aunt, signed. Their signatures were sanded. Sealing wax was carefully dropped onto the document. Both the priest and the king pressed their seals into it. The assistant took the documents away. One copy would be kept by the church. The other would be given to the laird before his party departed shortly for the borders.
"Kneel,"
the priest commanded the couple. A little too quickly, Ellen thought. The king's confessor muttered the words of the marriage sacrament. When asked, both Ellen and Duncan accepted each other, although with the contracts already signed it was but a mere formality. He wrapped their hands together, saying,
"Let those whom God has conjoined be not rent asunder by others."
He blessed them, concluding,
"It is done now. Go and be fruitful, my children."
They arose and for a moment stood awkwardly, not certain what to do next. Then the king's aunt spoke. "Come along now. I've had a small wedding breakfast laid in my own private dining room." And she led them out of the royal chapel. They were 5 at the table, Peggy having gone to the little chamber to lay out the clothing Ellen would travel in shortly. It was a wonderful meal. There were individual half-trenchers of bread, filled with oat stirabout into which had been mixed bits of dried apple, pear and cinnamon. There were eggs poached in a cream sauce that had been flavoured with Marsala wine and dusted with nutmeg. There was half a ham and a large rasher of bacon as well. There was fresh warm bread, sweet butter, plum jam and a hard, sharp cheese. The wine was ruby red and rich. The quintet did full justice to the breakfast the king's aunt had ordered. As the meal was coming to an end, the king stood and raised his goblet to Ellen.
"I have not failed you, my bonny Ellen. Be happy now and put the dark memories from you. God bless you and your bridegroom."
Then the king drank, as did the other 4 at the table. Now Duncan stood and raised his goblet.
"To you, my liege, I thank you for the blessing of a fair wife. I am, as always, your most loyal servant."
The laird bowed to the king. Then he turned to Ellen.
"And to my bride, who has already brought goodness and happiness to Dufftor. May we have many years and many sons together."
He raised her little hand up with his free hand and kissed it, his look piercing her. Ellen blushed prettily. Then the laird drank, as did the others. With the 2 toasts the meal was concluded, and kissing her on both cheeks, the king left his aunt's apartments. The nun excused herself as well.
"I will go and see to the horses,"
the laird told the women, and he hurried off. "We will say our farewells, Ellen, when you are changed and ready to leave," Margaret Stewart said to her. "Come and see me then." "Thank you, madam," Ellen replied. She found Peggy waiting to help her out of her green gown and into her travelling garments. She put on her linen breeks and her shirt, fastened a wide leather belt about her narrow waist, and donned her doeskin jerkin with its horn buttons. She pulled a pair of knitted foot coverings over her feet and then yanked on her leather boots. Then Ellen sat down and braided her long hair up. She would not again wear it loose and flowing in public, for now she was a married woman. "Are we ready?" she asked Peggy when she had finished her hair. "We are, my lady," Peggy answered. "I'll have the men load this last wee trunk on the wagon. 'Tis fortunate we did not unload the rest of it 2 days ago when we came. I never thought to be going back to Dufftor, but I'll not be unhappy to see it again." Ellen sighed. "I lost Lochern," she said. "Perhaps if Balgair had let me become more familiar with him, I should not have been so afraid when he attempted to have me. Perhaps I could have managed to live with him and be a good wife to him. If I had, we should be at Lochern now." "That foreign MacArthur is a wicked man, my lady. There would have been no living with him. Those Northern Ireland men are barely Christians, and many, I ha' heard, keep more than one wife. You saw that already he was consorting with a niece. He wouldn't have put her aside for you. You're well rid of him, though it cost you Lochern. You've a better man in the laird than you would ha in Balger MacArthur, Peggy told her mistress firmly. Now let's be off for Duffdoor, my lady. They left the little chamber together and found Margaret Stewart with her ladies. Ellen went to the king's aunt and knelt before her. Madam, it is time for me to depart. The princess smiled warmly, taking Ellen's 2 hands in her own. In your time in my household, you served me well, Ellen MacArthur. My nephew has chosen a good man to be your husband, but I think you already know it. Be glad, my child, and know that you will always have a friend in Margaret Stewart. The king's aunt leaned forward and kissed the kneeling girl on both of her cheeks. Go now and be happy. Ellen lifted the 2 hands in her own and kissed them. Thank you, madam, for all you have done for me. I am but a simple Highland lass, but you treated me with kindness, and I will never forget you. I would not sound bold or above my station, my lady, but you will always have a friend in me as well. I bid you farewell. Then Ellen stood, curtsied, and backed from the princess's presence. Godspeed, child, Margaret Stewart called after her, as Ellen and Peggy left her apartments. She was genuinely sorry to see Ellen go, but it was the way of the world that people came and went in one's life. She suddenly reflected on her daughter, but impatiently shook off the thoughts. Little Margaret was where she belonged. In the stable yard of the castle, they found the laird and his men awaiting them. The cart was standing at the ready. One of the clansmen hurried to help Peggy up onto the bench next to the driver. Maggie was then helped up next to Peggy. It wasn't meet that she sit next to a man. The laird helped Ellen to mount, and she smiled at him. He smiled back, suddenly very aware now that she was his wife. A wife. He had a wife. Connell and Murdoch, his brothers, would certainly be surprised. He grinned as their party moved forward, and in short order left Stirling Castle behind. When the noon hour came, they stopped after several hours of riding to rest and water the horses. There was bread, cheese, and meat from the castle kitchens. They sat in the green grass and ate. I will miss this, Sister Margaret Mary said. I had forgotten how delicious freedom is. I haven't had a picnic in the grass since I was a child. Will your superior allow you to come to Duffdoor if we invite you? Ellen wanted to know. I will always plan picnics when you come, Maggie. The nun laughed. We are fairly cloistered, Ellen. I was allowed to come because the king requested it, and my mother superior considered it an emergency. Perhaps you will let me come when you are having a bairn. A bairn? Oh, aye, Ellen said, and she found herself blushing again. She would have to give the laird children, of course, but that would require some degree of intimacy, and they hadn't even kissed. Remembering Balger's kiss, she wasn't certain she would even like being kissed again. And there was more to creating a child than just kissing. We'll reach St. Mary's at the end of our ride today, Maggie said. You're staying in our guest house tonight, the nun informed Ellen. That will be nice, Ellen replied absently. Would he bed her in a nunnery? There was something almost wicked about such a thing, Ellen thought with a shiver. Maggie's convent was small and neat. They were greeted by the Mother Superior and said their goodbyes to the laird's sister. Maggie's demeanour the moment she entered the cloistered convent became silent and subdued. Your sister will spend the next few months in solitude and prayer, the Mother Superior said in stern tones. She must cleanse her spirit of the sin and filth of the outside world in which she has been forced to dwell these many months.
She'll spend most of her time at Duffdoor, the laird said quietly, and I'm most grateful you permitted her to come and chaperone my wife.
I was given to understand it was the king's ward who needed a chaperone, the Mother Superior said. The laird explained briefly. Ah, the Mother Superior said, her lean face showing a bit of emotion. I understand completely. How good of the king to give her a husband, considering that she has lost everything. Even the poorest girl entering my convent brings a dower.
The king wheedled a dower for her from the MacDonald in exchange for her lands, the laird explained.
Ha ha ha! The nun barked sharp laughter, surprising him. A clever laddie is our Jamie Stewart, she remarked. She turned to Ellen. "You are a fortunate woman, my lady," she said. "Aye, I believe I am," Ellen agreed. "Your wife and her servant may spend the night within our convent walls, my lord," the Mother Superior said. "You and your men, however, must shelter outside the walls. It is rare that we allow any man but priests within. A hot meal will be brought to you tonight, and in the morning after the Mass."
"We'll leave before prime," the lad said. "The sun will be up, and with luck we will reach Duffdoor before it sets."
The nun nodded. "The English seem quiet for now," she told him. Then she picked up a small bell upon the table and rang it. When a young nun hurried to answer it, the Mother Superior said, "Escort the lady and her serving woman who waits outside to our guest house, Sister Mary Michael. The laird, I am certain, can find his own way back through our gates."
"I will see you on the morrow,"
Duncan said softly to Ellen as he walked with her from the Mother Superior's privy chamber.
"This is hardly a place to spend a wedding night, now is it?"
His eyes twinkled at her, and he gave her a smile. "I had honestly not thought about it," Ellen said softly. He paused, and then he said,
"We will have time to know each other better in the coming weeks, Ellen. You need not fear me."
Then, taking her hand, he kissed it and left her, to find his way back to his own men outside the convent walls. Ellen sighed. She had spent her entire life preparing for marriage with one man, only to find herself married to another. Despite the few months she had spent at Duffdoor, her new husband was still a stranger to her. She knew everything a good chatelaine should know of housewifery, but she really knew little of men. Even her time at court had not really prepared her for the other side of marriage. Margaret Stuart had not encouraged the young women in her charge to flirt and play at love, although most of them certainly did. But Ellen had been betrothed and, faithful to Donald McNabb, she had avoided any situation that might have compromised her reputation or brought embarrassment upon her family or the McNabbs. And now she was married to an Armstrong and not to McNabb. She would live in the Borders and not the Highlands. She knew her first duty was to give her husband heirs, and she knew what was involved in gaining those bairns. The man root injected its seed into the woman's womb. The seed took, and the child grew until it was time for it to be birthed. It seemed a cold process, Ellen thought, and yet she remembered the other girls in Margaret Stuart's household, returning from trysts with their sweethearts, flushed, starry-eyed and dreamy. There had to be something more, but Ellen couldn't imagine what it was. She supposed that Duncan would tell her. He really was a very nice man. Sister Mary Michael led them to a small stone house by the gates. "You will find the makings of a fire inside," she said quietly. "Your meal will be brought shortly." Then she hurried off. "They dinna speak a great deal, these nuns," Peggy noted. "The order is a strict one," Maggie said, Ellen told her servant as he entered the little house. It was but one room with a large hearth. Ellen added some wood to the tiny fire that had obviously just been recently begun. The flames sprang up, and gradually the damp, chilly room began to warm. "Here are the pallets," Peggy said, opening a pair of doors set in the stone wall by the fireplace. She pulled the pallets out and shook them hard several times. "No bedbugs," she noted, pleased, and laid them on the floor before the hearth. "It won't be the most comfortable bed we've ever slept upon, my lady, but 'twill nae be the worst." The room was very spare in its furnishings. There was no charm to it at all. There was a single table and 2 stools. A broom stood in the corner. A knock sounded upon the door. Another nun entered carrying a tray, which she set upon the table. She nodded to them, then silently glided out. Ellen and Peggy went to the table and looked at the meal that they had been sent. There were 2 trenchers filled with a steaming hot vegetable pottage, a thin wedge of cheese, and, to their surprise, a small round cottage loaf. There was also a carafe of watered wine and a single wooden goblet. "I suspect the bread and cheese are for the morning," Ellen said. "My lord told Mother Mary Andrew that we would depart at first light." "We'll have to keep it safe from the mice and rats then," Peggy said in practical tones. She walked across the room and opened up the cabinet that had held the pallets. Reaching in, she felt around the enclosure for any opening that would allow a rodent through. She searched carefully, but she could find none. "In here," she said, beckoning to Ellen to bring the loaf and the cheese. "Wrap the cheese in the napkin, my lady. It will prevent it from getting hard overnight." The bread and the cheese stored, the two women sat down to eat the vegetable stew that had been ladled into the stale bread trenchers. It was hot, well-flavoured, and surprisingly tasty. They scraped their trenchers dry and then sat by the fire, slowly eating them until not a crumb remained. "They didn't stint us," Ellen remarked, sipping wine from the cup and then handing it to Peggy to drink. Their meal over, the two women used the chamber pot, then lay down in their clothes to sleep, pulling two thin blankets over themselves. Neither of them slept well, and consequently arose just as the first light began to tug at the edge of the darkness in the sky. They arose. There was no water for bathing, so they straightened their garments and their hair, ate their bread and cheese, and exited the guest house as the skies above them lightened to grey. Their horses had already been brought from the convent stables and were tied waiting by the gate. Ellen pressed a copper coin into the hand of the porteress and thanked her as, with a smile, the nun opened the gates to allow the two women out. The laird and his men were waiting, and seeing the two women, they mounted up. The clansman driving the cart pulled Peggy up to her seat, and they were off for Dufftor. Chapter 5. The day was long because it was almost summer, and the light lasted until late, time enough to reach Dufftor. The laird had sent a rider on ahead to alert the keep to their arrival. The baggage cart was at least an hour behind them, but riders were sent to escort it safely to Dufftor in the shimmering twilight. Sim, the steward, came forward, a surprised look upon his weathered face when he saw Ellen MacArthur.
"Welcome home, my lord. Welcome back, Mistress Ellen. Mistress Ellen is now your lady, Sim. We were married at Stirling Castle by the King's own chaplain 2 days ago," Duncan Armstrong said. "My lord," Sim smiled broadly. "I offer my felicitations to you and to your lady. Dufftor has not had a mistress since your mother's time, for your brother was never of a mind to wed. I know that everyone will be happy to learn this news." "You are free to tell them, Sim," the laird said. "Is there a hot meal ready?" "There is, my lord. It awaits you in the hall," the steward answered. "Peggy and the cart are an hour behind us. Have the watch be on the lookout for them, and see that the woman is fed. She's not young, and will be tired after our trip." He turned to Ellen and swept her up in his arms. "Welcome home, madam," he said as he carried her over the threshold of the keep and into the hall. Startled at first, she then laughed. "Why, my lord, you are a man of tradition, I see," she said as he put her back on her feet. She looked about her. "It is good to be back, Duncan. I know I can be happy here. I hope I can make you happy." She smiled down at her, and then, tipping her chin up, he brushed his lips across hers. "I know there is much we have to learn about each other, and I am a patient man, Ellen. You have said you can be happy here, and I want you to be. I was not expecting to return home with a wife, but I must tell you that while our marriage was unexpected, I am not unhappy to find you by my side, lassie." She was briefly breathless with a gentle kiss, and he saw the surprise in her eyes when his mouth had taken hers. "Have you never been kissed before, Ellen?" he asked her. Her sweet mouth had possessed an untried quality. "Only once," Ellen admitted. "When Balger attempted his rape, he mashed his mouth on mine. I found it disgusting, for his breath was foul, and I thought him rough. But your kiss was gentle, my lord. I liked it." He smiled a slow smile at her, and she saw how his eyes crinkled at the edges when he did so. "I would like to spend more time kissing you," he told her. "Will we share a bed?" she suddenly asked him candidly. "Of course, you are my wife," he told her. "Did you think otherwise?" "I know some ladies have a bedchamber, and their husbands have a bedchamber," Ellen explained. "That is what I was told by the princess, and the girls in her household have often discussed such things." "Dufftor is a keep, not a castle," the laird said with a chuckle. "We must share a bedchamber, lassie." "I see," she said in sombre tones. "Tonight?" "Aye, tonight, and all the nights of our life together," he responded. "Oh." Her pretty face wore a look of consternation. We need not consummate our union until we have gotten to know each other better, Duncan said. But you might as well get used to sharing a bed with me, for you will be doing it for a long time, I hope. Ah, I see the food being brought in. Come on, lassie, and let us have our meal.
He took her hand, led her to the high board and seated her in the seat traditionally belonging to the lady of the house. Ellen looked out over the hall. Oh, she had sat at this high board before, but then she considered herself a guest, and Maggie had sat where she was sitting now. This was her home now. This was her hall, her fire that burned brightly. The loom sat by the hearth, her loom with the half-finished tapestry she'd left behind when they had gone to Stirling. She would spend the rainy days and the evenings finishing it. Absently, she helped herself to the dishes presented to her. There was rabbit stew with a rich brown gravy, carrots and tiny onions. There was trout sautéed in butter and white wine and sliced on a bed of watercress. There was a small joint of venison, the last of the autumn hunt. It had been well braised and sat on a platter surrounded by roasted onions. Fresh bread, sweet butter and a quarter round of hard yellow cheese was set upon the board. Red wine filled their goblets. "The cook is to be commended," Ellen said as she ate.
"She'll be pleased to know you approve," Duncan replied. "She's yours to command now, lassie. Frankly, I prefer simple meals."
"I shall remember that," Ellen told him. "Tell me, how far away do your brothers live? Will I get to meet them soon?"
"Cleet is a good day's ride from Duftor, but you'll meet Connell and Murdoch soon enough. I'll send a messenger tomorrow to Cleet to tell them I have a wife. My sister-in-law will come with all haste to meet you."
He chuckled.
Adair has been used to being the only lady in the family for some years now. She will want to know everything about you, and where you've come from, and that she will be a good wife to me. She's English born and bred, but I'll leave it to her to tell you her tale.
"Is she beautiful?" Ellen wanted to know. He grinned at her.
"Aye, she is, but very different from you. She is tall, with black hair and violet eyes. She suits my brother well. You, however, suit me well. I have a fondness for red hair and little lasses," he told her.
"You are much taller than I am," she agreed.
"But we will fit together nicely, lassie. Of that you may be certain,"
Duncan said softly, and taking up her hand, he kissed it first on the back and then on the palm. A shiver ran down Ellen's spine. Her grey-blue eyes widened with surprise, and he smiled into those eyes, rendering her weak. She could not have risen from the board even if she had wanted to stand up.
"Amazing," he said low. "A year and a half in the royal steward's household, and you are still as innocent as a young doe."
His hand now caressed her face with delicate fingers that ran down her nose and over her lips and up her jawline. Ellen finally found her voice. "Are you making love to me, my lord?" she asked.
"A little," he admitted. "I find, now that you're mine, lassie, that I'm having a difficult time keeping my hands off of you. But I would not frighten you."
"You don't frighten me, Duncan," she responded. "You are a most gentle man." Reaching out, he cupped her head in his hand and drew her to him. His lips brushed across hers, touching, tasting, before he took her mouth in a passionate kiss. Her lips were silken, firm and sweet. She sighed, and her breath tasted like wine in his mouth. He felt a tightening in his groin, and was genuinely surprised by his reaction. He wasn't a lad with his first maid, but there was something so sensual and yet so innocent about Ellen that he could not help but be aroused by her. "Oh, my," she whispered as he drew away. Her cheeks were pink.
"I will want to do more of that," he told her softly. "You are a most kissable lassie, Ellen MacArthur, Lady of Duftor."
"That was ever so much nicer than Balgair's kiss," she told him. "After he kissed me, I thought I would not like kissing, but now that you've kissed me, I realise that it depends upon who is kissing you, doesn't it, Duncan? I will want to do more of that with you as well." Her grey-blue eyes twinkled at him. He laughed aloud at this. Sim came to the high board to tell them that the cart had arrived and Peggy was having her supper in the kitchens. Ellen stood up. "I had best go and greet her," she said. "Sim, will you show me the way to the kitchens?" Then have the men bring my belongings to the room I slept in before. I don't want to fill our bedchamber with my possessions until Peggy and I have sorted through it all," she explained to the laird. He sat with his wine when she'd left him and considered that just sleeping with her might prove to be more difficult than he had anticipated. She excited him, and her soft young body next to his was going to be very tempting. She had deliciously round little breasts, like the plumpest apples. His hands itched to fondle them. He contemplated the image of her with her long red gold hair spread upon the pillows. She would be the most tender morsel, and he would eat her up. Suddenly, Duncan Armstrong realised that his cock in his breeks was hard and aching. God's wounds! What was the matter with him? Was he actually lusting after his own wife? Aye, he was indeed. He struggled to consider other less inflammatory matters. It was time to drive the cattle to the high meadow. Perhaps he would overnight with his herders in the fields. Mayhap, instead of sending a messenger to Cleet, he would ride over himself. He hadn't seen his brothers in months now. Aye, it was the better way to inform them of his marriage. He wouldn't mind their teasing either, nor Adair's many questions. He could remain away at least 3 or 4 days, possibly longer. Ellen returned to the hole. "Peggy is very glad to be home," she said with a smile. "I want to settle her in her own little chamber myself. Do you mind?"
"Nay, I have some business in the stables, lassie. You know where the Lord's chamber lies. Find your way there when you are tired, and surely you are after our ride."
He hurried from the hall. Now what was the matter? Ellen wondered. Was he being thoughtful in allowing her time for herself before he joined her? Or was he experiencing a certain amount of shyness himself? She hurried upstairs to find Peggy rooting through the trunks. "Tomorrow," Ellen said, "we will get your trunk into your chamber, my dearie." "My chamber?" Peggy said, surprised. "Aye, your chamber," Ellen told her, smiling. "There is a wee room just for you at the end of the hall. Sim has readied it." She led her servant down the corridor and opened the door, stepping inside. "'Tis not very big, but it has its own hearth, a bed, and room for your trunk, and a window. Its shutter is open now, but she can close it when it suits you, Peggy. I thought you were deserving of your own quarters." Peggy looked about her, and her eyes grew misty. "Thank you, my lady," she said. "I will leave you then to your bed," Ellen replied. "What? And who is to get you prepared for your wedding night?" Peggy demanded to know. "My lord and I have thought it best to learn each other's ways before we grow more intimate," Ellen explained. "We will share the bed, no more." "He's a sensitive man, he is," Peggy said. "Very well then, my lady. If you do not need me, I will retire. I must admit that my bed looks tempting." Ellen walked back down the hall to the Lord's chamber and entered it. It was a comfortable room. Tapestries hung upon its stone walls. There was a fire burning in the hearth, which was flanked by carved stone mannequins. A double window facing southeast was hung with linen draperies pulled back to reveal the open wooden shutters. Outside she could hear a nightbird calling. There was an oak table before the window with a small tray, 2 little goblets and a carafe of wine. On either side of the table, and flat against the wall on either side of the windows, 2 high-backed oak chairs had been placed. Each had a woven rush seat, topped with a small linen and burgundy velvet brocade cushion. The large bed had 2 great turned posts at its foot, with a carved wooden headboard and canopy. It was hung with the same linen and brocade that covered the cushions. On both sides of the bed was a candle stand with a taper stick. There was a low, large, rectangular chest at the foot of the bed, and Ellen saw that her own trunk had been placed along a wall opposite the window wall. On one side of the hearth was another small table holding a pottery basin. She saw the matching pitcher, which she knew held water, in the edge coals of the fireplace. There was a small drying cloth and washing rag. Ellen went to her trunk and lifted out a clean chemise. Then, taking the pitcher from the coals, she poured water into the basin, then set the pitcher back in the fire. She needed a bath, but that would have to wait until the morrow. Stripping off her clothing, she washed herself as best she could. There was only a sliver of soap. She would have to ask Sim if there was a larger cake, and she should probably make a goodly supply for the year, Ellen thought. There was a small garderobe off the bedchamber. How civilised, she considered. There had been no such amenity at Lochern, although the royal dwellings had had them both public and private. She used it, giving herself a final wash, then donned her clean chemise, brushed and plaited her hair and climbed into bed. Which side did he prefer? Well, she would ask him when he came to bed. But she was asleep when he came into the bedchamber, and Duncan Armstrong found that he was actually relieved. It would be easier to lie next to her if she was sleeping. He stripped off his garments and, naked, climbed into bed. She was wearing her chemise, he saw immediately, and his anxiousness was lightened a bit more, and her glorious hair was modestly braided. No temptation there. But he could not sleep. She was warm against his back and smelled faintly of some fragrance that tickled at his nostrils. She breathed softly, and he felt her breath soft against his bare flesh. The laird gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and tried to will himself into slumber. He finally succeeded when he managed to relax his own body and decided to enjoy her warmth and sweetness as she lay against him. How many nights of this could he endure, he wondered. Aye, he would go to Cleet tomorrow, and then he would help move his cattle to their summer pasturage. As her husband, he had every right to Ellen's body, but he really did want her to be ready. Perhaps she might even come to love him, and love was the one thing he had always sought in a wife. But left to his own devices, would he have found it? He wasn't certain of the answer to his own question. Ellen awoke at first light to find her husband by her side. And he was naked. She could see his broad shoulders, his arm, and a bit of his back. He was unclothed. It hadn't occurred to her that he slept nude. But then, what did she really know about how men slept? What should she do? Even the servants wouldn't be stirring quite this early.
I didn't realise until I got into bed last night that you would sleep clothed.
His deep voice startled her. I didn't realise until I awoke a few moments ago that you would sleep naked, she answered him. He rolled onto his back, and she could see the dark hair upon his chest.
Do I tempt you, madam?
He teased her. His blue eyes danced wickedly. Ellen raised herself up, clutching the coverlet to her breasts. I suspect I may tempt you far more, my lord, she said pertly.
Aye, you do,
he admitted, and then, reaching up, he pulled her down to kiss her.
How clever of you to note it, but you have not answered my question. Do I tempt you?
I am not familiar with flirtation or love-making, and until I awoke, I had not even a small knowledge of the male body unclothed, Ellen answered him. She sat up again, for his closeness, she found, was far too heady. The male scent of him awoke something in her that she did not understand, and her heart was fluttering oddly. I do not think I am ready, or even capable of being tempted, but I will admit to curiosity, my lord. Duncan chuckled, running a finger down her straight little nose.
Do you always say what you are thinking, Ellen?
He wanted to kiss her until she was breathless. Usually, unless my words would be hurtful to someone, Ellen replied. When he touched her, she felt nervous, not afraid but fidgety. It was very disconcerting.
I am going to make a quick visit to Cleet to inform my brothers of our marriage, he said. And then I will be moving the cattle to their summer meadow. Will you be all right if I leave you for a few days? He asked her. She nodded. You do not want me to ride to Cleet with you? Not this time, Ellen, he told her. Then he pulled her back down into his embrace and said against her lips, I want you to have time to grow used to being the mistress of Duffdoor, to sleeping in this bed, to accepting that the next time we share a bed, you will become my wife in more than just name. Then his mouth closed over hers, and rolling her over onto her back, he kissed her softly at first, but as he found she could respond to his lips on hers, his kiss became more passionate, more intimate, more demanding, and then he lifted his mouth from hers. I will leave you now, Ellen, he said, rising from their bed. Then he turned to face her. This is what a man full grown looks like, wife.
He gave her time to look at him in his nakedness, his blue-veined cock aroused, before turning abruptly, he walked across the room to dress himself. Ellen's heart was hammering with a mixture of fright and excitement. She'd actually gasped softly when he had turned to face her. He had broad shoulders and a broad chest that was covered with a small mat of dark curls. It matched the thick curls at the junction of his groin that cushioned what she suspected was a very impressive manhood. His waist and hips were narrow, nay, sleek. He had very long legs and long, slender feet. His arms were muscled. When he had turned, she had admired the graceful line of his back and his tight buttocks. His body was beautiful, if indeed a man could be called beautiful. She wondered if he would find her body beautiful.
"I will see you in a few days,"
he told her, dressing and leaving their bedchamber. The sky outside the room was now light, but the sun had not quite risen. Ellen lay in the big bed. She would be alone for the next few nights, and then... She shivered. He had said it plainly. When he returned, he would make her a woman, take her virginity and use her body. Ellen shivered again. She knew enough to know the details of the coupling. What she didn't know was whether she would like it. What if she didn't like it? How many times did they have to do it to create a bairn? Would he stop when she had given him the heirs he needed? There was so much she needed to know, and there was no one whom she could ask. Peggy, bless her, can't tell me what I need to know, Ellen thought. She would have to learn with experience, she decided. She would have to rely on Duncan, who surely had great experience where women, their bodies and lovemaking were concerned. Ellen rolled over, drawing the coverlet up over her. He would be gone now, she thought, as she fell back asleep. And he was. He had gone directly to the stables, saddled his own horse and left through his new gates, telling the watchman that he would be at Cleet. He realised an hour later that he hadn't bothered to stop in the kitchens and take a day's rations. He'd be very hungry by the time he reached his half-brother's keep. At least the day was fair. When the sun was high and he'd been riding for several hours, he stopped to water his horse and considered that he should have taken several men-at-arms with him. It was early summer, and he hoped not to run into any raiding parties. The day was long, and before dark he sighted Cleet Keep ahead on the crest of a hill. The Laird of Cleet's castle grazed in one field, his sheep in the other. Duncan Armstrong rode down the hill onto the narrow road leading to the stone structure. He knew that the watchman had spotted him as soon as he had come over the rise, for Connell Bruce was a careful man where the safety of his family was concerned. Reaching the keep, he dismounted in the small courtyard, turning his horse over to a stable lad, and entered the dwelling, going directly to the hall. His sister-in-law, Adair, saw him first. "Duncan!" she exclaimed, and, rising, came to greet him.
"Adair,"
he said, bussing her on both cheeks.
"You are beautiful as always, madam,"
Duncan told her, spinning her about.
"Where are my nephews and my niece?"
"In the nursery with their nursemaid. How early did you leave, Duftor? You look tired and hungry."
"I left just before dawn and I forgot to take something to eat with me," he admitted to her. "I am starving and could use some of Elspeth's good bread and meat."
"Fetch some meat and bread for my lord," Adair instructed a serving girl. "And wine. Do not tally."
"Where is Connell?"
the Laird of Duftor asked her. "In the village on the other side of the hill. The English raided last night and took some livestock and 3 women. He's gone to get the details and will go raiding tonight to see if he can regain what was stolen. It's unlikely the English will expect the Scots quite so soon, so he may have the advantage. I'm glad you're here. You can go with him. Is all well at Duftor?"
"I have news, but I would prefer that you and Connell hear it at the same time,"
the Laird said. Adair pouted. "Why can't you just tell me now?" she demanded. He chuckled.
"Because if I did, sister, you would blurt it out to Connell as he came into the hall, and it's my news to tell."
"Oh," Adair said. "It must be very good news."
"Or very bad,"
he teased her.
"Duncan!"
The Laird of Duftor's younger half-brother, Murdoch, came into the hall.
"Oh, laddie, I swear you have grown another foot since I last saw you,"
the Laird said, hugging his youngest sibling warmly. Duncan has news, but he won't tell me until Connell comes home, Adair said.
I'll bet I know,
Murdoch replied with a mischievous grin. You do, Adair and the laird said in unison. Tell me at once, you wicked lad, Adair said to her younger brother-in-law. Murdoch shook his dark head.
Nay, 'tis Duncan's news. How could you know?
The laird asked.
I've just come from St. Mary's, Murdoch said. I needed advice in a certain matter, and when Mother Mary Andrew heard what it was, she allowed Maggie to speak with me. I have news too, and I will not wait for Connell to come into the hall. I have decided to become a priest. I am not comfortable as a fighting man, and I have not to offer a lass, neither land nor coin. For younger sons such as myself, there is only one other way, and that is the church. Once I have been trained and ordained, I hope Connell will offer me a place here at Cleet. If he doesn't, you can come to Duffdoor, laddie, the laird said. I would welcome a priest, and I even have a church for you. The priest there now is ancient. Thank you, Duncan, Murdoch Bruce said. What are you thanking him for? Connell Bruce said as he came into his hall. Duncan, what brings you to Cleet?
He took a goblet of wine from the servant who had finally brought them, along with the laird's bread and meat.
I've made up my mind, Connell. I'm going to St. Andrews to study for the priesthood, Murdoch said.
Connell Bruce nodded.
I thought it might come to that, he said. I'll pay your way into the priesthood, Murdoch. After all, we share both father and mother. If you can manage to support a priest when I'm through, I would like to return to Cleet. But if you cannot, Duncan has offered me a place at Duffdoor. 'Twas why I was thanking him, Murdoch Bruce explained. Why would you need a priest? Connell Bruce asked his elder sibling. I have a church, and an old cleric who will eventually die or need to be sent to a comfortable cottage, the laird of Duffdoor told the laird of Cleet. My people are glad to have a priest among them, and I'll eventually need to replace him.
Duncan has come with news, Adair said excitedly, her violet eyes dancing.
You've married, Connell Bruce said drolly.
His wife swatted at him. Don't be silly, Connell. When Duncan marries, we'll all come to the wedding, dance and drink to his health and that of his bride.
Then raise your goblets, Duncan Armstrong said. For Connell is correct. I was married at Stirling in the King's Own Chapel by the King's Own confessor almost a week ago. Her name is Ellen MacArthur.
Adair shrieked. Why didn't you call for us to come, you wretch? She hit him on the arm. Now you must tell us all. Sit down, the three of you, at the high board, and we'll eat and speak on this. How did you meet this lass? Who are her people? How old is she? And why were you married in the King's chapel by his confessor? God's wounds. The girl is enceinte by the King, and he wanted to give her a husband. That's it, isn't it, Duncan? You'll be raising a king's brat, such as I was. Duncan Armstrong burst out laughing. He was still laughing as he seated himself at his brother's high board. He laughed so hard, he almost choked on the last bit of bread and meat he had crammed into his mouth.
Adair, he finally said. That is quite a tale you have just woven, but 'tis not even near the truth. Ellen MacArthur was her grandfather's heiress. She was to wed with a cousin, Donald MacNab, he began. Northern names, Connell Bruce said. Is she a Highlander, then? Aye, she is, Duncan replied. A distant kinsman, however, was offended that Ewan MacArthur would give his only heiress to a MacNab. He attempted to convince this laird to give the girl to his son, but the old man was adamant. Suspecting his kin would bride-nap Ellen, he sent her to the king, asking that Jamie protect her. This the king did, putting her with his aunt's household. Over a year later, a message came from Ewan MacArthur asking that Ellen be returned home to Lochern to be wed to her cousin Donald MacNab. It was at that point I arrived at court asking the king's permission to fortify Duffdoor. The king gave me permission in exchange for escorting Ellen home, which I did. When we reached Lochern, we found the old laird and the bridegroom slain by his MacArthur kin. They'd forced Ewan MacArthur to sign papers, making the same kin's son his heir and betrothing Ellen to him.
How terrible, Adair exclaimed. The poor girl.
I had 6 men with me, and there was no way I could get her out of there. I managed to extract a promise from the bastard that he would not wed her for a month, so she might mourn her grandfather and her bridegroom. Then I took my men and departed with all haste. That night, however, her betrothed husband attempted to rape her. She defended herself, and cut him up quite badly with her dirk. Then she fled Lochern and came after me. I returned her to the king, who put her in my care until the matter could be straightened out to everyone's satisfaction. Maggie came from St. Mary's to chaperone Ellen. She remained at Dufftour all last winter. Several weeks ago, the king recalled her to Stirling. She had not, sadly, dispatched Balgair MacArthur, that is his name, to hell, where he certainly belongs, but she had done a lovely job of carving him to bits. He was a horror to behold, and his hatred for Ellen oozed from him, Duncan continued. Once the snows had melted, and he'd healed so he could travel, he had come down from the Highlands to reclaim her. The poor lass was terrified. The king questioned her once again, but she did not waver in her story. Balgair, however, blustered, boasted, and demanded the return of his bride. But the king is no fool. Balgair's father is one of the MacDonald's pipers. For the sake of peace between the Lord of the Isles and King James, he could not detain Balgair and punish him for the murders he had committed. Balgair even admitted to the murders before us all, for he was proud of having Lochern retained as MacArthur family property. Instead, the king told him that while he would be Laird of Lochern, Ellen would not be turned over to him. Jamie said he saw the anger Balgair had for her, and it was obvious that she detested him. There was too much hatred between them ever to be mended, the king said, and he sent him home. Ellen thanked him for saving her once again, and asked the king's aunt, who had been with us, if she would take her into service, as she now had nothing for a dower. Jamie laughed and told Ellen she had a very comfortable dower. It seems that after Ellen's escape from Lochern, the king had gotten in contact with the MacDonalds regarding the murders of Ewan MacArthur and Donald MacNab. After some negotiation, they had agreed that Ellen could not return to Lochern, but that she should be compensated for the theft of her dower. The Lord of the Isles paid a more than fair compensation for Lochern and for the old laird's murder. As for Donald MacNab, it is a certainty that his kinfolk will have their revenge on Balgair, not just for Donald's murder, but for the loss of Lochern's lands. And I would enjoy being a shadow in the chamber when Balgair MacArthur learns that Lochern does not belong to him.
Duncan laughed heartily.
He dare not defy the MacDonald, who is his overlord, and even his own father will not defend him against his master. All his scheming has come to naught. He has neither the land nor the lass. But he was certainly encouraged by his family to take Lochern by force,
Connell noted, and the others nodded in agreement.
Aye, he was, and I have no doubt the MacDonald knew of the MacArthur's plans. But I doubt any anticipated the level of violence that would be done. Balgair was not content to force the old man to sign a document making him his heir, or to sign another giving Ellen to Balgair as his wife. He lured young MacNab to Lochern, and then murdered both of them in cold blood. It was unnecessary. Ellen would have returned home and been forced to the altar. Would the MacNabs have objected? Aye, they would have, but it would have been done. There might have been a bit of warring between the two clans, but then a penalty would have been paid for the MacNabs' disappointment. Ewan MacArthur was not a well man. He would have died in a year or less. There was no need for Ellen to come home, to find her grandfather and her bridegroom with their throats slit, tied to chairs at the high board.
I cannot even begin to imagine her horror at such a sight, Adair murmured.
She's a braw lassie, Duncan Armstrong said. She kept her head about her and was able to successfully escape.
There was just the hint of pride in his voice when he spoke of her, and while his brothers did not particularly notice it, Adair did. How did she end up your wife? She asked her brother-in-law. Duncan smiled.
The king and his aunt agreed she must have a husband. Jamie asked her if she would accept his choice, and she said she would. Since she had lived at Dufftour all last winter and was familiar with me, and since I did not have a wife, the king decided that I should make her the perfect husband.
Adair giggled. Was it a shock? She asked him mischievously.
Aye, he responded with a grin. It was, but I could not say nay, could I? You were wed that same day,
Connell Bruce wanted to know.
The next day, Duncan said. Jamie wanted us on the road immediately thereafter. The king's own confessor married us after prime. We returned Maggie to her convent and departed the next day for Dufftour, reaching it late that second day, yesterday. I left my keep early this morning to ride to Cleet to share my news with you.
You left your bride alone to herself? Adair was shocked.
I wanted her to have a little time to take in all that has happened to her in the last 7 months and be settled in her mind.
He sighed.
Unlike you, Connell, I'd hoped to find love, true love, in the woman I married.
You do not think you can love her? Adair said softly.
I do not know, because I don't really know Ellen, Duncan replied. She spent just about all of her time last winter with Maggie. Maggie seems to like her, though.
What does she look like? Murdoch asked his eldest sibling.
Oh, she's fair, very fair. The king calls her Bonnie, Duncan said. Ellen is petite and just slightly rounded. Her eyes are a soft, misty grey blue, her skin luminescent like a pearl. But 'tis her hair I love. It is long, thick, and a glorious red gold in colour.
It would appear you like her, Connell Bruce said dryly to his elder half-brother.
I do, Duncan said. She's pretty, intelligent and amusing, not to mention brave. Of course I like her.
Adair smiled a little cat smile. Then there is hope, Duncan, that you will come to love her. Be certain to tell her when you do. Do not be like your brother.
Will you never leave off nagging me about that? The Laird of Cleet said, irritated. I finally said it. I'll say it now, Adair. I love you.
Duncan and Murdoch laughed, remembering how difficult it had been for Connell Bruce to admit that he loved the woman who is now his wife. When do we get to meet your bride? Adair asked.
I'll stay with you a day or so. Perhaps, Connell, I can ride out with you when you go raiding tonight. Then I must oversee the moving of my cattle to a summer pasturage. Come in another week or 10 days.
We'll come in a month, Adair said. You need time alone with your Ellen, you great lout. The poor lass will begin to think you don't want a wife if you don't spend some time with her. She laughed. I do believe that you are shy of her, Duncan, and I have never known you to be shy with the lasses. How Agnes Carr would laugh. He reddened.
Tam, madam, you have too sharp a tongue.
And a sharper eye, Adair told him. Then, reaching out, she took his hand in hers. You're a good man, Duncan, she said, and she squeezed his hand. Any lass would be fortunate to have you as a husband. The king and his aunt saw it. I suspect your little Ellen sees it too. But remember, if you are shy of her, she is even shyer. She's been raised by her beloved grandfather. She'll need your reassurance, gentleness, and good heart. And in time she will learn to love you, and you her. This is not a bad thing, this marriage. I doubt if you would have ever had the courage to ask a woman to wed with you. I don't know what it is about big, strong men that they cannot say certain words.
I love you,
Connell Bruce murmured in his wife's ear, and she turned, smiling, as she released her brother-in-law's big hand. I love you, she told him, and he grinned as if he had never before heard the words from her lips. Then she patted his rough cheek. Be careful out there tonight, she said. The moon is almost full, my lord.
Do you know who has been raiding? Duncan asked. It's been very quiet at Duffdoor, but I suspect my walls no longer make us so easy a target, and you've always been safe here on your hill. It's my village on the other side of the hill. They are vulnerable to raiders, Connell Bruce told his brother. And my keep isn't big enough to shelter them all. The English have discovered that. The raiding parties all seem to be directed by the same man, Sir Roger Colby. He is, the gossip would have it, a friend of King Henry. I thought we had a peace with the English, Duncan said.
We were supposed to, Adair said. But even as the two kings signed the document, the Tudor king's ships were attacking Scots ships in our own waters. The 3-year truce has lasted but 8 months, I fear.
Where did you learn all this?
Duncan was curious. Hercules Hepburn comes now and again to hunt with Connell, Adair said.
And you know my wife is most interested in politics, the Laird of Cleet observed. It is her upbringing, I fear. I can't seem to wean her from it.
Duncan laughed.
You shouldn't. She learns all manner of fascinating facts.
Encouraged, Adair continued as they helped themselves to the dishes being brought now by the servants. Mussels in mustard sauce, trout and white wine, a large, fat roasted capon with a cherry sauce, a small roast of venison, lark pie, rabbit stew, braised lettuces, fresh peas, bread, butter, and cheese. King Henry is working very hard to make King James's government unstable. His agents are coming privily to the border lords in hopes of getting them to switch their allegiances from Scotland to England. Those who refuse, or who they think might refuse, are being raided. The price of peace here on the border right now is loyalty to the Tudor king.
The Tudor king is not Scotland's king,
Duncan said grimly.
And Sir Roger is King Harry's chief agent, I'm assuming.
Aye, Adair told him. He is, I'm told, a ruthless man, much like his master.
Then this is why Jamie made mention of a lad who claims to be your half-brother Richard. He's being championed by the Duchess of Burgundy, Margaret Plantagenet, Duncan said.
Both Edward and Richard are dead, Adair said. Tears sprang to her eyes. The young page who escaped Middlesham after King Richard was killed at Bosworth Field came to me and told me so. He saw the boys strangled and their bodies carried away. The murderers would have been Lancastrians, of course, although in whose pay we will never know. Henry Tudor has killed or imprisoned any other Yorkist claimants to the throne who remained in England. Poor Warwick languishes in the Tower.
I fear our King James seeks to pay back in kind the Tudors' behaviour toward him and toward Scotland. If he supports this lad's claim to England's throne, who knows to where it will lead, Adair?
The English are comfortable now with this king of theirs. They are tired of warring. They will not support any pretender, no matter who advocates for him, especially a Scots king. If Scots borderers are bitter over the constant raiding, so too are the English borderers weary of it. But they will fight if need be for King Henry, Adair said. If this Sir Roger Colby has been appointed by the Tudor to cause havoc and dissension, the English borderers will support him, I fear. It is our way of life here in the borders to steal one another's cattle, sheep and women, but it is not usual for it to be done with such violence as has been seen of late.
We'll only seek out where Sir Roger holes up, Conall Bruce said, and return with our livestock and women. I have an idea where he is, but next time we will burn his house to the ground. He flashed a wolfish smile. But you, Murdoch, shall not go. If you are to be a priest, you want nothing more on your conscience than is now there, lad. I'm certain your exploits in Agnes Carr's bed are more than enough for our priest to tolerate.
The Laird of Cleet chuckled, enjoying the flush on his little brother's face. The priest visits Agnes now and again. He says it is to pray with her. She says he comes to fuck her first, and then he prays afterward with her for forgiveness, Murdoch told them with a broad grin. She says for an old man he is quite lusty. His brothers and sister-in-law burst out laughing.
God bless Agnes, Duncan said.
She'll be heartbroken to learn you have a wife, Murdoch said.
Aye, I have a wife,
Duncan said, smiling. May I go and meet her while you are off raiding and herding cattle, Murdoch said. He was the youngest of his late mother's 5 children, and his siblings had a tendency to be protective of him. Cleet's cook, Elspeth, adored him. Duncan thought a moment, and then he nodded.
Aye, ride over to Duffdoor tomorrow and meet Ellen. You need not wait a month or more. 'Tis foolish.
I'll go with you, Adair said. When you have finished your raiding, Conall, you may join us there, and we'll wait for Duncan to return from his cattle herding before we return home. I'm sure his lass will welcome a bit of company.
Will you bring your bairns? Duncan wanted to know.
Gracious no, we don't want to frighten the poor lass, Adair replied with a small smile. My noisy lot might put her off bairns, and you need an heir. When it was fully dark, Conall Bruce, his brother Duncan Armstrong, and their men rode out and headed across the Scots border into the English border. The night was still, and an almost full moon lit the landscape. The Laird of Cleet had been told by a passing pedlar that Sir Roger Colby had a house in the region known as the Devil's Glen. As they neared it, they slowed their horses to muffle the sound of their hooves.
"'Tis well named,"
Duncan murmured softly as he entered the narrow passage into the little valley. Sheer rock walls and heavy stands of trees surrounded them.
"Aye, it's a good hidey-hole,"
Conall agreed. At the end of the glen, they saw a large stone house, barns and pens filled with cattle. At the Bruce's upraised hand, they stopped. The house was dark, indicating that its master was not in residence, or perhaps on this fine summer's night he was out raiding once again. A dog barked twice, but they could not see any indication of men guarding the cattle pens. Obviously, Sir Roger felt secure in the Devil's Glen.
"Where do you think the women are?"
Connell said to his brother.
"Probably the cellars, and I'm certain there is household help. But how many servants and how well armed is the question,"
Duncan said.
"Look, at the top of the house, a light. I'll wager the servants sleep there. If we could get into the house and then into the cellars, we might be able to find the 3 women without rousing anyone. We can take the cattle afterward." "We'll have to move quickly,"
Connell Bruce said.
"I don't want to get caught at the end of this glen, or in the narrow track leading back to the moors." "I'll go into the house,"
Duncan said, and he signalled to 2 of his clansmen.
"No," his brother said. "I'll go into the house. The lasses are more apt to recognise me than you. You haven't lived at Cleet in several years. You start taking the cattle from their pens." "How many do you want?"
the Laird of Dufftor asked. Connell Bruce grinned wickedly.
"My own, and as many others as we can steal,"
he replied. Then he gestured to several of his men and, dismounting, went toward the house. Soon the shadows of the raiders disappeared. Duncan Armstrong spoke to the men surrounding him.
"Take all of the cattle, lads," he said.
The 2 pens were opened, and as the cattle began to stream out slowly, the clansmen herded them away from Sir Roger's house and back toward the moors. The Laird of Dufftor directed them with soft words and hand signals as they worked. Soon the cattle were gone from his sight, but he remained waiting for Connell. And finally the Laird of Cleet came from the house with his men and the 3 women who had been stolen. The clansmen mounted, pulling the women up behind them. Then, the 2 lairds leading the way, they made good their escape from the Devil's Glen. Out on the moor, the sky above was now black, the long summer's night coming to an end slowly before the dawn. The moon shone brightly as they rode, the noise of the cattle's and horses' hooves thundering rhythmically as they galloped along. They instinctively knew when the English border became the Scots border. And finally, as the night gave way to the false dawn, they reached Cleet. The clansmen, riding with the 3 kidnapped women, headed toward the village on the other side of the hill to return their companions back to their families.
"Why don't you take some of the cattle for yourself?"
Connell suggested.
"You'll be heading for the high meadows at Dufftor, and you did do much of the work last night while I sought out the lasses. The English used one of them, and at first she didn't want to return, for she was so ashamed. She isn't certain her husband will want her back. I've said I would go and speak to her man. Poor lass. I know I couldn't put a dare away if something like that happened to her. What would you do, Duncan, if your wife were stolen away and forced?"
"I don't know,"
Duncan answered.
"I haven't yet bedded Ellen, although I mean to when I return home. I suppose if I loved her, I would be outraged, but whether my anger would overcome my love is a moot point, because I barely know the lass."
"You think too much,"
Connell said with a grin.
"Always did. I thought you might be the priest in the family. Never considered young Murdoch."
"He'll be a good priest,"
Duncan responded.
"He is pious without being pompous, and his heart is both good and kind.
And he understands human weaknesses, having several of them himself,"
Connell agreed.
"But I wonder if can he refrain from fucking Agnes Carr? The rumour is that her 2 bairns are his."
He shrugged.
"But if the priesthood is his choice, then so be it. His conscience is between him and God, and although it's banned, there are plenty of priests even today here in Scotland with hearthmates or who pay regular visits to the village whore on the pretext of saving her wicked soul."
They had reached the keep. The sun was coming up over the eastern hills.
"Drive them out into the pastures,"
Connell Bruce ordered his men. Then he and his brother entered the tower house. Adair greeted them. "You're back safe, praise God and his blessed mother. Come and eat. Elspeth has prepared an incredible breakfast for you."
"We rescued the women," Connell Bruce told his wife, "and we came back with a rather fine herd of cattle. Duncan will take some with him when he rides home."
"Murdoch and I are ready to leave for Dufftor now," Adair said. She bent and kissed her husband. "I'll see you in a few days, my lord. Try not to get into any trouble while I am away from you. Jamie's birthday is next week. I've left his gifts in the low chest in our bedchamber. But before you come to Dufftor, be certain that their nursemaid knows. And you'll be 6, Connell, since I know you don't remember." She laughed, and then she was gone from the hall, the elusive scent she always wore wafting behind her. Duncan and Connell ate a hearty breakfast and then sought their beds. It had been a long night. When they awoke in early afternoon, the captain of the men-at-arms informed them that all was quiet, and no strangers had been spotted from the heights during the day. He would post an extra watch this night, however. The bulk of the cattle had already been taken to the summer meadows. The 24 that the Laird of Duftor wanted were now penned in the barns and out of sight. The 2 brothers spent a companionable evening talking and playing chess. The night remained calm, and in the morning Connell Bruce and Duncan Armstrong parted, one to drive his new cattle to Duftor, and the other to strengthen the defences of his home. They would meet again in a few days at Duftor. Chapter 6. Ellen was very surprised when Sim came into the hall to announce visitors.
"The Lady of Cleet and my lord's youngest brother, Murdoch Bruce," he said.
Rising, Ellen went to greet her guests, her eyes quickly scanning the beautiful woman with the dark hair and the startling violet eyes who came in the company of a pleasant-faced young man with Duncan's blue eyes. "I am your new sister, Adair," the woman said, "and this is our husband's youngest brother, Murdoch. I hope you will not think us rude, but once Duncan told us he had married, we could not wait for a proper invitation to meet you." "You are more than welcome to Duftor," Ellen replied. "Sim, some wine. Our guests have had a long day's ride." She led her 2 visitors to places by the hearth, where a small fire was burning, taking the chill off the whole. They seated themselves, and the servants came with wine. As they waited silently, Ellen was suddenly aware she didn't know what to say, and it was apparent that Adair didn't either. She was indeed curious that her new sister-in-law had come unasked. Finally, it was Murdoch who spoke.
"You're even prettier than Duncan told us," he said. "He should be back in a few days, and he'll be bringing Adair's husband with him to meet you. You're a Highlander."
It wasn't a question, but a statement. "Aye, I was, but no more," Ellen replied, and there was a touch of sadness in her voice. "But your borders are lovely, Murdoch." "Aren't they?" Adair had found her voice. "I was raised on the English side." "How did you come to marry the Laird of Cleet?" Ellen asked. "I was taken in a border raid. Connell bought me and my old nursie at a Michaelmas fair. I was to housekeep for him, and Elspeth would cook." "Oh, my!" Ellen exclaimed, blushing. She knew what happened to women taken by raiding parties, and they didn't usually end up as wives.
"They saved us from burned porridge and weevilled bread," Murdoch chuckled.
"And you never saw your family again? That is so sad," Ellen said softly. "My parents were long dead," Adair said. "I was 6 when they died." "My grandsire raised me," Ellen responded. "My parents died in a winter epidemic. I had no brothers or sisters. It was just grandsire and me. I was to marry my cousin Donald, but he and grandsire were murdered by a distant MacArthur kinsman who coveted my family's lands. I will never see Lochern again." She sighed sadly. "And Stanton, which was my home, is destroyed. It is best to put such things in the past," Adair said. "I grieved far too long for Stanton." "Oh, you misunderstand me," Ellen quickly said. "I am past grief. I will always remember with happiness both my childhood at Lochern and my grandsire, but I am not a lass to look back. Memories are but empty dreams that can never be rekindled. I have been given an honourable man for a husband, and is not this keep a fine one? How can I bemoan a feat such as this, my lady?" "Adair, my name is Adair," the Lady of Cleet said. "What a sensible lass you are. Does Duncan understand that yet? Or has he been too busy adjusting to the fact that he has a pretty wife?" Adair chuckled. "You are well matched, you know. My brother-in-law is a very sensible and practical fellow." "We hardly know each other," Ellen admitted. "Though I spent all last winter here, I kept company with Maggie. Duncan was at the board in the evening. Sometimes we played games or listened to music, but he and I had little to say to each other." "He is an easy man to know," Adair assured Ellen.
"And he is kind and thoughtful too," Murdoch chimed in. Why, he brought me to Agnes Carr himself my first time. Then he blushed beet red, realising what he had said to his new sister-in-law. Murdoch, Adair scolded the younger man. Agnes Carr is not a subject to be discussed with an innocent bride. She turned to Ellen, briefly explaining. Agnes is the village whore. She's actually a nice lass, but a lad's whore is not something to be spoken of in a lady's hall. You know better, Murdoch. You'd best learn to guard your tongue if you truly mean to be a priest. But Adair was smiling slightly as she spoke. Murdoch, the youngest of the siblings, was still very ingenuous in his manner. I do beg your pardon, Ellen, the young man said, and his look was contrite. We had a whore at Lochern, but I wasn't supposed to know about her. She taught me how to darn a sock and mend a hem, Ellen said with a twinkle. Her companions laughed, and both the visitors from Cleet silently decided that the Laird of Duffdore had not gotten a bad bargain in his new wife. Ellen was distressed to learn that Duncan had gone raiding with his brother, but Adair told her bluntly that it was simply a way of life in the Borders. You will have to get used to your man riding off, the Lady of Cleet said. Are you used to it? Ellen asked. Adair shook her head. Nay, I have never gotten used to it, but what can I do, she said. At least the Bruces of Cleet do not raid or plunder until provoked to it. The English came and took some of our cattle and 3 village lasses the other night. You never know if a borderer is going to sell the woman or use her for his whore. Connell and Duncan retrieved both the cattle and the women. The English were out raiding, and no one was left behind to guard their hidey hole, for they thought it well hidden. Of course, now they may come raiding again or not. It is a vicious cycle here in the Borders, and men are not apt to cease their warring until forced to it by a higher authority. She sighed. It is so difficult to raise the bairns under such a constant threat. Then Adair smiled at Ellen. Are you with child yet? She asked pleasantly. Ellen blushed to the roots of her red-gold hair. Nay, she managed to say. You're certain? Adair continued. Do you know the signs? She queried. We are but newly wed, Ellen protested faintly, and her cheeks were hot. Still and all, it can happen the first time, you know, Adair continued. It hasn't, Ellen squeaked, wishing she were anywhere else right now. How could she admit that she and Duncan hadn't yet coupled? Her husband would be publicly embarrassed if the fact that he hadn't consummated their marriage became known. A man was expected to do his duty on his wedding night, and devil take the hindmost. Well, it will, Adair said cheerfully. Connell's gotten 5 bairns on me so far, though one died at her birth, and I've heard it said that our young priest-to-be has fathered at least 2 wee ones on Agnes Carr, though she will not say who the father of those bairns is, Adair continued with a chuckle. But then perhaps she doesn't know, although there was a time when Murdoch ploughed that mare exclusively, wasn't there, little brother? Adair enjoys being outspoken, Murdoch said quietly to Ellen. I hope she has not shocked you. We excuse her because she was born English, don't we? He teased his brother's wife wickedly. Adair swatted him fondly. If you mean to deny yourself the pleasures of a woman's body, Murdoch, she said, it cannot harm you to at least know those pleasures before you take your vows. A cock is a cock, even beneath a holy cassock. Agnes's wee lads look just like you, and will always be taken care of and considered Bruce's, as you well know. But the woman is too old for you. She never before allowed herself to conceive a child. I think she just wanted her own bairn and chose the best sire. She is honourable in her own way too, as she did not point a finger, Adair concluded. While a trifle shocked by her sister-in-law's frank speech, Ellen was relieved to have had the subject changed from herself. I am so glad for your company, she told her visitors. While we wait for the others to return, you will tell me all about Duncan, for there is not a great deal that I know of him, except that he is honourable and brave. Aye, he is, Murdoch responded with a warm smile at Ellen. He had guessed her secret, although he would never say it. Still, it was like his oldest brother that he would give his bride a chance to become comfortable with her situation and her surroundings before bedding her. The startled look on her face when Adair began prying had given Ellen away, although Adair had been far too curious to notice.
"He has a grand sense of humour," Adair noted. "And, as I have previously said, he is the most sensible of the three brothers, isn't he, Murdoch?"
"He is,"
Murdoch agreed, not in the least offended. "He is intelligent and extremely clever," Adair continued. "Of the three brothers, he is the wisest. 'Twas he who figured out how to marry me to my Connell when I had said I would not until the man admitted his love for me," she recalled with a smile. "Duncan could serve the king well if he chose."
"He is too canny to involve himself with the king and his court," Murdoch noted. "He remembers the king's late father, and with whom he chose to surround himself."
"I don't understand," Ellen said. "Old James, the third of his line, preferred useful and artistic companions to the great lords, who became jealous of those favoured few, and at one point rose up, slaying the former king's friends," Adair said. "I had heard our king's father was deviant in his liking of other men," Ellen murmured, a blush suffusing her pale cheeks.
"Perhaps he was, and perhaps he wasn't," Murdoch replied. "He did his duty by Scotland and sired several children on his queen, and when she died he was devastated and mourned her deeply. Who knows what the real truth of it all was?"
"James III lost his father at a young age, and his mother was a great influence on him and on his life," Adair explained. "She was an elegant lady from a cultured court, a niece of the Duke of Burgundy. It was from his mother that James III gained his love of the arts. He was only 9 years of age when he became king." "What happened to his sire?" Ellen wanted to know. "King James II had a love of gunnery. At the siege of Roxburgh, he was supervising the firing of a cannon when it exploded and killed him instantly. When she learned of it, the Queen immediately hastened to Roxburgh with her oldest son. Once there, she urged her late husband's commanders on to a victory, which they accomplished, and a week later King James III was crowned at nearby Kelso Abbey, his reign begun with a victory. Then a long-term peace was made with my father, King Edward IV. Ellen gasped, surprised. "You are a king's daughter?" she asked. "A king's brat," Adair replied. "For all the good it did me. It's a long story for another day, Ellen." "Then tell me more of this history of which you know," Ellen said, somewhat taken aback by the casual way in which Adair referred to her birth. "Though I lived at court for well over a year, actually almost 2, little is spoken there of the past. The women gossip endlessly on men and fashion. Only my mistress, the king's aunt, spoke on more important matters, for she is very wise, but she rarely spoke of her brother, the late king. All her efforts went into aiding her nephew, our young king. She is devoted to him. Tell me more of our king's father." "The Queen was a great influence on her eldest son, and it is said that he looked more like her, with his dark eyes, olive skin and black hair. Like her, he was pious and loved the arts, a knowledge that she imparted to him. But she died when he was 12, and 2 years later, his mentor, the wise and beloved Bishop of St. Andrews, also died. The king was seized by the Boyds of Kilmarnock, who forced him to approve their coup d'etat. They sought to secure their power over the king by marrying Lord Boyd's son to his sister, Princess Mary. And when he was 18 years old, they arranged for James III to marry King Christian of Denmark's daughter, Margaret. But once he had the love of a good wife, King James III came into his majority, as his father before him had done. He punished the Boyds for their presumption in seizing his person and attempting to rule through him, as his father had chastened the Livingston family, who had controlled his minority. Lord Boyd and his son fled Scotland, dying in exile. Others in the family were executed or penalised with fines and the loss of their lands, Adair said. Kings love excuses for confiscating other people's lands. They use them to bribe others, she said with a grin, and then continued. Queen Margaret was a good queen, a good wife, a pious lady. She gave her husband 3 sons, but the king was more interested in the arts and acquiring paintings and musicians than he was in ruling. His extravagances cost the people, and what could not be forgiven was the fact that he chose his close friends and advisers from among those who, like him, had a passion for beauty. They were not men from great families. The great lords were offended, and they more often than not bridled against him. This king of theirs could not ride well, could speak French and Italian, but not the language of the Highlands, and disliked hunting and carousing. Adair chuckled mischievously. Scots do love their wine and their hunting. Ellen nodded in agreement. What happened next, she asked. As our King James grew older, Adair went on, the lords rallied about him until several years ago a battle ensued between the father and the son, the result of which was that the old king was killed and James IV ascended to the throne of Scotland. I've often wondered just how involved in that business our king really was. He claims he did not wish to depose his father or see him dead, but any sensible person knows that a country can have only one king, Adair concluded. King James is an honest man, Ellen defended the monarch. He would never have had any part in the murder of his father. But tell me, how is it that you know so much? Ellen asked. I was raised at my father's court and am well educated, Adair told her. You cannot grow up in a royal court and not listen to what is being said or see what is going on about you. And if you are wise, you say naught, but retain what you know to use when it can be of help to you. She smiled at Ellen, realizing the girl was intrigued by her words and her manner. Can you speak foreign tongues? Ellen inquired. I can, Adair admitted. I can speak my Highland tongue, French and Church Latin, Ellen said. I learned to speak as you Southerners do when I lived at court. I wonder if I am the proper wife for a man like my husband. What if one day he decides to offer his services to the king?
Duncan will not leave his lands without very good cause, Murdoch told Ellen. The king once hinted to him that he would be welcome at court, but my brother refused. His name is not a powerful one, nor does he have the resources to make a career at court.
And you would appear to be just the kind of wife he should have, Adair said. You are pretty, you know housewifery, your servants, I can see, already respect you. You are, I suspect, loyal. Give Duncan airs and you will be perfect, she teased the younger woman, laughing. During the next few days that followed, Ellen learned enough about her new family to realise that she was going to get on well with them. Her sister-in-law, the beautiful Adair Bruce, was proud but kind, if outspoken. Her brother-in-law, Murdoch Bruce, was a gentle young man with a tender heart. And then the Laird of Cleet arrived to join them, and Ellen was at first startled by the resemblance between her husband and his younger half-brother. She remarked upon it.
We favour our mother, Conall Bruce said. Murdoch looks more like our father.
The Laird of Cleet looked his new sister-in-law over carefully. She was a very pretty lass, with her grey-blue eyes and her red-gold hair. He was amazed that Duncan had sheltered her for several long winter months and not even attempted to seduce her. That round little figure of hers was extremely tempting, but listening to Ellen speak of Donald MacNab, her grandsire and Lochern, Conall Bruce suddenly understood the depth of honour Duncan Armstrong had exhibited. But he was her husband now. How long did he intend to remain away from such a delicious treat? And after a week had passed during which Ellen had fed them and housed them and ridden out to hunt with them, and they'd spoken at length on a variety of subjects, the Laird of Duffdore returned home to be greeted by his relations and his young wife, the latter of whom welcomed him sweetly with a kiss on his lips. I have a tub ready for you, my lord, she said, smiling.
A tub?
He was surprised. Why would she have a tub? He was hungry and wanted a hot meal. He was tired and wanted his bed. You have been gone for some days, my lord, Ellen said. I will bathe you myself, as I was taught by Lady Margaret at the court. But first, come to the table and eat. She led him to his highboard, where his servants hurried to bring him several dishes steaming hot from the kitchen. There was a bowl of freshwater mussels with a mustard sauce for dipping, a large rabbit pie, its flaky pastry oozing a rich brown gravy, a fat roasted duck, its skin crisp and black, warm fresh bread, sweet butter and cheese. Duncan Armstrong ate greedily, noticing as he finally slowed the pace of his chewing to drink half of his wine-filled goblet, that his guests were happily consuming the contents of the bowls and platters too. There was more than enough food. He couldn't remember since he had come to Duffdore as its laird, his table being so well laid, and he realised at once that the credit belonged to Ellen. He turned to her with a smile, and taking up her little hand, kissed it.
"Thank you," was all he said, but she fully understood him and smiled back.
"Your servants but needed direction, my lord," Ellen murmured. "Your sister, being a nun, was more abstemious in her manner. Maggie had never run a household as she was raised to sing and pray. She did her best by you last winter. I did not feel it was my place to interfere or guide her. Had she asked, I certainly would have rendered my aid, for I was raised to manage my husband's house."
"The sauce for the mussels was excellent," he told her. "I was not aware my cook had such talents."
"The sauce was one I learned from the cook at Lochern," Ellen explained. "I am glad to have pleased you, Duncan."
"There are other ways in which you would please me, lass," he said, low. She blushed but nodded.
"I am ready," she told him softly.
"Because it is your duty?"
he asked her, scanning her pretty face. "Aye," Ellen nodded candidly, but then she added, "And because I like you, my lord." She blushed again at her bold words. He chuckled.
"I like you too," he said with a grin.
And Ellen laughed. Then she arose from the table. "I will go and prepare your bath for you, my lord," she said. She smiled at her guests, curtsying. "I bid you all a good night," Ellen said, and hurried from her hall.
"She's bonny," Conall Bruce said to his brother. "You're a lucky man." "That's what the king has always called her, my bonny," Duncan replied. "You don't think—" Conall began. "Nay, he never touched her. Of that I'm certain. He thinks of her as he would a younger sister, a fond companion. They played chess together. He told me she was the best opponent he had ever had, and she plays to win, having no regard for his rank whatsoever."
Duncan chuckled.
"And she teases him about it when he loses to her."
The Laird of Dufftor thought a long moment.
"I truly believe that they are good friends."
Conall Bruce nodded.
"I would not have thought Jamie could be friends with a woman he didn't bed."
His brothers laughed, as did Adair. Then Duncan Armstrong arose.
"I believe my wife is awaiting me," he said. "I will bid you all a good night."
He bowed and hurried from the hall. When he reached the bedchamber he shared with Ellen, he found a tallish oaken tub set up by the fireplace.
"God's blood,"
he swore softly.
"Where did you find it? I haven't seen that old tub since I was a lad here. Our mother in her chemise used to get into it with Ian, Margaret and me to wash us. Maggie was so small she would stand on a stool, while Ian and I stood with the water up to our necks," he recalled.
"I realise it may seem odd to you," Ellen said, "but I like bathing in warm water. I had Sim search the attic and the cellar, because he said he remembered a tub. We found it, and the cooper rebanded it with fresh iron straps and tarred the inside. It's quite watertight now." She was standing in her chemise as she spoke, her hair pinned up.
"Will you get into the tub like my mother did?"
he asked her. "Of course. I cannot wash you from outside the tub," Ellen told him. "Get out of your garments, or do you need help?" she asked.
"Nay, I can undress myself. I need no coterie of servants with tasks like stocking peeler," he responded as he began to pull his clothing off.
Ellen climbed up the steps to the tub and stepped down into the water as he did so. It wasn't as hot as she would have wished, and it was already beginning to cool. She moved to the far side of the tub, and her back was turned when he entered it. Only then did she turn about, a washing cloth in hand. "Let's start with your face," she said, and she wiped the soapy rag over his face, carefully cleansing the dirt of several days from his nose, around his eyes and his forehead. She rinsed the soap off quickly and cleaned his ears, moving next to his neck.
"You will make a good mother one day,"
he said softly. She caught his gaze with hers. "Before we get to that task, you must be clean," she told him frankly.
"You have a delicate nose, then,"
he remarked teasingly. "I cannot believe a man's lust is so great that he would prefer a woman smelling of her own filth and sweat to one who smelled fresh and clean," Ellen replied. Her cloth swept across his chest with its dark furred mat. "Turn about." And when he complied, she washed the back of his neck and his upper back to the waist. Still standing behind him, she washed his 2 arms. Then, before he realised what was happening, she dumped a pitcher of water over his head.
"You're drowning me, lass,"
he protested. "Stand still," she ordered him sharply. He felt her fingers begin massaging soap into his dark hair, and realised that she was standing on the tub stool. She rinsed, soaped again, rinsed again, and then began picking through his hair with swift fingers. "No nits," she pronounced, pleased.
You haven't done the naughty bits,
he teased her, turning about and wrapping his arms about her as she stood on the stool.
Shall I stand on the stool for you?
His blue eyes danced wickedly. "Lady Margaret always said a man is capable of washing his own privates," Ellen replied primly, but her cheeks were flaming. She had engaged his lust, and his cock was hardening as he stood in the water, his arms about her soft body. Had she had any experience, he would have pressed her back against the tub's wall and had his way with her. But she was still a virgin, and he didn't think it would make for a good deflowering to do such a thing. Instead, he pulled her wet chemise from her body and kissed her mouth, a long, slow kiss. His big hand couldn't resist closing about a small, round breast and squeezing it gently. Then he teased at the nipple for a moment, his mouth still on hers. "Oh!" She had not meant to gasp, but it had all come as a sudden surprise to Ellen. One moment she was washing him, the next she was naked, and his hands and mouth were doing wonderful things to her.
"I like it when you bathe me,"
he said against her mouth, and his tongue encircled her ripe lips.
"We must bathe together frequently, Ellen."
"I have already washed," she managed to say. "The water is cooling. You must get out before you catch an ague, my lord. There are towels on the drying rack by the fire." If he didn't stop caressing her breast, she was going to melt into the tub.
"Aren't you going to dry me?"
he asked mischievously. "Then I would be in danger of an ague," Ellen told him.
"Stay in the water until I am dry,"
he told her as he climbed back out of their tub. "Why?" she queried him. His buttocks were very firm and tight. She'd never before considered a man's backside, but his was certainly pleasant to view.
"Because after I've dried myself, I mean to dry you," he told her.
"Oh." The thought of those big hands roaming over her body sent a flush of heat through her. Briefly she wanted to flee him, but where would she go, dripping wet? She stood quietly, listening to the beat of her heart in her ears, and then she heard his voice.
"Come now, my pretty wife, and step from the tub," he said.
"You will see me as God made me," she replied.
"Indeed, I mean to see you as God made you, and make love to you as God made you. Lovers should not hide behind anything, either pride or garments, Ellen."
As she arose, she could not help but admire his nakedness. His limbs were long and well made. His chest was broad and his belly flat. He stood unabashed before her gaze, and for some reason it gave her courage she hadn't realised she had. She stepped up from their tub, down the narrow wooden steps, and into the warmed towel he held out for her. The brief chill of the chamber was erased as he wrapped the cloth about her. Slowly he rubbed her skin dry, using the corners of the towel to reach portions of her flesh. He dried her shoulders, back, buttocks and legs, and when he had, he sat her on the edge of their bed, kneeling to dry her feet. The towel rubbed moisture from her arms and chest, and then, taking each breast individually, he dried it, kissing the nipple as he finished. He took up a hand, glossing over the palm and then drying the fingers. Then he took 2 of her fingers, putting them into his mouth to suck on them slowly, sensuously, his blue eyes staring into her grey-blue ones. Ellen felt a wave of weakness sweep over her. She couldn't move or speak. The sensation of his tongue encircling her fingers in his mouth was something that, in her wildest dreams, she had never imagined. She knew nothing about lying with a lover, but if this was an example of what was to come, Ellen realised she was eager to learn. She drew her 2 fingers from his mouth and, imitating him, took one of his big fingers into her mouth to suck upon it, but only briefly. She couldn't know, of course, Duncan Armstrong realised, what she was doing other than following his actions. He thought her adorable at that moment. Reaching out, he dried the thick fluff of red curls at the junction of her thighs and belly. Then, tossing the damp towel away, he stood up, pulling her with him. They stood, bodies touching, and the weakness swept over Ellen again. She would have fallen, but that he was holding her tightly. Was she breathing? She wasn't certain as she tipped her face up to his.
"You are so fair,"
he said, and there was a catch in his voice when he spoke. His hand caressed her face, fingers brushing against her cheek, running over her lips.
"I can wait no longer to possess you, Ellen. I don't want you fearful or repelled, but I cannot wait, lass. Can you forgive me?"
"You're not Balgar MacArthur," Ellen said quietly. "I am your wife, Duncan, and it is my duty to pleasure you, to give you an heir. We cannot do that if we do not—" She ceased speaking, blushing rosy.
"Nay,"
he said low.
"We cannot, can we? Let me make love to you, my wee wife. Trust me not to harm you, for I know you to be a true virgin. Your innocence is your gift to me, and the greatest gift a woman may give to a man. For once taken, it cannot be returned or given again."
He brushed her lips tenderly with his own. "Do you desire me, my lord?" she asked him. "Or do you do a duty?" In answer, he took her small hand and brought it to his groin, where his manhood was already hard and eager for her, and when her fingers wrapped themselves about his cock, he groaned.
"Here is the proof of my desire for you, Ellen," he told her.
She felt the thick rod of flesh pulsing with life within her gentle grasp. "Is it alive?" she asked him almost fearfully, as she loosened her grip on him.
"It beats with life, my darling," he said. "It yearns to plunge deep into the hot, wet softness hidden between your legs. It needs desperately to feel the walls of your sweet sheath closing about it."
His hands closed about her little waist, and he lifted her up, holding her so he might lick at her small, round breasts. Her head was spinning, her heart was hammering. His tongue played over the firm flesh of her breasts, and then his mouth closed over a nipple, sucking it. "Oh, Holy Mother!" Ellen cried, startled by the emotions that engulfed her. He laid her upon their bed, looking down at her for a long moment. Then he joined her, gathering her into his embrace, his mouth finding hers, kissing her with long, slow kisses that sent wave after wave of heat through her body. She felt his hard length against her leg and bridled nervously.
Na, lassie,"
he said softly, pushing back the sudden fear that threatened to rise up and overwhelm her. His hand stroked her breasts and belly gently, his fingers tangling themselves amid the thick curls covering her plump mons veneris. He could feel the wet heat rising up from her. An exploratory finger brushed down her shadowed slit, slipping into the moisture between her nether lips. She murmured, but neither struggled nor forbade him. Without difficulty, he found her little love-bud. The ball of that single finger rubbed against it again and again until Ellen began to whimper. With another man, her lack of knowledge might have been terrifying, but Ellen had instinctively trusted Duncan Armstrong from the moment they had met. When he told her he would not harm her, she believed him, and certainly the delicious feelings he was arousing in her were more exciting than frightening. Her body seemed to grow tenser and tenser as that wicked finger of his teased at her, and then it was as if something inside her burst, and she shuddered as a wave of pleasure washed over her. And as it did, the finger moved past the sensitive nub of flesh, and without warning began to push into her body.
Na, lass,"
he crooned at her again as she stiffened. The single finger began to move back and forth within her, and then she realized there were two fingers. His mouth found hers again, his tongue mimicking the motion of his fingers, and Ellen's head spun. His lips brushed against her closed eyelids.
"I want to be inside of you,"
he whispered in her ear, his breath hot.
"I need to be inside of you, my wee wife."
Her hips had begun to move in time with his fingers, and it wasn't enough, Ellen realized. She wanted him inside of her. She needed him inside of her. How could this be? And how could she know it? And yet she did. "Yes," she managed to gasp. "Please, yes. Tell me what to do, my lord. Tell me."
"Open your legs for me, my darling,"
Duncan gently instructed her.
"Tonight I will do all the rest."
He pushed her knees up, sliding between them. His hot cock was engorged with his desire, his need for her. Carefully he guided himself into position. He had already ascertained that her maidenhead was tightly ensconced. He pushed carefully, slowly into her tight sheath, sinking himself carefully. "Are you too big?" she questioned him nervously.
"No,"
he assured her.
"Your body will shortly yield to me, my darling. I promise you. Trust me, Ellen."
"I have heard it said that my deflowering will hurt," she whispered.
"Only once,"
he said honestly. "And after?" He could see the blue-veined pulse in her slender throat leaping against her creamy flesh.
"Only pleasure,"
he promised her.
"Now wrap your legs about me, so I may sink deeper into your sweet body, my wee wife."
And when she had complied with his request, he kissed her a fierce, hard kiss, absorbing the cry of pain that escaped her when he thrust against her maidenhead. Once, twice, a third time, and the membrane finally shattered, letting him drive deep into her. He licked the tears from her cheeks, his hot tongue tenderly caressing the salty moisture from her skin. Then he began to move rhythmically within her, slowly, slowly, until she was moaning low against his mouth, her body straining against him, seeking everything he wanted to give her. It had hurt. Mother of God, it had hurt. But then, as quickly as the pain had driven through her, it was gone, and in its place was a feeling of fullness. She was full of him, and he fit her like a well-made leather glove as he plumbed her depths, unleashing feelings such as she had never known existed. Ellen clung to him. Unable to help herself, she sank her teeth into his shoulder, biting down hard, and she heard his rumble of laughter as he swore softly. He increased the tempo of his rhythm, and her nails clawed at his back as she wanted more and more.
"Little wildcat,"
Duncan growled deep in his throat. He caught her wrists, pressing them back on either side of her head.
"Look at me, Ellen. Look at me."
With great effort she opened her eyes, although her eyelids felt leaden. Her gaze met his, and she saw the passion between them reflected. She cried out, and he laughed low as she said, "I canna look more. It is too much, too much." Her head was spinning again as her eyes closed, but now behind her eyelids stars burst over and over again. She cried out again, but the sound was lost in the roar of his shout, as his juices burst forth within her and his big body shook with desire fulfilled. Afterward, he lay upon his back, breathing deeply, with Ellen half-conscious upon his chest, and he considered that he was the most fortunate man in all of Scotland. She was a passionate woman, and it had been his good fortune to have awakened her. He stroked the long, soft, red-gold hair, now loose, flowing down her shapely back and over her creamy shoulders. She was his wife, and no one would ever know the fire within her but him. He felt sated and more relaxed than he had in months. Reaching down, he drew the coverlet over them and smiled at her faint murmur of contentment as he did so. He was going to love her. He was. How could he not? When she awoke several hours later, for she drifted into sleep within the comfort of his strong arms, Ellen considered her wedding night. She had slept better than she had in many months. She was safe. She was a woman now. How gentle he'd been with her. Were all men thus? Balgair wasn't. But she didn't have to know anything else because she was Duncan Armstrong's wife, and there were no other men in the world for her but him. The coupling between them had been... She sought for a word, but even wonderful didn't quite sum up her thoughts. At least they were compatible, she considered. Would they do it every night? Would it be as marvellous as it had been last night? And he had said there would never again be pain when he entered her.
"You're awake?"
His deep, masculine voice startled her. "Aye," she replied softly.
"You are all right?"
he questioned her. "Perhaps a trifle sore, but that, I expect, is natural," Ellen admitted.
"Your maidenhead was lodged tightly," he told her. "I'm sorry it had to hurt you as much as it did."
His hand stroked her head. "At least you have no doubts now about my chastity," Ellen replied. "I know some considered that the king might have trifled with me because we were friends."
I never doubted your innocence,
Duncan told her quietly. But she could not be certain until last night, Ellen said. But she believed him, for he wasn't a man who lied easily. I'm glad I was a virgin for you, my lord.
A virgin no more,
he murmured softly, his hand moving past the ends of her hair to fondle her bottom.
I find I am hungry for you once more, wee wife.
His cock was engorged again with the delicious lust he felt for her. But it is light outside our windows, she protested softly.
Love-making may be accomplished at any time of the day or the night, and in any place. I think I must make it my duty to love you in all manner of loci.
He chuckled, delighted by her little shocked gasp. Rising from the bed, he pulled her up, leading her to the windows. He set her with her hands braced against the sill, bending her forward just enough, and then taking her by the hips, he whispered to her to spread her legs for him. When she did, he slipped his length deep inside her and began to pump himself against her.
You say,
he whispered hotly in her ear.
Any time, anywhere. Let me begin a list of the places I shall fuck you, my wee wife, before the hearth here in our bedchamber, and the hearth in the hall, and in the darkness of a horse stall in the stables, and out on the hillside in the heather, and in our tub, and in my lap. I shall take you on your back and from behind. I shall take you on your knees and sitting astride me. You excite me, Ellen, and the thought of educating you arouses me greatly.
He pressed a hot kiss on the back of her neck. He was so big inside of her, and yet her body accepted him easily. The friction of his cock against her sensitive, hidden flesh was the most exciting thing she had ever experienced. She could not have imagined being taken in such a manner, or the other ways and places to which he referred. He dominated her with his mastery of passion, but she would one day learn to dominate him, Ellen vowed. The landscape before her blurred, and she sighed as she let herself be carried away again into the heights. She sighed again deeply, and then she shuddered with her release, even as he shuddered with his. It had been every bit as wonderful this second time, Ellen thought, as the countryside beyond the windows came into focus again. I believe I shall look forward to the many times and different places you propose, my lord, she said softly, and she felt his lips on her neck again.
You're a braw lass,
he told her, laughing low. Then he picked her up and tucked her back into their bed again. Ellen gazed at him through half-closed eyes as he climbed into the oak tub again and quickly washed himself. The water would be cold now, but he didn't seem to mind. She watched as he briskly towelled himself dry and pulled on his garments. But then he did something that surprised her entirely. He took the earthenware pitcher from the hot coals of the hearth and poured the warm water into the matching ewer on the little table.
You'll want to bathe a bit, I suspect, he said. I'll await you in the hall, wife.
Then he left her, unbarring the door, closing it behind him. Ellen climbed quickly from their bed. She was shocked at first to note the bloody brown mark on the bedsheet that matched the stains on her thighs. Honest evidence of her innocence lost, she realized. She washed herself slowly, thoughtfully. How odd life was. All her life she'd known she would marry Donald McNabb and live her life in the same house in which she had been born. She would be the Lady of Lochern. Yet her fate had been changed in an instant, the moment the MacArthurs of Skye had descended upon her home. And now she was a border lord's bride, and far from Lochern, and all those she had loved were dead at the hands of their treacherous kin. She wondered if Bolgair MacArthur had learned yet that he was not the Laird of Lochern, except with the permission of the Lord of the Isles, or had the McNabbs exacted their revenge over Donald's death. It was unlikely she would ever know. Ellen pulled on a clean chemise and then a fitted blue velvet gown with long, tight sleeves and a V neckline. The blue was more the colour of a sunlit sea than the sky. Sitting down upon the bed, she brushed out her hair and plaited it into a single thick braid, which she fastened with a dark blue ribbon. Standing again, she slipped her feet into her leather house-clogs and hurried down to the hall. Her guests would surely be up, and she did not know if they would leave today or remain to visit with Duncan. The Bruces of Cleet remained one more day to visit. Ellen noted that the brothers spent a great deal of time together laughing, and it was obvious the two Bruces were teasing their Armstrong half-brother. She could but imagine what it was all about, and every time Connell Bruce looked her way, she felt her cheeks getting hot. Noticing it, Adair said, "Pay them no mind. Their bodies grow, but men are still boys at heart. Are you all right?" "Shouldn't I be?" Ellen said. He was gentle. "Aye," was the answer. "You are uncomfortable speaking with another woman about these matters," Adair told her sister-in-law. "But you must not be. Certainly your old nurse cannot tell you what you must know, still being a maiden herself. But then servants exchange information." She smiled. "You should have someone younger to serve you." "Peggy would be heartbroken," Ellen said. "Not if your new servant is in Peggy's charge," Adair replied. Ellen laughed. "'Tis clever," she admitted, and then, seeing Sim, the steward, she called to him to come to her. "Whom among the women would you choose to serve me when Peggy grows too old?" she asked him. "I would like someone who might be trained to my likes and dislikes by Peggy."
"Young Gunnar, my lady," Sim answered. "She is sweet-natured and quick to learn. Her mother is our cook, but Gunnar has no talent for it, I fear."
He smiled.
"I would tell you before someone else does. She is my niece."
"Send her to me," Ellen said. "The Lady of Cleet will help me decide. And Sim, not a word to Peggy. She will not be pleased by my decision." The steward bowed politely.
"I understand, my lady, and if I might suggest it, I would send Peggy to you first, that you may explain to her what it is you wish to do. Then she might have a hand in helping you to decide if Gunnar is suitable."
"Aye," Ellen responded. "That is a fine idea, Sim. Thank you." Sim bowed again, and then hurried off to find both Peggy and Gunnar. "You are fortunate to have such a man as Sim overseeing your house," Adair noted. "And clever to accept his good advice." "It was good advice," Ellen replied. "Oh, there was news at court you might find interesting. I am astounded I forgot, for it would certainly be of interest to you. The Duchess of Burgundy is sending the Duke of York to Scotland. She seeks King James's aid in restoring him to his rightful throne." Adair grew pale. "My half-brother is dead," she gasped. "He and Edward, his elder, were murdered at Middlesham after the Battle of Market Bosworth. The Tudor faction tried to imply that King Richard had killed them, but he didn't. They were alive after the Tudors stole the throne." Nonetheless, I did not misunderstand what was being gossiped about. Margaret of Burgundy champions this young man, and the king wishes to repay King Henry for his treachery along the border. He will irritate the English mightily by sheltering this prince. "He is no prince," Adair said heatedly. "He is an impostor, a pretender, and King James knows it, for we spoke on it several years ago. He knows my half-brothers are dead. God assoil their innocent and sweet young souls. The page who slept hidden in their bedchamber saw the murders done, the bodies carried off, and he fled to me at Stanton to tell me of it." "Where is he?" Ellen asked. "Perhaps he could help expose this alleged duke." Adair sighed. "He was killed the day Willie Douglas raided my home and carried me off," she answered. "Then your only witness to this deed is himself dead," Ellen pointed out. "But perhaps this man who calls himself Richard of York is indeed your half-brother and did not die after all," she suggested. "I do not believe it. The Duchess of Burgundy has every reason to hate Henry Tudor. She is sister to my father, King Edward IV, and my uncle, King Richard III. She would hold the Tudors responsible for the downfall of the House of York. She is a Plantagenet, and there are other male heirs of their line with far stronger claims on England's throne than Henry Tudor has. As much as I dislike King Henry, I know this is simply a grab for power," Adair told her companion. "I am amazed by you," Ellen said admiringly. "You are a simple bonnet laird's wife, and yet you know even more than most of the great lords at court." Adair smiled. "I have not forgotten my early training for all that England deserted me. I would rather be a Scot, Ellen, and a bonnet laird's mate than to go back to what I once was. There is no future in the past, but I'm no fool. I know what it is King James is about. He had best be careful that this duplicity he aims at Henry Tudor doesn't turn about to harm him. The Tudors are ruthless, and I do not think our young King James is. Chapter 7. The English had always been a thorn in Scotland's side, James thought, as he sat by the fire in his privy chamber, a page dozing by his feet. Had there ever been peace between the two kingdoms? Real peace? He thought on the history of his country. Was there ever a time when Scotland and England had not been intertwined? He didn't believe so, but James believed the two lands had become more seriously involved when the Norman Duke William had conquered England over 500 years prior. The Anglo-Saxon heir to the English throne, Edgar, had fled north with his sisters to the court of King Malcolm of Scotland. Malcolm was known as Cian Mor, which had several translations, James thought, smiling. Big head, headman, great chief. Edgar's eldest sister, Margaret, was very beautiful, not just physically, but in character as well. Malcolm already had a wife, Ingeborg of Orkney, the widow of a Norse earl. She had given him 3 children. But Malcolm had married Ingeborg in a pagan ceremony. He married his Anglo-Saxon princess in the Christian rite, and was devoted to her for the rest of their lives. She gave him 6 sons. But Malcolm miscalculated the time it would take William the Norman to consolidate his conquest of England. The Scots king attempted to expand his territories, believing that William would be so occupied in the south that he would not be able to defend the north of England. When William quickly marched north, Malcolm realised his own resources were not equal to that of the Norman. He welcomed the new English king at Abernethy and took a public oath to be his man. Such action may have saved the day, but it boded badly for future relations between the two countries. The peace did not last. When did peace between the two lands ever last? 5 years later, Malcolm once again attempted to expand his territories and lost more than he gained. King William's eldest son, Robert, built a castle on the Tyne. His youngest son and eventual successor, William Rufus, built another at Carlisle. 14 years later, King Malcolm died during his 5th invasion of England. This one, however, justified by the provocation of William Rufus. His eldest son, Edward, died with him. Queen Margaret, a devout woman, died shortly thereafter, resigning herself to the will of God. James IV considered what happened next as Scotland had fallen into near anarchy. He sighed. Always the English throughout the centuries. Even in his father's reign, they had attempted to destabilise the country with their constant plottings. It had been Edward IV and his brother, later King Richard III, who had encouraged King James III's younger brother in his attempt to overthrow Scotland's king. And now, James thought, here I am offering to shelter and sponsor the young man who claims to be the younger son and nephew of those 2 kings. He recalled that his distant kinswoman, Adair Radcliffe, wife of Conall Bruce, the Laird of Cleet, had said the 2 princes were murdered by Lancastrians after King Richard III was killed. But still, he considered the delightful havoc he could cause the English king by championing this young man. He sought the quiet counsel of his aunt.
The Duchess of Burgundy says he is without a doubt her true nephew,
James said, when his aunt had finished reading the missive that had been sent to Scotland.
Yet Adair Radcliffe says her half-brothers were killed at Middlesham after Richard's death, Margaret Stewart said.
But she wasn't there, the king argued. A servant brought her word. How can we be certain he wasn't lying, hadn't been sent by King Henry to cover the prince's escape?
Margaret of Burgundy has always hated the Tudors, his aunt replied. And King Henry is not yet entirely secure upon his throne. She seeks to help the Yorkist Jamie. You say Adair wasn't at Middlesham when her brothers were killed. Neither was Margaret of Burgundy, my lad. Is it so important to you to irritate Henry Tudor?
James smiled mischievously, but then he grew serious.
I'm tired of the constant raiding along the border and the attempts to subvert my border lords, he said. Perhaps the English and I could come to an accommodation if I had something with which to bargain. Henry will have many a sleepless night if I take this son of Edward's into my keeping and champion his just cause. What if he is the genuine article, aunt?
"There is one way to find out," Margaret Stewart said quietly. "Adair will know for certain, for she was raised with young Richard of York."
"She last saw him when he was 10, the king reminded his aunt. "She might not recognise the man he has become."
"That is true," the lady agreed. "But he would certainly recognise her, for Adair was grown when she left court, and she visited at Middlesham after the two princes arrived there from London. You must arrange to have Adair see this Richard."
"Conall Bruce won't bring her to court, and there is no reason to invite them," the king noted.
And then a light came into his eyes.
"But I could go into the borders to hunt grouse in the autumn and visit with the Bruces. In the meantime, I will invite the Duchess of Burgundy to send her nephew to Scotland so we may become better acquainted. I shall then take my guest with me when it is time to go hunting."
He chuckled. "Will you stay at Cleat?" Margaret Stewart asked.
"Aye, and I shall spend a night or two at Armstrong's holding to inspect the fortifications he has erected. That shall give me another excuse. I shall say I would like his brothers and Adair to join us there as well," the king decided.
But it was late autumn before the young man calling himself Richard of York arrived in Scotland. The king decided to invite the lairds of Cleat and Duftor, along with their wives, to celebrate Christmas at his favourite castle of Linlithgow. There could be no refusing such an invitation, but at his aunt's suggestion, James had invited Duncan Armstrong, because he knew Conall Bruce would be less apt to complain if his brother and Ellen were to come. He even saw that a small chamber was set aside to house the two women. Their husbands would have to find their own place to sleep, like most of the other guests. An invitation to join the king at Christmas was an honour, no matter the difficulties of housing the guests. "I won't go," Adair told her husband.
"You'll go,"
Conall Bruce said grimly.
"He wants us both there for a reason, and we cannot refuse him. He's the king." "I'm not leaving my holding in the winter weather to prance about the court with a lot of idlers and hangers-on," Duncan Armstrong told his wife.
"Oh, yes, you will," Ellen responded. "If the king calls, it is our duty to answer him." She gave him a quick kiss. "Besides, I have not played chess in months, and I know the king will want to play. If you won't learn, Duncan, my lord, then I must feed my passion for the game at court." She gave him another quick kiss.
"You're a bad lass," he grumbled.
"Aye, I am," she agreed, and slid into his arms. "Will you teach me better?" Her mouth was now practically brushing his.
"Nay, I like you bad,"
Duncan Armstrong said, his arms tightening about her. Her round, sweet breasts against his chest felt wonderful. He nibbled at her lower lip.
"Remember I once told you that I meant to have you in many different places?"
Ellen reached down between them and caressed the length now hardening within his breeches. "It's now one of those times, my lord," she murmured softly, her fingers closing about him, encouraging him in his intent. Her little tongue snaked out to lick at his lips.
"Aye,"
he drawled slowly.
"Here, now, in the hall."
He backed her over to the high board, gently forcing her up on the dais and turning her about.
"Bend, wench, and put your hands on the table," he ordered her.
"Duncan," Ellen squealed nervously. "What if the servants see us?"
"There are no servants in the hall, and should one enter, he will quickly leave," he told her. "They want an heir to Duftor as much as we do."
He pushed her skirts up and ran his hand down her graceful back and over her bared buttocks.
"Such a delicious little bottom," he said softly as he loosened his clothing, freeing his cock.
"This is very wicked," Ellen protested, "and exciting. Oh!" His fingers had found their way between her nether lips and were now encouraging her juices to release themselves. She squirmed and pressed against his hand. Finally satisfied that she was ready to be penetrated, he took his cock in his hand and guided it to its destination. Then, with a single smooth thrust, he drove into her. "Ah!" Ellen cried softly as he filled her full. Reaching forward, he forced her back into an arch so he might fondle her breasts. His fingers squeezed gently as he stood quietly, his manhood filling her. She stirred beneath him and murmured a soft protest. The laird laughed low.
"Do you want to be fucked, my precious?"
he asked her. She did not answer him.
"You must tell me,"
he teased her.
"or I shall not know what to do."
Still she remained silent.
"Then I shall leave you to yourself,"
Duncan said, pretending to pull away from her. He grinned to himself, awaiting her protest. "Fuck me, damn you," his wife hissed at him. Laughing, he began to move on her, thrusting deeply, withdrawing in a single smooth motion, thrusting again and again and again until she was whimpering, straining beneath him, her rounded buttocks moving in time with him. His hand now held her hips in a firm grasp as he drove into Ellen, now eliciting little cries of pleasure from her throat. And then she cried out, and he released himself into her. "I can't breathe," Ellen finally said, struggling to get out from beneath him. "Get off me, you great lump." Duncan sighed deeply as he lifted himself from her.
"You have an absolute talent for passion, my little wife," he told her with an answering sigh.
Then he stood and pulled her skirts down for her before turning her onto her back half on the table, pinioning her beneath him and kissing her soundly.
"Next time on the high board," he told her with a wicked grin.
Rosy, her lips swollen with his kisses, Ellen pushed him away and stood. "Only in the middle of the night," she told him. "I don't want to get caught in such behaviour."
"But that's half the fun of it,"
he teased back as her blush deepened. "Only if you promise me you'll go to Linlithgow for Christmas and not complain," Ellen said.
"I'd rather spend our first Christmas as a newlywed couple here in our own home,"
the laird of Dufftow protested to his wife. "So would I," Ellen agreed. "But he wants us there for a specific purpose, else he would not have asked an unimportant border lord and his equally unimportant wife to join him. I have a distinct feeling that he may have asked the Laird of Cleet too." Duncan took his wife's hand, and together they walked back to the hearth, seating themselves upon the settle.
"Why do you think that?"
he asked her. "There were rumours at court before I left it last spring that the Duchess of Burgundy was claiming that the younger of her brother's sons had survived and was with her. She's looking for allies to help her revenge her family on the Tudors. What could be better than to claim she has the son, her nephew, of the last two kings before Henry Tudor? And King James is still young enough to enjoy an opportunity to strike a blow at England without having to raise an army to do it. What if he has invited the Duchess of Burgundy's protégé to Scotland and would legitimise his status by having Adair recognise him and claim him as her half-brother? She did tell me that she was raised at the court of her father and knew the two princes well."
"If what you say is so, why invite us?"
Duncan Armstrong wanted to know. "Adair Bruce will not want to go to court at Christmas, Duncan. Like you, she will resist the invitation, but her husband will insist, being the king's loyal man. James is clever enough to know that if we must go too, it will make it more palatable for her," Ellen explained. "He cannot be certain this prince is the real one. He knows that Adair will be able to tell him. That is why he wants her at court."
"This business between kings is a damned waste of time," Duncan grumbled. "And 'tis always the simple people who get caught in the troubles that follow."
"I know," Ellen agreed. "But is it not the way of the world, my husband?" He put an arm about her, and Ellen laid her head against his shoulder.
"You are proving to be a good wife, lass," he told her. "I believe that in these past months I have come to love you, and I always thought it a good thing that a man love his wife."
She was astounded to hear such a declaration from him. He had come to love her, but did she love him? She hadn't considered it, Ellen thought, surprised at herself. He was a good companion, a fair and just man. He treated her with kindness, and she had to admit in finding pleasure in their bed sport. "I am not certain what love is, or is not," she told him, for such a pronouncement deserved an honest reply. "I do not think I loved my cousin Donald McNabb. He was simply the man I was to marry one day, and we liked each other. Our fate was set from childhood. It was what was expected of us," Ellen explained. "I never knew anyone who loved another."
"Does the king not love his mistress?" the laird wanted to know.
James Stuart lusts after his women, Ellen said with a chuckle. I do not believe his heart has ever been engaged by any, although he must like them, but perhaps Meg Drummond is different.
Do you mind that I love you? Duncan asked her.
Mind? Why would I mind? She replied. I consider myself fortunate, my lord, that you love me, and I believe that once I come to understand love more fully, I will come to love you as well. I hope you are willing to wait.
Forever, he declared softly, until the heather ceases to bloom upon the hills of Scotland.
You are extravagant in your promise, Duncan Armstrong, Ellen said. I quite like it. You make me feel cherished, and never before have I felt that way.
Then I need not fear some court dandy will lure you from my side when we go to Linlithgow, he remarked with a small chuckle.
Nay, I am quite satisfied to be your border bride, Duncan Armstrong, Ellen told him, and she snuggled closer against him. They sent to Cleet and learned that the Bruces had indeed been commanded to come to court for Christmas. They arranged to meet on the road to Linlithgow and arrive together en famille. The December weather grew cold, and there was snow on the road when the Armstrongs of Duffdoor set out for Linlithgow. The trip had been planned in brief stages, for the mid-December days were short, and they did not want to be caught upon the road by the early darkness. It took them twice as long as it would have in the summer months. They had a rider going ahead of them to arrange for their evening shelter at the homes of several acquaintances, at 2 convents and a monastery. They finally met up with the Bruces of Cleet at an inn on the road to Edinburgh. It wasn't a particularly reputable establishment, but the food was good, and the number of men-at-arms with their Bruce and Armstrong badges guaranteed the 2 lairds and their wives a night of safety, along with a hot meal. The innkeeper fell over himself at their arrival, bowing and smiling as he ushered them into the building.
Welcome, my lords, my ladies. You'll be staying the night, of course, as 'tis almost dark. We're most crowded tonight with all the traffic to the King's Court, but I can offer you an apartment at the rear of the house on the main floor, my lords, my ladies.
He bowed again.
You'll offer us an apartment on the 2nd floor, Duncan Armstrong said quietly. I may be from the Borders, but I know better than to stay on the main floor of a public house. I am the Laird of Duffdoor, and this is my half-brother, the Laird of Cleet. Both he and his lady are kin to the King, and personally invited to the Christmas revels. You will want to keep us safe, innkeeper. Indeed, my lord, indeed,
the innkeeper agreed heartily. He grabbed at a passing serving man.
Find Lord Brodie in the tap room, and tell him we have had to move him to the main floor. If he asks why, tell him I must house the King's kin tonight.
Duncan Armstrong smiled just slightly, his gaze meeting that of his half-brother.
Just a few minutes, my lords, my ladies, the innkeeper assured them. May I offer you a wee dram in my own privy room? Please, follow me.
He led them to a small chamber off the noisy, bustling tap-room.
You'll see to the horses and our men, Connell Bruce said,
and the innkeeper assured him he would.
And send my captain to join us here,
he continued, effectively dismissing the man.
There is refreshment on the tray,
the innkeeper said with a wave of his hand, and then he hurried off. A good fire burned in the room's hearth, and both women went to stand by it, pulling off their gloves and holding out their hands to the warmth. Then the 2 men poured small dram cups of smoky, peat-flavoured whiskey for themselves and the ladies. Duncan Armstrong drank his town in a single gulp.
By God's own nightshirt, our host keeps good stock.
He poured himself a 2nd dram cup.
At least for himself,
Connell Bruce agreed, joining his sibling in another libation. Both Ellen and Adair sipped more delicately, letting the liquor warm them slowly as they now sat by the fire. I'm not certain I can feel my toes, Ellen said. Today was bitter riding. Adair nodded. Aye, and I'd rather be home at Cleet with my brood. My bottom has turned to leather these last few days. She didn't look happy at all. He needs you, Ellen replied softly. You know he does. 'Tis a fool's errand, Adair said. My half-brothers are both dead. But maybe, just maybe, Ellen began. "Edward and Dickon are dead," Adair responded firmly. "Anthony Tolliver did not lie to me. If you had seen him when he came to my home at Stanton and begged sanctuary of me, Ellen, his eyes were positively haunted. He had had to hide in my brother's bedchamber, watching while they were murdered, in fear of his own life. He never got over it. He could barely sleep because he dreamed of that terrible night over and over again. And poor Anthony always felt guilty that he'd been unable to do anything to help Neddy and Dickie. He was a lad himself. Had he stepped forward or even cried out, they would have killed him too. So Anthony fled to me in the confusion of Uncle Richard's defeat, so someone would know the truth. He was killed, poor laddie, when Willie Douglas raided Stanton and carried me off. I think now that it was a mercy," Adair said softly. "I do not know who this man claiming to be my half-brother is, but I know he is an impostor." "The king needs to be certain," Ellen answered her. "You know that is why he has asked you to his Christmas court." Adair shook her head. "Bless you, my little Highland sister-in-law. You are still an innocent despite your year at court. The king is a ruthless man like all the Stuarts. Whatever he does with a purpose in mind. But then he is, I expect, no different from any other king in any other land. I think you must be unflinching in your direction in order to rule successfully." She sighed. The innkeeper returned and personally escorted them to their rooms above. They were surprised to find a pleasant day room, along with a large bedchamber with 2 large beds.
"Lord Brodie was anticipating entertaining this evening," the innkeeper said dryly. "A large entertainment, no doubt," Duncan Armstrong responded with an amused quirk of his dark, bushy eyebrow, and the Laird of Cleet laughed aloud. "He was more than pleased to give up the apartment to you," the innkeeper answered. He did not tell his guests that a strong sleeping draught had been put into Lord Brodie's cup when he protested the move, and that when he collapsed, he'd been carried off to while away the night in a deep and dreamless slumber. By the time the man awoke the following day, the 2 border lords and their wives would be reaching Linlithgow. The innkeeper would declare that none of it had ever happened, and Lord Brodie would leave for court himself, bemused and confused. "I have arranged to have a good hot supper brought up," their host said, smiling and bowing again. "I hope it will be to your liking, my lords and my ladies." He then bowed himself out, even as the serving women were coming up the stairs with their plates, platters and bowls. A male servant preceded them, and he quickly laid the table for 4. Then he directed the women to set the serving dishes down, poured the goblets full with wine, and departed. It was a surprisingly good meal. There was a large pie with a flaky crust that oozed gravy and was filled with a mixture of game birds. There was a platter of roasted rabbit, already cut into pieces. There was a platter of sliced salmon laid upon a bed of watercress that caused both lairds to raise an eyebrow, for salmon did not show up in public houses as a rule. It had obviously been poached, but the innkeeper was not fearful of being caught, which meant he had obtained it from an important servant of some lordling, maybe even the king. A round plate held a small ham. The bread was hot and very fresh. The cheese was of the best quality, and there was a tub of sweet, newly churned butter. And finally, a dish holding several warm roasted apples with cinnamon and honey, along with a little pitcher of thick golden cream. "No wonder the place is so crowded," Duncan Armstrong observed as he quaffed some wine. "The man keeps a good table and has a good cellar." "And probably preys on the unsuspecting," his brother replied. There was a knock at the door, and both men let a hand go to their sword. But the door opened to reveal the Bruce captain, who stepped quickly into the room. "The lads, both ours and off doors, have all been fed, my lords," he reported. "I shall set 4 men-at-arms at the door in 2-hour shifts for the night. Is there anything else?" "We'll depart at first light," Colonel Bruce said. "Make certain the men are fed, and see that the innkeeper is paid." "Aye, my lord," the captain responded, and then, bowing again, departed the room. The 2 couples each took a bed and slept. Used to awakening early, they arose while it was still dark and dressed quickly. But Ellen and Adair each took more care this early morning,
for they would arrive at court just after midday. Their gowns were velvet and all of one piece, although the fashion in England and France was now to have bodice and skirt separate. The garments were tight-fitting, with long sleeves and deeply V'd necklines that exposed their breasts. Adair was garbed in a rich burgundy colour, and Ellen in a vibrant green. The long, hooded cloaks, lined in warm fur that they would wear on their bride, matched their gowns. They departed the inn at first light, having eaten oat porridge and fresh bread with butter and cheese. Linlithgow Palace was located between Edinburgh and Stirling. It sat on a headland that projected out into the southern end of Linlithgow Loch. It was called the fairest royal house in Scotland, and the Stuart kings loved it. It was in a perfect defensive position, surrounded on 3 sides by water. They were not the only ones going to court that day, and the kirk gate leading to St. Michael's Church was crowded with horses and travelling carts. "I thought never to see this castle again," Ellen said softly. "You did not expect to return to court?" Adair asked. "Nay, like you, I am happiest in my home, and I am not of any importance." "He asked you so I would come," Adair replied softly. "Aye, that is exactly why he asked us," Ellen answered, chuckling. "So here we are, and I suppose we might as well enjoy ourselves, for how likely is it that either of us will ever come again to the King's Court? James Stuart is fortunate I was not with child and refused to travel." Adair grinned. "Damn," she said. "I should have pleaded my belly." Linlithgow Palace was of a simple design. There was a gateway that led to the outer close. Beyond and to the left was the peel or palisade that had been built by the English king Edward I to defend the fortress. The inner close had square towers at each of its corners. Spiral staircases known as turnpikes gave access to each tower. At the southwest was the King's Tower. The Great Hall and the chapel were housed in the southeast tower, the kitchens in the northeast. The northwest tower was the Queen's, although James IV had no queen currently, and his aunt resided there. The ground floor of the palace housed the guardrooms. Below them were the wine cellar, the kitchens, and a large prison chamber where prisoners were thrust from the guardrooms above. The main living quarters were on the first floor. The Great Hall had been built between 2 towers and was called the Lion Chamber for the great tapestry that had been woven in Bruges and hung there. Its design was of the lion rampant of Scotland's royal house. The hall had a hammer-beamed roof, but for its southern end above the fireplace, which was vaulted into the stone walls, it was there that the dais supporting the highboard was set. At the north end of the Lion chamber was an oak screen supporting the minstrel's gallery above. As they passed through the palace's gateway and into the outer close, Ellen found the memories flooding back. The memory of departing Linlithgow in the dark, heading north for Loch Earn. The memory of returning, numb with shock after the murders of her grandfather and Donald MacNab, terrified of being forced back and into marriage with Ellen MacArthur. Leaving and returning, and then leaving again as Duncan Armstrong's wife. She had always liked Linlithgow, but it had always seemed that something affecting her life happened whenever she left it. The king was in the great hall surrounded by his friends and those who would be his friends. There were several ambassadors and many ladies, including the king's aunt and hostess, Princess Margaret Stuart. The 2 lairds and their wives joined the throng of guests greeting acquaintances and friends as they made their way to the king to pay him their respects. He was speaking with his good friend, Patrick Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell, but he saw them, his eyes lighting up with pleasure. Duncan Armstrong and Connell Bruce bowed. Adair and Ellen curtsied.
"We are pleased you accepted our invitation," James Stuart said.
"How could we refuse you, cousin?" Adair said sweetly.
Both the king and the earl chuckled. "You are a headstrong woman, my lady of Cleet," Patrick Hepburn said. "And here is my bonny Ellen," the king noted. "You look happy, puppet."
"I am happy," Ellen told him, smiling. "But I should far rather have spent my first Christmas as the Lady of Dufftour in my own home, my lord. You do not need me for the nefarious purposes you have in mind," she said boldly.
"But I did," the king admitted. My good cousin would not have come without you, would you, Adair?
Nay, I would not, Adair responded candidly.
We will speak privily on it later, James Stewart said. Now go and enjoy yourselves, but first pay your respects to my aunt.
Go and find yourself some wine, Ellen suggested to her husband and brother-in-law. We will visit with the Lady Margaret. She turned to Adair. Have you ever met the princess? She is a woman of much intellect. I have not met her before, Adair replied, as Ellen directed their steps across the Lyon chamber to where Margaret Stewart sat, holding her own small court. The princess's eyes lit up as she saw Ellen. The younger woman knelt prettily and, taking the lady's hands up, kissed them. Margaret Stewart smiled warmly. Ah, here you are, Ellen MacArthur. Jamie said you would be coming. And who is this beauty with you? The Lady of Cleet, if I am not mistaken. Ellen stood up, drawing Adair forward. Aye, my lady. May I introduce to you my sister-in-law, Adair Bruce? Adair curtsied to the king's aunt. I am honoured, my lady, she said. Come and sit by my side, lasses, the princess invited, offering them seats on 2 low stools. Tell me of your journey. Slow and cold, Ellen said succinctly with a mischievous grin. The princess laughed. My nephew will have his own way, she noted. What is this gossip we hear in the borders of an English prince? Ellen asked innocently. They say he is King Edward IV's son. Is it so, my lady? Whether it is so or not, Margaret Stewart replied. I have no idea. Is he here, at Linlithgow? Ellen queried. She looked about the hall. Is he in this hall now? I have never seen a prince of England. Margaret Stewart chuckled knowingly. Ellen, for shame. Do not play the gullible fool with me, for I know you far better. You know you were asked to court in order that the Lady of Cleet be pressed into obeying my nephew's summons. Your husbands, bless them, are good, loyal border lords, and would bring you to any place that the king demanded of you. She turned to Adair. King Richard, for my nephew insists he be addressed thusly, is not in the hall tonight. He is dining with the Gordons of Huntly and their daughter Catherine. Would you know your half-brother as a grown man, my Lady of Cleet? Would you know young Richard of York after all these years? Aye, Adair said quietly. I would know, Dickie, but my brother is dead, madam. He was murdered at Middlesham, as I told King James several years ago. Margaret Stewart nodded. This will be something for you and my nephew to determine, she said. I know you do not believe it, but there is always the faint possibility that your brother survived the attack that took his elder sibling's life. Adair's lips compressed themselves in a thin line. As I was not there at the time of my brother's murders, I will concede that anything is possible, but the page who brought me word of the foul deed was an honest lad. Margaret Stewart nodded. I will admit, she said, lowering her voice so that only the 2 young women could hear her, that I am not convinced of this man's authenticity. She sighed. I know well the games kings play, Adair replied, her tone almost bitter. But then she smiled. But despite it all, I found happiness. Be grateful, then, Margaret Stewart told the younger woman. Happiness is an elusive thing. Sometimes it is like trying to hold a ray of sunlight in your hand. But you are happy, my lady, Ellen remarked. I always thought you happy. Aye, the princess said. I am. I am not beholden to any man, not even my dear nephew, the king. I have my own home, although I rarely get to it these days, my books and enough friends to keep me amused. I am an independent woman, which is, in our world, as rare a thing as a golden goose. She chuckled. Ellen and Adair remained by Margaret Stewart's side until the meal was announced. She left them to join the king at the high board. The 2 young women sought for their husbands, then found places at the trestles below toward the end of the great hall. Servants bustled about with platters and bowls and pitchers of ale and wine. After the meal, the tables were once again pushed to the side of the hall, and they were treated to entertainments. The king's piper played. There were 3 jugglers, who performed both separately and in concert with one another. And then came a troupe of gypsy dancers, who stamped with bare feet and whirled about, tossing their colourful skirts up to show supple legs beneath as they clapped rhythmically in time to the wild music. It was during this part of the entertainment that a very young page came to their table, announcing, "My lord the king would speak with the Lady of Cleet and her sister, the Lady of Duftur. If you will attend me, please." The lad turned and moved away, even as Ellen and Adair arose to follow him. Between the great hall and the chapel was a room called the Chamber of Dees, which was a withdrawing room where the king usually went first after departing the high board. Ellen had assumed that the page was leading them there, but he did not. Through the chapel they followed the boy, and into a hall that Ellen knew led to the king's own rooms. She was at first surprised, but then she realised James would want complete privacy for what was about to come. "Do you know where we are?" Adair asked her as they hurried along. "We are going to the king's own apartments. He has a little privy room for himself. We have often played chess together there. It allows him to escape the formality of the court," Ellen answered. "Ah, here we are." The privy chamber was empty, however, when the page left them there. "Does he bring his mistresses here, I wonder?" Adair said. "Aye, he used to bring Marion Boyd, old Belle the cat's niece. She's a nice woman, and gave him 2 children, his firstborn, Alexander, and a wee girlie, Catherine. He's married her off now, and he's fallen in love with Lord Drummond's sweet daughter, Margaret. He is a man for romance, our king," Ellen said with a fond smile. "Did you ever—" Adair couldn't resist asking. "Me? Nay," Ellen laughed. "I am not at all the king's fancy. We were naught but friends."
"And still are, I hope,"
James Stewart said, entering the little chamber where the 2 women were awaiting him.
"Sit, my ladies, and let us speak on a matter of great importance to Scotland."
He motioned them to a small settle by the hearth and took the chair opposite them.
"You have heard the rumours in the Borders, my aunt tells me."
"Of a man who claims to be young Richard of York? Aye, my lord, we have," Ellen said. "It is a most troubling rumour."
"Have you nothing to say, my Lady of Cleet?"
the king asked Adair. "Do you think I do not know what you are about, my lord?" Adair burst out. "This is a burr to place beneath Henry of England's saddle, isn't it? Repayment for all the troubles he has caused you and continues to cause you."
"Aye, it is exactly that,"
James Stewart admitted.
"But could your brother Richard have escaped death? Could he have been smuggled to Flanders and then to the court of the Duchess of Burgundy? Could this young man indeed be Edward's son?"
"Nay, it is impossible," Adair cried. "Anthony Tolliver would have not lied when he fled to me from Middlesham after my Uncle Richard was slain."
"Improbable, but not necessarily impossible," James Stewart said.
"Do not fret yourselves," Ellen broke in. "The solution to this conundrum is really a very simple one, my dear lord."
"Ah, my sweet Bonnie,"
the king said, turning a smile on Ellen.
"And what would you propose be done to settle this matter once and for all?"
"Introduce Adair to this man, my lord, but do not tell him of her connection with Edward IV. See if he recognises his sister. He should, you know. Adair was grown when they last saw each other. If he is really King Edward's son, then he will know her for certain. If he is not, then he will not, and you will know he is a fraud." James Stewart grinned.
"A deceptively simple plot, my Bonnie, and quite worthy of you. It is discreet, provided, of course, that the Lady of Cleet will cooperate. Will you, cousin?"
The king smiled winningly at Adair. "How can I be certain you will not speak with this man who calls himself my brother and warn him of me?" Adair demanded. "I know what you are about, cousin. You want an advantage, or at least a perceived advantage over Henry Tudor."
"You are no friend of that king," James Stewart said.
"Nay, I am not," Adair agreed. "But I will not sully the memory of my father's sons with some cruel hoax so you may get back at your English rival."
"You are a difficult woman," the king said. "But I must know the truth of this matter, and you, Adair, are the only one who can tell me that truth."
"Does it matter to you if he is true or false?" Adair wanted to know. James Stewart smiled a slow smile, and then he said,
"Nay, I will use him against Henry Tudor nonetheless. I merely seek to satisfy my own curiosity."
Ellen sat transfixed, listening to them. She was shocked. This was a James Stuart she did not know, an unrelenting and merciless king, not the young man she beat at chess and then teased about it. Nay, this man was powerful and determined. If she had not known that what he did he believed was best for Scotland, and Ellen did know, for she had seen his love for his kingdom during her time spent at court, all of her illusions would have been entirely shattered. But Ellen did know that James Stuart had a kind heart and was a good man. She suddenly realised that it was not easy being a king. There were power, wealth and pomp, to be sure, but there was also the responsibility for an entire kingdom. In the north, the king had to struggle against the power of the MacDonald Lord of the Isles. In the south, he had to be concerned for the English raiders, who attacked not only his border lords, but the small villages and farms under their authority. And this man was not like his late father, the third James, who cared only for his own pleasures, who had not seen the misery of his subjects. Nay, this fourth James was a caring man.
"To assure you of my honesty, since I suspect you doubt it," the king said to Adair, "I will tell you that he of whom we speak will be back in the palace later this evening. When he comes, I will point him out to you first, and then introduce you."
"Very well," Adair replied, and then her manner softened. "Forgive me, cousin, for my suspicion of this man. I would be as glad as you to do Henry Tudor a bad turn. If this fellow were indeed Dicky, I would fall on his neck and praise God for such a great mercy. I would ride the length of England declaring Richard of York king over that usurper now astride England's throne. But many things concern me." She paused and then said, "If Margaret of Burgundy truly believed that her nephew had survived murder and knew where he was, then why did she not at least tell Dicky's mother before Elizabeth Woodville died almost 3 years ago? The Duchess is a mother herself. Certainly she would have considered her sister-in-law's feelings, even if she did not particularly like her. None of my father's family really liked his queen."
"Perhaps Elizabeth Woodville's desire to see her grown daughter Queen of England outweighed her love for her youngest son, who would have been a child king. As I recall, she and her Woodville relations attempted to seize control of her eldest son when his father died. She would have been allowed no power or part in her younger son's rule, and her own power base had been destroyed by King Richard."
Adair nodded. "What you say is true, I will agree. But had it been my child who had survived an assassination, I should have gone to be with him in exile." Then she shrugged. "But then Elizabeth Woodville was never particularly maternal. She spawned her offspring, and after that had little interest in them, except for what they could give her. I suppose if Dicky did survive his murder, my father's wife carefully weighed and balanced the situation, finally deciding that my sister Elizabeth's chances were better and offered more than a little boy's." There was a faint scratching at the door of the king's privy chamber, and it opened to reveal the page.
"My lord, a servant has come to say that King Richard has returned and is now in the Great Hall." "Thank you, lad,"
James Stuart said, standing. Then he turned to his companions.
"May I escort you back to the Great Hall, my ladies?"
Ellen and Adair arose together, and following the king, they returned with him to the Lyon chamber. Chapter 8. In the great hall, a group of courtiers and ladies were gathered around a young man. He was tall and extremely handsome, with dark wavy hair and fine blue eyes. He smiled easily, and his charm was evident even from a distance.
"There is the young king,"
James Stuart said, pointing.
"What think you, cousin?"
Dicky did not have dark hair. He was, like all of my father's children but for me, light-haired. But then his queen was fair, and my mother had jet-black hair. All of Elizabeth Woodville's offspring were blondes or red blondes. None was dark among them, my lord.
"Let me introduce you," the king suggested, "so you may be certain."
"He does have the look of a Plantagenet about him," Adair admitted slowly. The gaggle of courtiers and simpering ladies parted as the king reached the young man with his 2 companions.
"My Lord Richard," he said, "may I present the Lady of Cleet, who, like you, is English-born, and her sister-in-law, the Lady of Duftor."
The handsome young man bowed and kissed first Adair's hand and then Ellen's.
"Are there no ugly women in Scotland, my Lord James?" he asked, captivating the other ladies about them, who tittered appreciatively. Then he fixed his gaze on Adair, but his eyes held no recognition. "You are English-born, madam?"
"Aye, my lord, I am. My family name was Radcliffe, and our seat was at Stanton, which is on the English side of the borders," Adair explained.
"My uncle of York kept a tight rein on the north," the young man replied. "Did you or your parents ever meet him? He was not a kind man."
Adair kept her temper in check, for she needed to know more of this fellow. "Aye, I did meet him on several occasions, but not at Stanton. My parents were killed, and I was sent to court into the king's protection." If you were really Dickie, she thought, you would not repeat that Tudor gossip about Uncle Dickon, who was the kindest of men. The young man's brow furrowed, and then he said,
"We did not meet, did we? But, of course, I was in the royal nurseries under the care of that bitch Margaret Beaufort, the mother of he who usurped my throne. I've always suspected she was involved in the plot to murder my brother Edward and me. My aunt of Burgundy believes it too."
"Oh?" Adair could think of nothing to say to such an accusation, for as ambitious as Margaret Beaufort had been for her son, she was not a woman to stoop to murder.
"It was in the Tower, you know," the young man said confidentially. "They came and took Edward away one night. I never saw him again. But then those still loyal to the House of York came, secretly gaining entrance to my apartments. I was smuggled to the coast, and from there to Flanders, where I was put with a family called Vorbeck, who told me that while I was now England's true king, I would be killed like my brother if anyone knew. I was to answer to the name of Perkin Vorbeck until I might one day be restored to my rightful place as England's king. And 2 years ago, my aunt of Burgundy came for me and brought me to her court in preparation for my return to England."
"Oh, your highness was so brave," one of the ladies said. "Aye, 'tis quite a tale you tell," Adair said with a small smile. Then she curtsied. "If you will excuse me, sir, I must seek out my husband, for our day has been long." She looked at James Stewart. "With your permission, my liege?"
"I will help you find your laird, madam," the king said. "I must have words with him regarding a matter of the border."
His hand grasped her elbow, and they moved away, Ellen with them. When they were out of hearing of the others, James Stewart asked,
"Well, is he your half-brother, or is he a false prince?"
"He did not show any sign of recognition for me," Adair began. "I gave him my family name and that of Stanton. I said I was brought to court as a child. I did not, however, tell him I was raised in the royal nursery, for he should have known me if he were the true prince, my lord. But he did not know me. The real Prince Richard would have, for everyone at court knew my history, and that I was the king's brat. And saying that his Uncle Richard was not a kind man was a patent lie, for Uncle Dickon was the most loving of men to all the children who crossed his path. And that Banbury tale about the Tower. As soon as my Uncle Richard became king, he moved the boys to Middlesham for their safety, knowing the Woodvilles would attempt to gain custody of the boys and cause difficulties. How Margaret of Burgundy could delude herself is beyond me. But perhaps she does not fool herself. Mayhap it is to irritate Henry Tudor that she sponsors this hoax. You are her cat's paw, cousin, as the Irish before you who supported this man. I would expect it of the Irish, but not of Scotland's king, who should be wiser."
"You are too bold by far to speak to me like that," the king said, stung.
"I told you he was a fraud before I ever laid eyes upon him," Adair snapped.
"Seek your husband, madam," James Stewart said, stomping off.
Adair curtsied, but when Ellen did the same, the king reached out and took her by the arm. She looked up at him, surprised. "She should not have spoken to you that way."
"I'm too ill-tempered to rejoin the court," he admitted to her. "We will go back to my privy chamber and play a game of chess. I need better mastery of myself before I face anyone else."
He practically dragged her along. Ellen stood stock still, forcing the king to stop. "Your humour will be the worse if you lose to me, my good lord," she gently teased him. And Duncan will be wondering by now where I have gotten to, and he will worry.
I'll send someone to him to tell him where you are,
was his reply. Oh, he will be very reassured to learn that I am with you in your privy chamber. I didn't even know where we are to sleep, Ellen protested. I am a country woman, and not used to these hours you keep here at court. The king snorted, disbelieving at her complaint.
Everything has been arranged for my guests, and considering that I invited the Bruces and the Armstrongs to court, I am hardly likely to leave you without a bed, he said.
He hailed a passing manservant.
Go back into the Lyon chamber and seek out the Laird of Dufdour, Duncan Armstrong. Tell him that I am playing chess with his wife.
Yes, my lord,
the servant said, eyeing Ellen curiously. She did not seem at all like the king's type, but then he shrugged and hurried off. I can but imagine what the man makes of your words, she said irritably. By morning it will be all over court that you and I were alone. A page would have been more discreet, my lord. Would you sully my reputation?
If I meant to sully your good name, my bunny, I should have done it long since,
James Stewart said dryly with a grin. He was beginning to feel a little bit better. Ellen had always had a knack for restoring his good humour in spite of himself.
And I order you not to beat me tonight. I need a victory no matter how small. I knew it. I knew that Margaret of Burgundy was a duplicitous bitch. When could the English ever truly be trusted?
He flung open the door to his privy chamber and drew her in.
Set up the chessboard, my bunny, and I will fetch us some wine to take the chill off the evening.
Ellen did as she had been bidden, finding the chess set where it had always been, bringing the checkered board to the small game table that was set between the chair and the settle before the hearth. She then fetched the rectangular chased silver box that held the pieces, which were fashioned from ivory and dark green agate. Placing the pieces in their proper order on either side of the board, she sat down to wait for her partner. Shortly the king joined her, handing her a goblet of sweet wine and seating himself opposite her. If you knew the Duchess of Burgundy could not be trusted, why did you take this Perkin Warbeck into your care? Ellen asked.
Because there was always the chance he was the genuine prince, but I suspect he is the bye-blow of one of her Anjou Plantagenet relations, the king responded.
Will you expose him for the fraud he is? Ellen asked, moving a piece thoughtfully.
Nay, I mean to use him, as the old Duchess knew I would, even if I did find her protégé out. And I shall go on as if I believe he is young Richard of York, the king said. He can be more useful to me, actually, than he will be to Burgundy.
How? Ellen asked.
First, I'll use him to put a stop to the Earl of Huntly's disobedience. The Gordons have caused me difficulties for several years now, but the Earl came to court this Christmas. The beautiful Catherine Gordon, who has been in my aunt's household, has fallen in love with my faux prince.
The king chuckled.
I mean to marry him to her.
You think Huntly's such a fool? Ellen said softly.
I think Huntly an ambitious man. The thought that his daughter might one day be Queen of England will be much too much for him to resist.
James Stewart laughed again.
And with that marriage and the faint hope of his daughter's queenship, the Gordons are mine once again. How can he betray the man who gave his child a throne?
There will be no throne, my lord, and you well know it. Whatever happens, poor Catherine Gordon will be caught up in it. The Gordons will hardly thank you for that, Ellen told him seriously.
I will plead that I was as duped as they were, the king said.
You have become ruthless, my lord, Ellen responded softly. I have never before known you to be such.
You have never before seen that side of me, James Stewart said. I am a royal Stuart, my bunny, and we are ruthless. It is our nature to be so. It is said that a king may be loved or he may be feared. I intend to be both loved and feared.
Ellen shook her head as she moved her knight. Catherine Gordon is a proud girl, and I cannot say that I like her particularly well, but I must now pity her for what you are doing in this game you play.
Do not pity her, my bunny, the king said. The wench fancies herself in love with our faux prince, and is as ambitious as her sire. She already pictures a crown upon her head.
He chuckled.
I have told you that my family is merciless in its desire to rule well. Now let me tell you a tale of my great-grandfather, the first James. Check and mate, my bunny, James Stewart said, ending their game.
Either you have grown more skilled at this, or I have not been paying proper attention, Ellen complained, but she was smiling, for she had restored his good humour. He laughed.
Will you stay and hear the story of James the First?
Ellen nodded. Aye, I will.
That James had been sent from Scotland at a young age. He was to go to France, for he was his father's only surviving son. That king feared for his life, as he was aged and was no longer certain he could protect his little son. But the lad's ship was captured by English pirates, and the young prince taken to the English court, where he was well treated and grew up. When he returned to Scotland with his English wife, Joan, he was welcomed and became beloved. But in the north, a MacDonald lord of the Isles, like all his kind before and after, warred against the king's authority. James I had slowly and carefully built a network of spies in the north, but the one thing he lacked was someone close to the MacDonald. And then that lord sent his bastard brother, the MacDonald of Nairn, to court to spy upon my great-grandfather. At the same time, Black Angus Garden, the laird of Lochbray, arrived with his mistress, Fiona Hay. The laird was deeply in love with his mistress and intended to wed her when they returned home. My great-grandfather, however, saw that the MacDonald of Nairn was very taken with Fiona Hay. He coerced Nairn's cousin, a young woman wed to a border lord, to entice him into kidnapping Fiona Hay as she travelled back to Bray. Then he sent Black Angus south to fetch his English queen's cousin and bring her back to court. Fiona Hay prepared to depart the court of James I, but before she went, my great-grandfather told her that he and his queen wanted Angus Gordon to wed with the queen's English cousin, so she must step aside for the royal wishes. She was, my ancestors' diaries reveal, devastated. Next, the king said that word of a plot by the MacDonald of Nairn to kidnap Fiona Hay had come to his ears. She would allow it and go north with Nairn to spy for her king. She finally agreed, but not before extracting a promise from my great-grandsire to repair her home and deposit a sum of monies for her with an Edinburgh goldsmith. The bargain was struck, and Fiona Hay reluctantly went north to do as she had been bidden. Of course, Angus Gordon was not meant to wed with the Queen's cousin at all, and he was devastated to learn of his mistress's disappearance. But according to his king, no trace of the lass could be found, although a great search had been made. He returned to his home at Lochbray, heartbroken, James Stewart told Ellen.
Did this MacDonald of Nairn kidnap Fiona Hay? She asked.
He did, and he married her. Some few years later, my ancestor marched into the Highlands. He shamed the chieftains he had called to Inverness. A short while later, they burned the town in retaliation. King James I marched into the Highlands to punish the chieftains. The MacDonald of Nairn was killed in the ensuing battle, and his castle burned and destroyed. Fiona Hay took her children, for by then she had 3, and returned to her tower home near Bray. It was there shortly thereafter that the laird of Lochbray found her, and they were reunited and wed.
So there was a happy ending after all, despite King James I's perfidy, Ellen noted. But you are as ruthless as your great-grandfather was, my lord, and you are not ashamed of it, for you relate the story with pride. She worried her lower lip with her teeth. I do not know this man you have revealed to me tonight. The James Stewart whom I know is a kind and caring man. He would not use an innocent girl's dream of becoming a queen, for most girls dream like that, to further his own purposes. I am suddenly afraid of you, my good lord. What will you do to gain your own will, and where will it stop? Her grey-blue eyes were wet with unshed tears, and she was shocked to have seen this other side of a king she'd always admired and trusted. Now she didn't know what to think.
I have never betrayed you, my bonny, James Stewart said quietly. Indeed, when I gave you to Duftor, it was because I could see you liked him, and that he was already a little bit in love with you. It pleased me to see you both happy.
Ellen flashed with the half-rebuke, but then she said, If you saw that he cared for me, and that I did not find him repulsive, my lord, then you put us together to bind him ever closer to you. Had I been an heiress of importance, you would not have given me to Duncan Armstrong, and we both know it. It cost you not to see us wed, and you gain from it, do you not? The king chuckled.
Is Duftor aware of how clever you are, my bonny? You think like your husband, with a sharp clarity, and you have an honest tongue. There are so few who will speak plainly to a king. I value you for that, and always have.
Ellen stood up and shook her green velvet skirts. "Please, my lord," she said, "I am fair worn out by our trip to Linlithgow. I would find my husband and seek our bed." He nodded, smiling at her.
"Aye, your day has been long, Ellen. Will we still be friends, despite the fact that I have disappointed you?"
"Oh, my lord, I am not disappointed. I am surprised you have revealed this side of yourself to me. I must think on it, but you will always have my friendship and my loyalty. The mistake was mine. I've ever thought of you as a man, and you are not just a man. You are a man who is King of Scotland." She curtsied to him, then backed from the privy chamber. Outside the door she found the young page waiting. He escorted her back to the great hall, where she quickly found her husband. Duncan Armstrong slipped an arm about his wife.
"Are you all right?"
he asked her anxiously, for Ellen seemed pale to him.
Adair returned to the hall in a high fury.
"Did she tell you?" Ellen wanted to know.
"Tell me what?"
he countered. "Then she has not." Ellen sighed. She glanced about. "Where is Adair?"
"She and Connell went off to find a private spot,"
the laird told her. "We must find a quiet spot as well, so I may tell you all that has transpired," Ellen said, low. "Come, I know a place." And she led him through the Lyon chamber and into the chapel. It was empty. Taking his hand, she led him to the front of the chapel, and pulling Duncan aside into a corner, Ellen began to speak. She told her husband that Adair had told the king that the prince was indeed false, but that the king insisted he would not expose him, and indeed would marry him to Catherine Gordon. Adair is furious, and would expose the Duchess of Burgundy's pawn if she could, but she must consider what the king would do if she did, for he has his own plans.
"She must think of Cleet first," Duncan said sternly. "This matter between kings has little to do with us. Adair must remember Connell and their children. Let our King Jamie tweak the nose of the Tudor king if it pleases him. It should not matter to us."
Adair is angry that someone would impersonate her dead half-brother. This young man showed absolutely no recognition of her. It is obvious that whoever trained this fellow did not know all the intimate details of King Edward's household. All he knows would have been public knowledge. I suspect he might not even be English, Ellen told Duncan. But Adair loved her siblings. This masquerade hurts her.
"But it has naught to do with her,"
Duncan Armstrong said in practical tones.
"She knows her brothers were murdered at Middlesham, although the only witness to the deed is now himself dead. This pretender, the reasons behind his appearance is nothing to Adair. Certainly she understands the reasoning behind it all. She must turn her head away from it. In a few days we will return home to the Borders. We were invited for but one reason, and that reason satisfied, it is unlikely we will come again to court."
"I wish we might go home right now," Ellen said, putting her head on his shoulder.
"So do I,"
Duncan Armstrong agreed.
"But for now I think it incumbent upon us that we seek where we are to lay our heads this night, and for the next few nights."
Returning to the great hall, they found Connell and Adair looking nonplussed. "You and I have been given a bed in a tiny chamber," Adair told her sister-in-law. "Our husbands must find their own place to sleep." Ellen couldn't help but giggle, and the giggle grew into a burst of unrestrained laughter. "Oh, how typical of the court. Because we were especially invited, they have provided a bed for you and me, Adair, but our men must fend for themselves, for they only escorted us. Well, Linlithgow is not a huge palace, and from what I saw in the Lyon chamber tonight, everyone of even the smallest importance is here for the Christmas revels. I suppose we are fortunate someone thought to give us a bed at all." "How can you laugh?" Adair demanded. "We have travelled for several days in this damned winter weather to get here, and if the truth be known, we wouldn't have come at all had it not been a royal command, and then there is no bed for us."
"Let us see this chamber you have been offered," Duncan Armstrong said in practical tones. "If it is large enough, we may all share it, eh?"
Adair huffed angrily. "Do you know where it is?" Ellen asked quietly.
"The servant said it was in the northwest wing of the palace," Connell answered. "Do you know the way, Ellen?"
Ellen nodded and led them from the hall. When they reached the wing in question, they found an upper servant waiting at its entry. "The Lord and Lady of Cleet and the Lord and Lady of Duftor, please," she said. The servant glanced at the list he had been given.
"A chamber has been set aside for the ladies," he said, repeating what they already knew. "Third door on the right down this corridor, my lady."
"Do you think it's large enough for us all?" Ellen questioned gently. She knew very well from her year at court that the servant would have already heard numerous complaints about the housing. She smiled at the man.
"You can look,"
he said, grateful for her soft tones.
"But there is only one bed."
"Do you know if it has a trundle?" Ellen pressed further. The servant shook his head.
"Nay, lady."
Accepting the taper stick he offered them, they followed the corridor to the chamber in question. It was a very little space, and the bed took up the entire room. Even if there had been a trundle beneath the bed, and there was not, there would not have been any room to pull it out. The saddlebags in which they'd packed their clothing lay flung carelessly upon the bed. Adair stamped her foot. "This is intolerable," she declared.
"Perhaps," her husband said with an effort at humour, "if you had identified the faux prince as the true one, our accommodations might have been changed for the better."
Both Ellen and Duncan snickered, and Adair shot them a venomous look. "You and Connell take the bed," Ellen said. "I know the palace, and I can find a place for Duncan and me to lay our heads. There will be some nook empty."
"Nay,"
the Laird of Cleet answered her.
"You and Adair will share the bed as was planned. My brother and I will find an empty space somewhere, but we will change our garments here, for I'm of no mind to show my bonny legs in public."
And before either of the women might argue, the two men withdrew, leaving them alone. "I'll leave on the morrow," Adair said. "If my cousin can offer his own kin no better place to lay her head, then he may celebrate the holiday without me." "How are you related to King James?" Ellen wanted to know. "We both descend from King Edward III of England, albeit through different lines," Adair explained. "My descent is through that king's third and fifth sons. King James's line comes down from the fourth son. It is a nebulous connection, to be sure, but it amuses King James to claim it with me, and if truth be known, it enhances my small reputation to have him address me as cousin. When I lived in Lady Margaret's household, and the king would call upon me to play chess with him, we would often speak. Actually, I listened, for the king had far more to say than I ever did." Ellen smiled. "He spoke of you now and again, of your beauty, but more often of your intellect. He says 'twas you who suggested he send out ambassadors to France, England, and the other lands across the water." "When you are brought up in a sophisticated court, as I was," Adair said, "you can learn a great deal if you keep your lips sealed but to ask questions, and if you listen carefully without making judgments. My father was self-indulgent and amoral, but he was a good king, Ellen. No one was more clever at manipulating people than Edward Plantagenet of York. He might have been great had he been more interested in being a king and less of a sybarite, but he did have charm." "Your life has been so different from mine," Ellen said. "I was just a Highland lass raised mostly by my grandsire, a simple laird, yet we have become friends." Adair smiled. Her humour was already restored being in Ellen's company. Duncan's wife was a sweet lass by nature, but not as dewy-eyed as she appeared. It was a pose she took on to put people at their ease. Adair thought her actually quite clever, else her brother-in-law would not have been as happy as he appeared these days. Duncan Armstrong, of the three brothers, was the most intelligent, and quite clever to boot. He was really quite wasted at Duffdore. He would have made a fine adviser or diplomat for King James. "Your time in Lady Margaret's household was not wasted," Adair remarked. "It gives us something in common besides our husbands." The two women continued chatting amiably as they prepared for bed. They did so quickly, for the tiny chamber was icy, and it had no hearth. Though the single little window's wooden shutter was tightly closed, there was still a bit of a draught, and Ellen would have sworn that there was hoarfrost upon the chamber's stone walls. The bed the two women shared was comfortable, however, with a good feather bed beneath them, and a thick coverlet of down and a heavy fur rug to snuggle under. In the morning it was agreed that they would remain for a day or two more to enjoy the company of the court. They hunted in the hills about Linlithgow one day, but the following day dawned cold and rainy, and while there was jousting in the courtyard, the day was generally unpleasant. The king, having gotten what he wanted from Adair, no longer cared whether they were there. On the third night of their stay, he announced to the inhabitants of the Great Hall that Lady Catherine Gordon would wed with King Richard of York after the New Year. "Let us leave on the morrow," Ellen suggested to her companions. "Unless, of course, any of you have a desire to see the wedding between the Gordon and England's true king," she teased them, grinning.
"A pallet in a monastery guest house will be more comfortable than where Connell and I have been sleeping,"
Duncan Armstrong said. "And just where have you been sleeping?" Ellen wanted to know.
"In an unused garderobe at the top of the east wing," her husband told her.
"Oh, poor Duncan," Ellen sympathised, but her eyes were dancing.
"It is just big enough for one," he said. "We take turns with one of us inside the garderobe and the other on the stone floor outside of it. It's cold and it's uncomfortable besides,"
the Laird of Dufftor complained. "Then we'd best take our leave of the king now," Ellen said, and the two couples walked across the Lyon chamber to where the king was now seated. They waited for him to recognise them. When he did, Duncan Armstrong stepped forward and bowed.
"My liege, the court is crowded, and while we are honoured to have been asked to join your Christmas revels, we should, with your permission, take our leave of you on the morrow. Our journey home will be hard in the best of circumstances, and neither my brother of Cleet nor I should want to find ourselves caught in a blizzard."
James Stewart looked at the two couples standing before him.
"Do you not wish to remain and be witness to the wedding of our cousin, Catherine Gordon, and England's true king?"
he asked them innocently, noting as he spoke the fury that leaped into Adair's eyes and the sad, almost chiding look in Ellen's.
"You are more than gracious, my liege,"
the Laird of Dufftor said, a wry twist to his lips.
"I am certain that the happiness of the young couple will be guaranteed without us, else we would certainly remain to assure it."
James Stewart laughed aloud.
"You are wasted in the borders, Duncan,"
he told the handsome lad.
"You would make me a fine diplomat if I could but convince you to leave your beloved Dufftor. You have our permission, my lords, to return to your homes."
He turned to Ellen.
"Are you still disappointed in me, my bunny?"
he asked, low, his blue eyes searching her face. "Nay, my lord," she told him. "I am coming to terms now with what it really means to be a king. I never before understood. But I owe you much, and I will always be your most loyal liege woman, my lord." She curtsied to him. James Stewart leaned forward and kissed Ellen's rosy cheek.
"Godspeed, my bunny,"
he said softly. Then he looked to Adair.
"Thank you, cousin. Though you disapprove of my actions, thank you for your discretion."
Adair curtsied to him. "I may be the wife of a simple bonnet laird, my lord, but I was raised a king's daughter. Beware, however, of the English lion. His claws are sharp, and his memory for a fault is a long one. I should not like to see you harmed." The king grinned.
"I am younger and more agile than Henry Tudor," he declared. "Godspeed to you also, my lady of Cleet."
Adair curtsied again, and then, taking her husband's arm, she backed from the royal presence. Then the two women sought out Margaret Stewart and bade her farewell. "You are not remaining for the wedding?" the king's aunt asked. "Pity." "Did he tell you?" Adair asked her. The older woman nodded. "I do not know if my nephew is being exceeding clever or exceeding foolish," she said. "Go home, my lasses, and escape the mayhem of the court's political manoeuvrings. I think the border may prove a safer place." "Perhaps if it snows," Ellen said. "But then, thanks to the king, Dufftor is now well fortified. Come the spring, however, the raiding back and forth will begin again." She kissed the hand held out to her. "Farewell, my lady. God keep you safe." In the morning, the two brothers, their wives in tow, departed Linlithgow in the company of their men-at-arms. They travelled together for several days, parting finally as the road south of Edinburgh divided. The weather was cold, and it was grey most of the days as they rode, but the rain and the snows held off. Only as the Laird of Dufftor and Ellen found themselves and their men a few hours from home did the snow begin to fall. It was midday, and Duncan Armstrong was glad he had forced the pace. By the time the walls of his house came into view, the snow was falling thickly. They rode through the gates and up before the house, dismounting. One of their men-at-arms took their horses and started for the stables. Hand in hand, the laird and his wife entered their house. No sooner had they stepped through the door than they were surrounded by armed men who hustled them into their great hall, where a handsome gentleman lounged at their highboard, the laird's frightened servants hurrying to serve him.
"You've done a fine job of fortifying your house, Armstrong," the man said. "Who the hell are you?"
Duncan demanded.
"Lord Roger Colby at your service, sir,"
the gentleman said, standing and coming down to greet his host.
"I'm sorry you were not here when I arrived." "I built walls to keep the English out,"
the laird replied dryly.
"Aye, and fine walls they are. Unfortunately, you did not teach your people how to keep your gates locked. By slowing our pace and not appearing threatening, we were able to ride right in this morning."
He grinned.
"There's going to be hell to pay here when I'm gone, isn't there, Armstrong? Still, I thought it only fair that, as you had visited my home some months back, I should visit yours."
Duncan Armstrong laughed, for he saw the humour in the situation, as dangerous as it was.
"You'll be remaining the night, my lord," he told his guest. "We come heralding the blizzard behind us, I fear."
He drew Ellen forward.
"This is my wife, the Lady Ellen, my lord. Sweeting, go to the kitchens and see that they know our guests are remaining at least the night, and tell cook I'm quite hungry after our ride."
"Aye, my lord, and I will see that a bed space here in the hall is prepared for Lord Colby." She curtsied to her husband, then, turning, hurried off.
"A most fetching armful," Lord Colby drawled. "She's not border-born. Nay, she's a Highlander. She was the king's ward and a favourite of his aunt. They saw us wed, as I needed a wife and Ellen needed a husband,"
the laird replied.
"You are so important that the king himself picked you a wife?"
Lord Colby was intrigued by this scrap of information.
"I am of no import at all," the laird answered him. "I had simply done the king a small favour. He wished to repay me in kind, and Ellen's betrothed husband had been killed. The king's aunt, in whose household Ellen lived, wished to see her wed. I was in the right place at the right time. 'Tis no more than that."
The laird's servants, more at ease now that their master was home, came with cups of wine for the two men lounging by the fire. The hall had once again taken on an air of normalcy. The servants moved quietly back and forth, setting the highboard up for the meal that was to be served. In the kitchens, Ellen reassured the cook and her helpers that Lord Colby would not harm them. He was merely visiting. "Since when do the English visit the Scots in such a manner?" the cook, who was named Lizzie, wanted to know. She was a tall, bony woman with perpetually rosy cheeks. "Since the fools standing guard at the gates let them ride through," Ellen said. "There aren't that many of them, only the lord and 6 men-at-arms. "We can kill them, then," the cook said enthusiastically, grabbing a particularly large and dangerous-looking knife up from the table. Ellen held her hand up in a cautionary gesture. "I do not believe there is any necessity for that," she quietly told the kitchen staff. "If Lord Colby had meant us any harm, it would have long ago been accomplished, and he would have brought more than 6 men with him. The laird ordered the gates barred behind us when we returned. Our walls are strong and secure. There is a blizzard raging outside. I do not believe any of us are in any danger, cook. Now," she said briskly, "you have 7 more mouths to feed, at least until this storm has blown itself down into England. And be warned that my lord is hungry and ready for a good meal." Ellen then turned and hurried from the kitchens. On the stairs she met Sim and drew him aside. "How did this happen?" she asked him. "Did my lord not give instructions when we departed that the gates were to be kept closed and locked at all times? There is a very dangerous man in our hall right now."
"My lady, Arthur, the captain of the guard, has been ill. He put his eldest son in charge of the gate, and Father Ivor had gone out to visit an elderly cottager. The lad thought it was safe to leave the gates open until he returned."
"The lad has been brought up here at Duffdoor," Ellen said sharply. "His father is a soldier. What kind of fool was he to think he might leave the gates open? And when he saw 7 riders coming, why did he not close them? At least until he learned their business. Lord Colby knows that now that he has gained entry to our house, we will not abuse the laws of hospitality, but he is the enemy nonetheless."
"Lady, I have not yet learned the truth of this matter, but I will. Arthur, I am told, arose from his sickbed and beat his son bloody for what has happened," Sim said.
No one was hurt then by this incursion? Ellen asked her majordomo.
Nay, lady, other than the fact that we have 7 English in the house, all is well,
Sim replied.
They must have come for a specific purpose, else they would have brought far more men to Duffdoor,
he noted. My lord will learn their purpose soon enough, Ellen responded. Then, picking up her skirts, she said, I must get back to the hall. See that a hot meal is served promptly. She moved off up the stairs now and back into her hall. Joining Duncan and their guests, she smiled. Your unexpected arrival has frightened my servants, my lord, she chided Lord Colby. But we will soon have food upon the table. You have wine? Ah, good, you do. Ellen looked about, and instantly a servant was at her side with a goblet. She took it from him and drank deeply. All she'd wanted was to gain her home, have a good supper, and then climb into her bed with Duncan. Instead, she must entertain this unwelcome visitor who eyed her with a much too bold look.
I apologise, lady,
Roger, Lord Colby said with a charming grin.
My men and I were but out for a ride when we came upon Duffdoor, and it looked so inviting we could not resist coming to call.
Ellen was forced to laugh, but Duncan did not look pleased at all.
Open gates are always inviting, he murmured darkly.
Sim tells me that Arthur is quite sick, Ellen told her husband. Duncan nodded.
I will speak with him later,
he said grimly. Lord Colby listened to this cryptic exchange, amused. He and his men had ridden through the open gates to discover a group of young men-at-arms surrounding 2 very pretty girls, laughing and chatting away with them. They'd looked totally surprised when they realised that 7 armed men had just passed through their gates, and one of the youths had demanded with great self-importance to know their business. It hadn't been difficult to overcome the inexperienced men-at-arms and enter the house. He could only imagine Duncan Armstrong's chagrin, and expected that there would be hell to pay when the Laird of Duffdoor got to the bottom of the matter. In the meantime, he knew that he and his men were protected by the laws of hospitality, which not even the most wicked borderer would contravene. He smiled pleasantly at his host and sipped his wine. Has Lord Colby yet spoken of the reason for his visit? Ellen gently pressed her husband. Duncan was angry, but he was being forced to restrain his anger for the moment, and that was but feeding his anger further.
I will discuss it with your good lord after the meal, Lord Colby said before the laird might speak up. It is not a matter that you need trouble your pretty head about. I share all with my wife, Duncan said in hard tones. Anything affecting me or Duffdoor affects my wife. Therefore she is always kept informed of what I am thinking and what is happening. How very modern of you, Lord Colby murmured. You must value your wife quite highly, my lord. And you, madam, do you feel treasured by this man? For you should. It is rare that a man will admit to accepting his wife's counsel.
Duncan could feel his temper rising further, but Ellen's gentle hand on his cooled his ire as she spoke to the Englishman. I do indeed feel treasured, my lord. How clever of you to understand. I shall look forward to learning the nature and reason for your visit after we have dined.
The meal is ready, my lady.
Sim had quietly joined them. Ellen arose. Come, my lords, she invited them, and let us settle ourselves at the table. I'm sure the cook has set forth a fine meal. She was pleased to see that her servants had placed the fine silver plates upon the table. They had been a wedding gift from Margaret Stuart, along with matching silver spoons. Their best goblets were also silver, studded with green agate. They were very old. Wine or ale, my lords? Ellen asked them, and the appropriate beverage was poured into the goblets. Both men took ale, but Ellen preferred watered wine. She wondered about her appearance, for she had not had time to change, nor had she even seen Peggy or Gunnar. They would undoubtedly be awaiting her upstairs. She'd entered her hall wearing breeches, for she far preferred riding astride to riding side-saddle, as most women did. Yet Lord Colby hadn't been in the least shocked. The cook had conjured up a fine meal. Ellen watched as the servers brought platters of sliced trout, a fat roasted capon, a haunch of venison to be carved, and a ham. There were bowls with creamed cod and lamb stew, a meat pie, a dish of braised lettuces, fresh bread, a crock of sweet butter, and half a wheel of a hard yellow cheese.
"You keep a good table,"
Lord Colby praised, and he ate like a man starving. She and Duncan, Ellen saw, were a bit more abstemious, for she knew that they were more concerned with why the Englishman had violated their home. What did he want? Why had he come to Dufftor? When the meal had been cleared away, the trio once again went to sit before the fire, where they might learn the nature of their guest's visit. They had to admit they were very curious. The Laird of Dufftor spoke first.
"You have, sir, entered my house uninvited and unannounced. I have honoured the laws of hospitality. Now, what is the purpose of your visit, my lord?" "I come with an offer from King Henry,"
Lord Colby began.
"I do not know the fellow,"
Duncan Armstrong said rudely. Lord Colby smiled briefly.
"This young king of yours will not last long upon his stolen throne, Armstrong. He is not well liked, and eventually will be pulled down. My master, King Henry, would offer you and several others here along our shared border the chance to give your allegiance to England. Do so, and you will be safe when this James Stuart is replaced. The eldest surviving son of a reigning king can hardly be called a usurper,"
Duncan said slowly.
"The throne belongs to James Stuart, the fourth of that name, heir to James the third of that name, now deceased. And those who swear to your master that James is not well liked are badly misinformed. Or perhaps they just have their own agenda and wish to hoodwink your king to gain their own purposes. King James is already adored by the people. He is not his father, who did not listen to his own lords and who wasted the treasury on trifles while ignoring the cries of his own people. This James Stuart listens, is frugal, and is already beloved of his people. He is as comfortable conversing with a foreign ambassador in his own language as he is in a Highland hall speaking in the northern tongues of our people. I am his man, and I will never betray him." "Your king is a foolish young man," Lord Colby said. "This adventure he has embarked upon with Margaret of Burgundy's pawn proves that." "Ah,"
Duncan Armstrong began to chuckle.
"So our Jamie has indeed managed to put a burr beneath your king's saddle with the lad they call the true king of England." "Henry Tudor is England's true king,"
Lord Colby said, irritated by the laird's sharp and accurate barb.
"But he fears another useless civil war should anyone flock to the banner of this Plantagenet bastard Burgundy attempts to foist off on the world as King Edward's surviving son. Those two unfortunate princes disappeared, and no one truly knows what happened to them, although it is believed King Richard had them slain to protect himself after his brother died, and the Queen is most distraught by this pretender. It but brings back sad memories she would sooner forget. So your king seeks to cause trouble for Scotland, as Scotland is causing it for England. Well, my wife and I have just returned from court. We have seen this lad, who calls himself your true king. Whether he is or nay, I could not tell you, for I would not know one English prince from another, my lord. I'm a simple man, a bonnet laird. I am not a man for political manoeuvring or plotting. When this storm is over, you and your men may leave in peace, and we will not follow you. I seek no enemies if I can avoid it, but I will never betray James Stuart. I came to you first, Armstrong. He who offers King Henry his loyalty first will be rewarded handsomely, Lord Colby said. You came to me first because, while I am a simple man, I am well respected among my fellow lairds here in the border. You came to me because my Bruce half-brother is kin to James Stuart. What a coup that would be for you. You hoped by subverting me you could gain the trust of the others. Do you take me for that great a fool, my lord, that I would not divine your purpose? Because my family name is not of great import, because I eschew the halls of power and prefer to live my life quietly here in the border, does not mean I am stupid, my lord.
Roger, Lord Colby flushed with a strong rebuke.
Nay, I do not think you a fool, Armstrong, but I believe you ill-place your loyalty to this king of yours. God's wounds, man, he slew his own father to gain his throne. The death of King James III was not the king's fault, the laird said. We have never been able to learn who killed that unfortunate, but that it was a man who claimed to be a priest to the two women who sought one for the wounded man they did not know was their king. If someone sent this assassin, if the assassin was someone who saw what he thought was an opportunity to gain favour with an important lord, that man has never stepped forth. He would not have dared to admit to the deed once the depth of the king's grief became apparent. King James wears an iron link beneath his garments in penance, and to always remind himself of what happened. As for your king, there is blood enough on his hands, my lord. Shall we speak on the death of King Richard and many of England's good sons? Even if you do not join us, Lord Colby said, there will be those who will. In the end, we can keep the borderlands roiled up with strife. You think the raiding in the past has been hard? It will be worse soon enough. You would be well protected if you joined us. The Scots do not have to know of your change of loyalties, but you could be safe from any attacks from the English borderers. You seek my small influence, yet you would keep my part in your nefarious scheme secret? The laird shook his head. You are either mad or desperate. Perhaps you are both. My answer is nay. It will always be nay. There is nothing you can do that would change my mind. I am my king's loyal man. When the storm has blown itself out, my men and I will personally escort you back over the border, my lord.
Duncan Armstrong stood up.
Sim,
he called to his major domo, and when Sim came, the laird said to him,
show Lord Colby where he is to sleep tonight.
Reaching out, he pulled Ellen up to stand by his side.
I bid you a good night, my lord,
he told the Englishman. Then, hand in hand, without another backward glance at the man, he walked upstairs with his wife. He was still angry at all that had transpired. Ellen sensed it. When they entered their bedchamber, she turned to face him, and his arms closed about her. He has been insulting since the first moment he entered Duffdoor uninvited, she said. His request is insulting. If he were an honourable man, he could not be induced to solicit treachery from others for his king. It says nothing good about this Henry Tudor. Reaching up, she stroked his strong face. Do not be angry, my lord. Or if you would, then release your anger in passion for me. Ellen brushed his lips with hers, pressing herself against her long, lean husband. The laird could feel his fury begin to slink away, and he kissed her back hard.
What magic is this that you weave about me, you Highland witch?
He felt his body, eager to respond to the silent invitation she was offering him. It had been days since they had been able to share an intimacy with each other. Duncan pressed kisses over his wife's heart-shaped little face. His finger began to unlace her shirt. Ellen murmured, reaching down with a hand to encourage the burgeoning she felt between his legs. Oh, such an eager and randy laddie, she teased. His hand slipped into her now open shirt, past her chemise, and cupped a soft, round little breast. He had adored those breasts since he first laid eyes upon them. They were plump and round, like autumn apples. His thumb rubbed across her nipple. Ellen squirmed in his arms, for she had discovered from the first time they had made love how very sensitive her breasts were. He was rousing a fire within her, and she could feel the moisture already bubbling up between her nether lips. With a groan of impatience, the laird suddenly ripped his wife's shirt and chemise open in order to have full access to those tempting breasts. His big hands fitted themselves about her narrow waist, and he lifted her up so he might run his tongue between the valleys separating her breasts. Her flesh was sweet to his taste. He turned his head and captured an already puckered nipple in his mouth and began to suck upon it in a leisurely fashion. Ellen murmured with her pleasure as his teeth grazed her gently. He walked across their bedchamber, still suckling her, to lay her down upon her back on their bed. His hands now free, Duncan undid the belt at her breeches, pulling the garment down to her boot-tops. His mouth never left her breast as he did. The sensuous tugging on her flesh, first on one side and then the other, was setting her aflame with lust. And then his tongue was licking across her half-naked torso in long, hot strokes, and she moaned. It wasn't loving, but he wanted her, and he wanted her now. The boots still on her feet, the breeches tangled atop them, made it difficult to spread her for his lustful purposes. Duncan pulled back momentarily, and then he quickly turned her over, delighted that she understood his intent, and pulled herself up onto her knees. He pushed his own breeches down, and, grasping Ellen's hips, he drove into her, almost weeping as he felt the hot walls of her sheath embracing and closing about his eager cock. He groaned, and she echoed the sound as he began to piston her. Was it right to be so eager for your husband? Ellen wondered muzzily as his length filled her. Then he began to move upon her, first with slow, deep, leisurely strokes, then with hard, quick thrusts that set her head spinning and her own lust skyrocketing. "Oh, God!" she cried softly. "Yes, yes!" She was trembling with her need for him. From the first, their bed sport had been good. He had taught her how to please him, and together they had discovered what pleased her. Tonight, however, their lust was high, and they found the heights together in a hot rush of mutual desire that had Duncan crying out as his cock burst forth with its juices, and Ellen almost screaming as pleasure overcame her, sending her into a half-swoon. When they came to themselves once again, Duncan was still atop Ellen. He marshalled his strength as best he could and rolled onto his back. They were both breathing heavily, and his long legs hung over their bed. Finally the laird sat up and pulled up his breeks. Ellen was still sprawled upon her face. He ran a big hand over her bottom, and she pleaded, "Oh, don't."
"Why not?"
he teased her.
"You have a most fetching bottom, madam."
"I'm overwhelmed with lust, my lord, and when you touch me I want more," she said bluntly. She was so weak she could barely speak, let alone move. Their coming together had been incredible tonight. She sighed. He chuckled.
"How fortunate that I am also possessed with an overwhelming lust, my adorable wife. Shortly I will want more of you,"
he told her, and his hand patted the little bottom turned up to him.
"But first, I think we need to take off our boots and our garments and crawl into the bed beneath the coverlet."
He bent and pulled his boots off. Then, standing, he drew off Ellen's. When he had relieved her of the footwear, she turned over and looked up at him with half-closed eyes, watching as he took off the rest of his garments before her admiring gaze. "Are men supposed to be beautiful?" she asked him as she sat up and kicked off her breeches, then pulled off her torn shirt and chemise.
"Women's bodies are more pleasing, I am inclined to think,"
he told her as he sat beside her and began to undo her thick braid. When it was undone, he opened his fingers and combed her hair out so that it spread itself like a mantle about her white shoulders.
"I love you, Ellen,"
he told her softly, his hand brushing a stray lock from her forehead. "So you have said of late," she replied, smiling into his warm blue eyes.
"Nay, lass, what I said was that I thought I was coming to care for you, but now I realise that I do. I love you. You are not just beautiful, you are intelligent and you are brave. I watched you tonight in the hall with Lord Colby. You might have said much, but you did not. You were clever and discreet."
"You are the Lord of Dovedore," Ellen answered him. "It was your place, your duty to speak for us all, Duncan."
"Other women, my sister-in-law Adair, would have put forth their own thoughts, but you did not,"
he replied. "Perhaps I had no thoughts of my own," Ellen suggested. Duncan laughed.
"Nay, wife, there is much you might have said, but you did not. And now the Englishmen will go away knowing that at Dovedore we are united in our loyalty to King James Stuart, the fourth of that name."
"My lord," Ellen said impatiently, "do you really wish to converse with me on our evening in the hall, or do you wish to continue our bout of lust in our bed?" Reaching down, she tweaked his manhood mischievously, giggling when it stirred strongly.
"You're a wise woman, Ellen, my wife,"
the Laird of Dovedore said, and he yanked her into his arms, kissing her strongly. "Hi, Duncan, my husband. I am that indeed," Ellen answered, kissing him back. And outside of their bedchamber window, the storm blew and raged the night away as they made passionate love with each other, finally falling into a restful sleep as the faint grey light of dawn began to slip through the drawn curtains of the room. Chapter 9. When Ellen went down into the hall the next morning, she was surprised to find their unexpected guest and his men-at-arms gone.
"They left at first light, my lady," Sim told her. "There was still a bit of light snow, but most of the storm had gone. We did see that they were fed."
Ellen nodded. "'Twas well done, then."
"Mistress," Sim began, "we could not prevent them from gaining the hall once they passed through the gates. I hope the laird understands."
"I think you will find the laird in a better mood this morning, and especially as he does not have to ride out in this cold," Ellen told her major domo with a small smile. Sim bowed, relieved. He was not responsible for the incursion at the gates. That was a terrible error that could cost Artair his position as captain of Duffdoor's men-at-arms. But perhaps the laird would be merciful, for there had been no real harm done. When Duncan Armstrong came into the hall a few minutes later, he learned his uninvited guests had gone.
"Good riddance," he muttered. Then he called for Sim, telling him, "Send someone for Artair and his son. What is the lad's name?" "Mata, my lord," Sim replied. "Artair may not be well enough to come into the hall, for he has been ill, which is why Mata had the gate," the major domo reminded his master. "I will go myself to see before I send for his son."
The laird nodded.
"Aye, he's always been a good man. Go."
He took his place at the highboard and began to eat the food that had been laid out for him. "I think," Ellen said, "that Artair may have put his son in charge because he has hopes of the lad taking his place one day. I have been speaking with some of the maidservants. They all like Mata, but say his interest in the lasses is great, and he fancies himself perhaps a bit too much. He's good-hearted and good-natured, they tell me, but not the cleverest lad at Duffdoor." Duncan nodded.
"I believe I know him. He has not the qualities to follow his father one day, but Artair's younger son, Evan, does."
"It won't be easy for Artair to pass over his eldest," Ellen said. Duncan scraped the last of his porridge from the bread trencher.
"Nay, it won't," he agreed. "But I am laird here at Duffdoor, not Artair."
"Yes, my lord," Ellen said mischievously. He grinned at her.
"You're a saucy bit, wife," he told her.
Ellen smiled at him, and then she surprised him by asking, "Have you really come to love me, Duncan Armstrong, or did you speak in the throes of passion?"
"I love you,"
he told her without hesitation.
"I always said I would not be like Connell, who avoided love until Adair made him realise that without love he would not have her. My father loved my mother. My stepfather loved her too. I saw that love was a good thing. I swore I would not wed unless I loved the woman who was to be my bride. But then the king made a match of us, more for his convenience than for ours, of course. I was your husband, and while we knew each other after a fashion, we were more strangers."
Reaching out, he took her hand in his and, turning it, kissed first her palm and then her breast.
"But as I've come to know you, Ellen, I've realised that fate did us a good turn. I could not have found a better wife myself, and I've come to love you for your sweetness, your intelligence, and the passion you give me."
She felt tears pricking at her eyelids. "Thank you," she said softly.
"Do you think that one day you can love me?" he asked her gently.
I do," Ellen told him. She did care for him already, but she wondered if what she felt was the kind of love that he felt for her. Would she ever feel that way? She smiled into his face. "You are the best husband any lass could have, Duncan Armstrong," she said, and pulling his head to her, Ellen kissed him a soft, sweet kiss. The sound of someone entering the hall brought an end to the embrace. They turned to find Sim and Artair approaching. Duncan Armstrong waved the two men forward, but raised a questioning eyebrow. Sim nodded, and, turning away, left Duffdoor's captain of the guard to his master. Artair bowed, and then waited for the rebuke he knew was about to come.
"I know he's your eldest," the laird began. "But Mata is not the man you are. Why the hell did you give him charge over the gate?" "My lord, I was ill with a flux," Artair began. "I know you were ill," the laird said. "And I know if you lay abed that you were truly ill, for you are not a man to slack his duties. But you know Mata is a buffoon, and not at all suited to being a man-at-arms. He left the gates wide open, and then he spent his time preening and prancing before the lasses. And while he did, the most dangerous man on the English side of the borders rode into Duffdoor with 6 armed men. You're damn lucky he didn't ride in with a full troop and slay you all."
Duncan Armstrong's voice was rising with his growing anger.
"My lord, I beg you to forgive my son. Mutta is young and filled with the juices of life. He did not mean to allow Lord Colby and his men entry," Arthur pleaded. "Now that we have walls about the house and a moat, the standing order is that the gates be closed at all times. Your son was more interested in the lasses than he was in obeying my orders. His disobedience could have cost innocent lives. He is not fit to stand watch. Does he have another talent we might put to good use?" "He will do better, my lord. I swear it,"
Arthur pleaded.
"Nay, this is no small infraction, Arthur, and you know it,"
the laird said.
"And it is not the first time Mutta has failed in his duties. The lad is as big as a bear, but his wits are small. I will not have him among the men-at-arms any longer. Now, your younger son, Evan, he has all the makings of a good soldier. Train him, and perhaps he will eventually take your place one day." "I've risen from my sickbed to beat Mutta,"
Arthur said.
"He has been punished." "The lad is no bairn,"
Duncan Armstrong said. Mutta now slunk into the hole, escorted by Sim. He was a big lad, with a too handsome face that did not belong with the rest of him. Both of his eyes had been blackened, and there was a large purple bruise visible on his chin. He stood, head bowed, before the laird.
"Well," Duncan said, "the lasses won't be finding you as pretty for a while, Mutta, will they?" "Nay, my lord,"
Mutta muttered.
"You're no soldier,"
his master continued.
"I try,"
Mutta replied, but he did not sound very convincing. Ellen leaned over and whispered something to her husband. He nodded and then said,
"If you were not a soldier, Mutta, what would you like to do? Besides chase the lasses, I mean."
The big man did not hesitate in his reply.
"Horses, my lord. I like working with the horses, and I'm good with them. It's almost as if I understand what they are thinking." "'Tis true, my lord,"
Sim said.
"Mutta is excellent with the animals." "Then why the hell isn't he working in the stables, instead of being allowed to let the enemy pass through my gates unchallenged?"
Duncan demanded.
"Arthur, your oldest son is good with the beasts. From now on he will work in the stables. You'll learn from old Tam, lad, and if he approves you can have his position one day, as he has no son to follow him. And as for you, Arthur, go back to your bed. I'll manage the men until you are well again, and train Evan, for he is a soldier." "Thank you, my lord, thank you,"
father and son said in unison, and then they left the hall in Sim's company. The laird turned to his wife.
"'Twas a good suggestion," he said.
"Well, the lad had to be useful in some manner," Ellen replied.
"We'll see what Tom says after a month or two,"
Duncan replied. Then he said,
"I'll want to send word to Connell about Lord Colby. I'll have him alert the Hepburn. Let the great lords decide what to do. My task is to keep faith with the king and to keep my own Duffdoor folk safe."
"We'll keep Duffdoor safe together," Ellen said, slipping her small hand into his big hand. "For now we have a winter to get through, and the reading will be kept to a minimum with the weather being what it is. But come the spring, my husband, we will truly have to be on the alert. Colby may attempt to make an example of you, to intimidate some of the other lairds into aligning themselves with the English. But why they would seek to solicit the smaller families, I do not know."
"With allies on this side of the border," Duncan explained, "they would have a place in Scotland from which to attack the rest of us. And they could raid deeper into the land if they didn't have to hurry back over the border into England. And who would at first suspect that the king's own subjects were betraying him? And when it was public knowledge, it would harm the king's authority and prestige, not only in Scotland but abroad as well. That cannot be allowed to happen."
"How wickedly clever," Ellen said slowly. "But if other families are cajoled by Lord Colby, how can we stop it?"
"I will send to Connell, and he will send to the Hepburn. As I have said, let the mighty handle it. But I will keep an ear to the ground," Duncan told his wife.
January passed. The weather was cold and grey, with occasional storms of snow. By the end of the month and into February, as the ewes lambed, they noted that the days were growing longer again. By March, the snows began to slowly melt away. The sun felt warmer on faces and shoulders. The winds had a faint warmth to them on certain afternoons, and the precipitation turned from snow to icy rain to rain. Duncan grew more concerned as the winter eased towards spring. He prepared for the coming full moon, knowing that if the weather were clear, then the raiders would be out. He had sent a message to Cleet advising his brother to inform the Hepburn, now the Earl of Bothwell, of Lord Colby's visit. He had heard nothing since. Whatever the king and his advisers wanted to do, they would do. The Laird of Duftor's concerns had to be for his own clanspeople. He had trained his men-at-arms hard over the winter, bringing in a dozen or so more men. The gates were kept closed and barred at all times. The new walls were patrolled the day and night long. The Duftor folk knew they could seek shelter with their laird when the raiders came. During the winter months, Duncan Armstrong had instructed each cotter to dig a small shelter beneath the stone floor of his cottage. If the raiders came at night, and there was no time for the inhabitants of each cottage to make an escape, they were instructed to flee to the shelter. The entrance to each of these underground hidey-holes was concealed by one of the floor's large stones. Even if the cottage above was burned, the stone floor would remain unscathed, and those hidden beneath it safe. Each shelter had a small barrel that was kept filled with water, a bucket, and some coverlets. The March full moon came on a cloudless night. On the walls of Duftor, the men-at-arms spotted a fire on the far hills just after midnight. The bell in Father Ivor's church pealed out a warning, while the laird himself rode into the village to speak with the clanfolk.
"It looks like Johnston's keep, between us and the Bruces," he told them. "They can come either way, to Cleet or to Duftor. Gather your families up, shelter behind the walls of Duftor House. We'll know better on the morrow what is happening. I want no lives lost if we can manage it."
In response, the cotters gathered up their families and followed the laird back behind the walls. Ellen took the women and children, along with some oldsters, into the hall where they could be settled down. Then she joined her husband on the heights of the walls to watch. The night deepened and finally waned into morning, but no one had come. Still, the laird was cautious, for he had noted, as had Arthur, the faint, irregular shadows on the hillsides. "What are they?" Ellen asked when he pointed them out to her.
"Raiders,"
Duncan Armstrong said.
"Their garments are the colours of the hillsides, and when they lie upon their bellies they are almost invisible to the eye."
"How many are there?" Ellen wanted to know.
"Probably only a few. Come to see if our gates are open,"
the laird said wryly. Ellen gestured with her head to remind him Arthur was also somewhere along the parapet too. He grinned at her, giving her a quick kiss.
"I think it's time to send our visitors home," he said.
Then the laird called for his longbow, took it up, knocked an arrow into it, and sent the missile flying into the pale grey of the early morning hillside. He smiled, satisfied, as a howl of pain broke the silence, and signalled to several of his men-at-arms to prepare to shoot their longbows.
"That is your only warning, lads," he called out. "By the time I count to 10, you'd best be on your way across yon border, or my men will begin shooting. And please tell Lord Colby that the Laird of Duftor sends his compliments."
Then he began to count. Suddenly the hillside sprang to life, and 5 men arose, 2 of them dragging a 6th man between them as they stumbled to escape the arrows shortly to come.
10,
the laird called out. Then Duncan Armstrong turned to his men.
"Don't hit them, lads. Just help them along their way," he instructed.
The men on the walls let fly their arrows, carefully placing them near enough to the fleeing English borderers to hurry them along, and the other men-at-arms laughed loudly as their enemies made their escape. "You might have done better to kill them," Ellen noted. "We would have at Loch Earn, my lord. Why leave your foes alive to fight another day?"
"I made the point I wished to make, wife," he explained. "Better to have 6 mouths babbling about Duftor's readiness against raiders. The next time they come, I will show no mercy."
But while other villages and keeps along the border felt the fury of the English that spring, Duftor did not. Conall Bruce rode over to visit his older brother one day in late May to tell Duncan Armstrong that there was talk being circulated among the border families that the Laird of Duffdore had made some accommodation with the English that was keeping his house and villages, his cattle, horses and sheep safe. The question was, had he paid the English to keep away, or was he involved in some form of betrayal to Scotland and to the king?
"But I am the one who warned the king last winter of Lord Colby," the laird said. "Aye, 'tis truth," Conall said. "And I sent to several of the families myself on the advice of Patrick Hepburn. But you still remain unscathed, while the rest of us have suffered losses, Duncan."
"This is Lord Colby's revenge on you, husband," Ellen spoke up. "You refused to help him when he attempted to gain your aid last winter. He has now made you seem guilty by leaving us alone here at Duffdore. 'Tis cleverly done. I suspect the loudest voices against you may be those whom the English have subverted."
"We must call a meeting of the border lords," Duncan said. "We cannot be entrapped into fighting with one another, for that but serves the purpose of the English." "I'll send the word out and hold the meeting at Cleet," Conall Bruce said. "Arrogant bastard Colby," Duncan said. "If he meant to turn me because I'd nowhere else to go, he is sadly mistaken. I will never betray the king." "I'll have Patrick Hepburn at the meeting to attest to your warning last winter," the Laird of Cleet told his brother. "We'll straighten this out." "Aye, we will," Duncan said. "And before someone tumbles my walls down and burns my house to the ground, I will give our neighbours no excuses to steal my stock."
Conall Bruce returned to Cleet and sent out invitations to most of the border lords to come to his hall on the 10th day of June to discuss the gossip about his brother. The Laird of Duffdore would be there himself and could prove that he was no traitor. Patrick Hepburn agreed to come as well to testify to Duncan Armstrong's innocence. This would be a meeting of clansmen, and Ellen would not travel with her husband to Cleet. She was content to remain at home, for old Peggy had not been well. The winter had been a difficult one for Ellen's long-time servant, and the proof that she did not feel well was the fact that she was allowing young Gunnar to do more and more of her work. Ellen didn't want to leave Peggy at this particular time, for she worried that her last link to Loch Earn could soon be no more if Peggy did not improve with the warmer days. Duncan Armstrong arrived at Cleet to find that his brother had invited lairds belonging to the families along the immediate border, such as themselves. There were Elliots, Kerrs, Johnstons, Douglases, Fergusons, and even some Hayes. Several of them glared at the Laird of Duffdore with open distrust, but Duncan Armstrong refused to be cowed. He looked each man in the eye and shook his hand. Adair was nowhere to be seen, nor were any maidservants. Only men filled the hall. The Laird of Cleet saw that his guests were served some of his fine, smoky whisky, and then he called the meeting to order from his place at his highboard. "There have been rumours," he began, "that my brother is in league with the English. It is not so, and I've invited you all here today that he may tell you this himself." "He can say whatever he chooses to say," Ian Johnston said. "But I, for one, find it odd that while all of us along the border have suffered losses over the spring months, Duffdore has remained unscathed." "The Armstrongs of Duffdore are known to be the most honourable of men," Andrew Hay spoke up. "Before you go accusing them, Johnston, at least allow the man to speak in his own defence. Yours isn't the only holding that's lost stock and folk." "I lost my house," Ian Johnston said, his voice decidedly louder now. "And my wife lost the bairn she was carrying from the terror she endured. 'Twas a lad too." "Blame Lord Colby then," Duncan said in a quiet but commanding voice. "He is the man who directs the raiders." "And how the hell do you know that?" Ian Johnston demanded. "Because last December, when my Ellen and I returned from court, where we had gone at the king's request, I found Roger Colby in my hall waiting for me." "How did he get past your fine new walls?" Robert Elliot asked. "My captain was ill, and the youngsters on guard left the gates open. The Englishman came with 6 men and ambled through my gates while those on guard flirted with some lasses," the Laird of Duffdore said irritably. Several of the other men snickered. They were jealous of the walls that Armstrong had been given royal permission to erect about his house and barns. Without the king's permission, most of the border keeps were vulnerable. "You find it amusing," Duncan said.
I did not. The Englishman wanted me to give my allegiance to his king, and in exchange Duftor would be free from attack. Had there not been a blizzard outside my house, and had not the laws of hospitality bound me, I should have thrown the arrogant bastard out in the same moment the words left his lips. But there was a blizzard, and I was bound by common decency. I refused his offer and told him I would notify Cleet, and Cleet would notify others as to his attempts to subvert the border lords. I told the Englishman that I was loyal to King James, and should never betray him. He put forth some veiled threats against me, against Duftor, but in the morning when my wife went down to the hall, he and his men were gone.
So you admit he offered to keep Duftor safe from raiders?
Ian Johnston said. His tone and his stance were bellicose.
Aye, I do, the Laird of Duftor said. And I also told you I turned his offer away. And on that next morning, I sent to my brother here at Cleet, telling him what had transpired and asking him to inform Lord Bothwell.
And Colonel Bruce did indeed inform me,
the Earl of Bothwell said from his place by the fire, where he had been listening to the exchange among the lairds.
And I informed the king of the English duplicity.
Then why the hell is Duftor being kept safe?
James Elliot wanted to know.
Is that not obvious to you and the others, Elliot? I will admit this Colby fellow is clever. He sought Duftor's aid in order to dragoon others of you into his plot, for the Armstrongs are respected in the borders, but Duftor turned him down. So rather than attack Duftor, he leaves it be so that the rest of you grow suspicious of the Armstrongs. Without this meeting, you would soon all be quarrelling with one another, some championing Duncan Armstrong, others not. By fighting with one another, you would weaken yourselves, leave yourselves more open to attack by the English. You should all find yourselves warring on two fronts, against the English, against each other. Is that what you really want? Other than the fact that Duftor has been left unscathed, what proof do any of you have that the Armstrongs have betrayed the king or their neighbours? You have no proof. Will you start a contretemps over an empty suspicion? The Earl asked them. Know that if any of you should attack Duftor, acting on these baseless doubts, you will find yourself facing me as well. And me, Colonel Bruce said. And me,
Andrew Hay chimed in.
And I should wonder,
Patrick Hepburn continued,
that the man so determined and eager to place blame on Duncan Armstrong might perhaps be guilty himself of betrayal and treachery.
He looked around the hall at the other men there.
Did Lord Colby pay any of you a visit too, my lords?
There was a dead silence, and several of the men looked away, shuffling their feet. There was no doubt that Lord Colby had visited them as well.
What, my lords, no denials?
The Earl demanded scathingly.
We sent him away,
Ian Johnston said.
And so did I, Duncan repeated.
But they burned my house the very same night, Johnston shouted. Your home stands untouched, your wife safe.
Because I have walls about Duftor, Duncan replied. And gates that are kept barred at all times now. I have men patrolling those walls and hidden in the hills around my home to give me early warning of an enemy's approach. What have any of you done to secure your premises? Even my cutters are protected from danger, should they not be able to gain the safety of my walls in time. Walls can be breached, my lords.
And why have you all sat these past weeks like a gaggle of geese waiting to be plucked? The Earl asked them. Why haven't you ridden out and attacked the English in kind? When do you intend to defend yourselves, my lords?
We are few, James Elliot said.
We're bonnet lairds with small holdings and barely enough men to protect ourselves. If we leave, who will look after our women and the bairns? And who will protect the stock and the fields? 'Tis all well and good for you to lecture us, Hepburn. You've men and arms enough, thanks to your good fortune as the king's favourite. We're only simple men.
Band together into a single large force, the Earl told them. That's what the English have done. They're no better off than you are, but that Colby allied them.
And you think our clansmen should join forces?
James Elliot asked.
Why not?
The Earl responded.
A dozen clansmen can do little, but 50 or 60 men can put a terrible fear into the hearts of the English, raise enough havoc on their side of the border, and Colby will find his forces dwindling away, for they won't want to leave their own holdings vulnerable to us.
Won't we be vulnerable to them?
Andrew Hay wanted to know.
Aye, but not at first.
3 or 4 hard strikes will come as a complete surprise to the English. Colby will then have to change his tactics, the Earl told them. You can fortify your homes more than they are now,
Duncan Armstrong spoke up.
I'm sure Patrick Hepburn will speak on your behalf with the King, will you not, my lord? Whatever can be done to deter the enemy should be done. Certainly the King will not object to low walls of stones or wood or brush that can be fired to deter the enemy even more. Make the doors and windows of your house less accessible. If you don't have a well in your kitchens, then dig one. A man can live without food, but water is absolutely necessary. I agree with the Hepburn,
Colonel Bruce spoke up.
We need to band together to stop this Englishman before he causes any more difficulty.
Aye, the others muttered, all but Ian Johnston, who continued to glare hard at the Laird of Dufftor.
And who is to lead us?
He demanded to know.
I think Duncan Armstrong should,
the Earl of Bothwell said.
Aye,
the others agreed, even James Elliot, but Ian Johnston was silent.
There must be someone else, Duncan protested. What about my brother of Cleet, who already has a quiver full of bairns? The Bruces have always been leaders of men, my lords. Choose Connell to lead you. Nay,
Connell said quietly.
Fuimus is our motto. We have been. The Bruces are Scotland's past. The Armstrong motto is Invictus Manio. I remain unvanquished. You are the man to lead us at this time, and you have the King's friendship. But not his coin,
Duncan quickly replied, and the other men in the hall laughed uproariously at the remark.
Dufftor also has that walled keep, a good place for a gathering of clansmen to meet, the Earl said. Let us decide the matter now. All in favour of making Duncan Armstrong the chieftain of our combined forces, say aye.
The hall erupted with a chorus of approval, but for the silent Ian Johnston.
Then 'tis done,
said the Hepburn Earl of Bothwell. Adair, the Lady of Cleet, had prepared a fine supper for her guests. There was roast boar, roast venison, broiled salmon and trout. There were several large pies filled with duck and rabbit, the pastry atop golden and flaky, their vents pouring forth a fragrant steam, scented with wine that flavoured the gravy. There were fresh summer peas, warm loaves of bread, sweet butter, and several kinds of cheese. The men ate heartily, and their goblets were kept filled with good ale. And when they had finished, the clansmen played outside on the hill, wrestling with one another, shooting arrows at targets, tossing spears at a butt that had been set up. Then, one by one, the men drifted back into the hall at Cleet and were shown to bed spaces where they collapsed gratefully. Connell Bruce, the Earl of Bothwell and the Laird of Dufftor sat huddled by the large hearth in the hall, speaking in low tones.
Don't trust Johnston,
Patrick Hepburn said.
There is something not quite right there. He suffered far more damage than did any of the others, and I don't believe it was because he turned Colby down and Colby made an example of him. You turned Colby down, and you're far more important to the English than is Ian Johnston.
Aye, Connell Bruce said.
The English come and go quickly. They would have had to be at Johnston's for quite a while to have inflicted the damage they did. And I know for a fact that Mary Johnston suffered her bairn's loss before the English raided, and not after. Agnes Carr entertains Johnston now and again. She's friends with some of our women. He came to her one night, complaining that his wife cannot seem to bear him a healthy son. I'm surprised he hasn't used the English raids to do away with her.
Duncan Armstrong's eyes narrowed.
Money. It will be money that drives him. My fear is that he will send to Colby and tell him what we are doing. But I don't want him to know we are on to him either. We'll have to put a watch on him and stop every messenger leaving Johnston's keep. And we'll have to watch who comes to call, he said thoughtfully. 'Tis sad. The Johnstons have always been an honourable clan. Ian is a member of the poorer and lesser branch of the family, the Earl said. His sire died when he was 5. His mother, a proper bitch, would allow no one near him, for she feared someone might harm him. Consequently, he had no guidance. But that notwithstanding, if we catch him in treason, we will kill him.
The two brothers nodded in agreement.
I'll send one of my men to follow Johnston when he departs on the morrow, Connell Bruce said. What if he goes to Colby himself? The Earl asked. He'll have to be killed before he reaches him, Duncan Armstrong said. But I doubt he would attempt to go himself. At least not now. He will want to keep suspicion on me if he can. Johnston's keep is on my way back to Duftor. I'll ride with him and see him safely home. You can have one of your men follow us, Connell, and then remain to keep a watch on Ian. On reflection, better send 2 men. If Johnston tries to sneak off, or if he sends one of his people, then your second man can bring us word while the other follows the messenger. But have the one who brings you word wait a short while to make certain Johnston hasn't sent a decoy messenger off. And that, brother, is why you are the leader of us all, Connell Bruce said. You anticipate everything. No one can anticipate everything, Connell, Duncan replied. Men make mistakes, and some of those mistakes are dangerous while others are just foolish. And that, the Earl of Bothwell said, is why I chose you to lead the others. You know how to look at the overall picture, and have not a small intellect. The king could use a man like you, my lord, but as you turned down Jamie himself, I doubt I could persuade you to take a greater role in Scotland's destiny. Like you, Patrick, the Laird of Duftor teased. Scotland's Lord High Admiral, yet the worst sailor in Scotland. He laughed. The Earl of Bothwell grinned sheepishly. Jamie meant to give the Admiralty to Angus, but then they had that falling out. Thank God for Sir Andrew Wood, who is the real mariner among us. I don't like the sea at all. I prefer the rolling hills of the borders to the rolling waves on the ocean. His companions chuckled. They spoke quietly for a brief while longer, and then the Laird of Cleet joined his wife in their bed, while his guests found bed spaces, crawled in, and slept what remained of the night, for in summer the dawn came early. But as the birds were twittering with the soft light of early morning, the servants were coming into the hall with trenchers of bread filled with oat porridge, newly baked cottage loaves, butter and cheese. A platter with a ham was placed on the high board, along with pitchers of watered wine and ale. Adair Bruce was already in the hall overseeing her servants, directing her guests outdoors where they could relieve themselves, ushering them to table to eat. Many of the border lords had not been to Cleet before, and were well impressed with the hospitality shown them. Duncan announced that there would be a meeting at Duftor in a week's time, for time was obviously important in this matter. Each of the border lords was to come with as many men as he could, for they would go a-raiding when they had all gathered. The English would not be expecting them this first time. We will make the initial raid a terrible one, Duncan told them. Afterward, we will decide how many men can be spared from each of you for the raids to come, which must each take a serious toll in its own way. And then, as Ian Johnston finished eating, got up and prepared to leave, the Laird of Duftor called to him. Ian, we ride the same way. My men and I will go along with you and yours. You came with but 4 and I with 8. A dozen men at arms is a far better deterrent than just 4, eh? Coming over to Johnston, he clapped him on the shoulder in friendly fashion. There should be no danger to me, us, at this time, Johnston said sourly. Certainly you don't object to our joining forces since we are going the same way, Duncan persisted cheerfully. I have to tell you I'll ride easier with 12 good men at my back, won't you, Ian? He grinned. Sorry you're not going my way, Andrew Hay remarked. I've but 6 with me. I'll want to leave now, Ian Johnston said. Mary is always nervous when I'm away at night and don't return earlier in the day. She's a frail woman, you know. I'm ready, and so are my lads, the Laird of Duftor said. He walked across the hall to where his sister-in-law, Adair, was seated at her loom. Farewell, lassie, he said, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. My love to Ellen, Adair replied. Tell her I'll see her at the summer games. I will, Duncan said, and then, giving a friendly wave to the others in the hall, he followed after Ian Johnston, who was already in the courtyard. His reluctant companion was not a friendly traveller. He hardly spoke a word during the next few hours as they rode along, and when they reached Johnston's keep, he did not invite the Laird of Duftor in for a bit of refreshment. Duncan looked carefully about him as they briefly stopped. Ian Johnston's tower house appeared to be in good condition, and his few fields were green with ripening grain. His outbuildings were burned to the ground, but his cattle did not seem diminished, and his flock of sheep seemed rather larger than smaller.
Duncan Armstrong began to consider just how great the man's losses were.
For all his talk, he doesn't seem to have suffered greatly,
Arthur, his captain, murmured.
I made it a point to talk with his men. They're all afraid of him. They say he beats his wife when he drinks, and he drinks a good deal of late. That's how she lost her bairn. And only the old women will serve the Lady Mary, for Johnston is like a randy billygoat and will fuck any young lass he can get his hands on, they say. He's sired 2 bastard daughters already, and another cutter's daughter has a big belly by him now. He may be consorting with the English,
the laird told his captain.
2 of Cleet's men followed us, and will keep a watch on Johnston's keep. If he attempts to contact Lord Colby, the messenger will be stopped. It's a good plan, my lord. While I'm grateful Duffdoor has been safe so far, I realise we won't remain unscathed forever. Best to catch the rat in his nest, eh?
The laird chuckled.
I could not have said it better myself, Arthur,
he told his captain with a grin. He had long since forgiven the man for his elder son's misstep. By mid-afternoon, they reached Duffdoor. It sat quietly upon its hill in the summer sun, the waters of its narrow moat sparkling. The party of horsemen brought a man-at-arms to the closed gate. The small square peephole was pulled back. "Who goes there?" a young voice demanded, although the owner of the voice could see quite well who the keep's visitors were.
"Duncan Armstrong, Laird of Duffdoor,"
came the answer. The peephole was closed with a little bang. The iron portcullis was slowly winched up, creaking and groaning. When it was tucked high above the gates, they opened slowly, and just enough to allow the laird and his men to ride through one by one. The laird slid off his horse, tossing the reins to a stableman. Then he turned and addressed the young man-at-arms.
"That was well done, lad. Evan, isn't it?"
"Aye, my lord." The boy's eyes sparkled with pleasure at the praise.
"Now this one is a soldier, Arthur," the laird said to his captain. "Thank you, my lord,"
Arthur responded, pleased his younger son had made an impression upon their master. The laird clapped father and son upon their backs, signing his approval, and then, turning, hurried across the wide courtyard, across the little bridge spanning the moat and into his house. As he entered the hall, Ellen ran to meet him, throwing herself into his arms with a glad cry. He lifted her up, kissing her hard and swinging her about so that her green skirts billowed out. "You're home," she kissed him back. "I missed you and your laddie."
"My laddie and I missed you too,"
he chuckled, setting her down on her feet.
"But I wasn't gone that long, lassie. I can't but wonder at the kind of welcome you'll give me when you've been without me for several days."
"Where are you going?" Ellen demanded to know. "You can't go. You've just gotten home again. I won't let you go."
"I'm not going anywhere, but in a week's time we'll have a houseful, wife."
Taking her hand, he led her to the hearth and sat with her upon the settle. A servant hurried up with a goblet of wine for him.
"We're going to strike back at the English for all these raids this spring. Patrick Hepburn suggested we ally ourselves to make one large force. I've been elected head of this wee army."
He drank a long draught from his cup. "What of the gossip that you should be in league with the English?" Ellen wanted to know. "Who stood up for your honour besides the Bruces?"
"The Hayes and the Hepburns. James Elliot was willing to hear me out, and Ian Johnston wanted to condemn me. From all that transpired, the Earl thinks that Johnston may be the one among the border lords who was willing to betray us all. We've set a watch on him, so he cannot warn Lord Colby. In a week's time, we'll all meet at Duffdoor and go a-raiding, wife."
"I dislike all this warring back and forth over the border," Ellen said slowly. "Why must you lead the others? Colby has let us be so far."
"Only to cast suspicion upon me and set us to quarrelling among ourselves, wife," he explained. "The Scots haven't gone raiding this year because we are trying to keep peace, but now, when he least expects it, we will hit him a hard blow. Not once or twice, but several times, and in quick succession. It is to be hoped that Lord Colby's men will desert him for fear of losing everything they possess. If they cease raiding, then so will we, and we all want to be able to feed our stock and ourselves this winter. If we strike now, we can end this, at least for the time being," Duncan concluded.
"It seems a logical plan," Ellen agreed. But how can you be certain the English will stop raiding and agree to a peace in the borders? The peace made earlier that was to last 3 years between our kingdoms lasted but 8 months. We are natural enemies, and it seems to be our nature to fight with one another.
This spring's raids have not just been the snatching of a few cattle or sheep, or the stealing of women. It has been brutal, with a lot of killing, looting and burning. This is more like war than just the usual game we play, Duncan responded. We have to reply in kind and make the English hurt as much as we have been hurting. Lord Colby can fire them up for king and country, but once they find their farmsteads and keeps being burned, their stock being driven off and their people slain, it will be a different matter. There are no winners in our border warring, lass. Raised in your Highlands, you would not know that or understand it.
I doubt your border raiding is any different from the clan rivalries in the north, husband, Ellen told him. If a MacArthur thought the McCrae's greeting insulting, a small war would start over it. North or south, we Scots are really much alike, I fear. She arose from the settle. You'll be wanting your food, husband, I should say to it. Reaching out, the lad pulled her into his lap, one big hand caressing Ellen's small, heart-shaped face.
I was well nourished at Cleet. A dare does not stint her guests, he said. You, my lass, are what I hunger for, and what I need.
He brushed his mouth across hers, and the hand caressing her face moved to the laces of her shirt, untying them with quick, supple fingers, sliding beneath the opening in her chemise to cup a breast. His thumb rubbed slowly over the nipple, encouraging it to tighten. Ellen sighed with pleasure. From the first moment he had made love to her, she had enjoyed all of his attentions. Now, used to the hands and lips that offered her such pleasure, she welcomed his touch. "Oh, there are servants in the hall, my lord," she murmured softly, but she shifted herself to allow him greater access to her body.
It is to be hoped that you've trained them well enough to look the other way, he whispered back. God's blood, wife, I have missed you. I was away but 2 days, and yet it seemed like forever. I slept in Cleet's hall surrounded by a group of men, all snoring and groaning in their sleep, while I could think of nothing but you, Ellen, lass.
He kissed the side of her neck, nipping gently at it. Do you not think that those men were missing their wives too? She asked him.
Their wives do not drive me mad with lust like mine does,
Duncan told her, and he gave her nipple a little pinch.
I want to fuck you,
he breathed in her ear. Ellen gave a little squeak of surprise. Not here! And she yanked his hand from her blouse and, jumping from his lap, straightened her garments.
Then you'd best hie yourself upstairs right now, madam, he said.
She turned and ran, picking up her skirts to climb the stairs quickly. As she hurried down the hall to their bedchamber, she heard him coming behind her. The thunderous sound of his boots on the stairs was both exciting and frightening. She burst through the door of their chamber and spun about to face him. His look was deliciously dark and wicked. Slamming the door to the room shut, he twisted the key in the lock and turned to face her. Then, before she could think what she should do next, Duncan reached out and pulled her hard against him. Her breasts were crushed against his hard chest. Her breath was coming in short bursts. She almost swooned as, reaching up with one hand, he tenderly cupped her face, bending his head to meet her mouth with his own. Ellen sighed as her lips softened to accept his delicious kisses. His tongue licked at her lips, and she parted them to allow him entry, meeting his tongue with hers. The 2 digits entwined about each other in a sensuous exercise of passion. A hand kneaded urgently at her small round breast. Reaching down, she stroked the hard ridge burgeoning beneath his breeches. "Oh my," she purred in his ear. "You are a randy lad, husband." Her fingers undid the breeches, and, slipping her hand inside the garment, she grasped his cock with her hand as he had taught her. "Such a bad thing it is," she whispered against his mouth. Turning her about, Duncan backed her up against the door, where his long, lean body held her a willing prisoner. He pushed his breeches down, and they fell to his ankles, where he stepped from them, kicking the apparel aside. Then, with a quick movement, he yanked her skirts up, lifting Ellen as he did so. His hungry gaze met hers as he lowered her onto his raging manhood, and she, with a sigh, wrapped her legs about him. She was almost faint with the sensation of him buried deep inside her. He was hard and hot. His turgid cock throbbed with its lustful need for her. He shuddered with his desire restrained, and then Ellen whispered once more against his lips, "Fuck me." With a growl, his hands cupping her round bottom, he began to piston her. She threw back her head with a glad cry, and his lips pressed kisses on the exposed flesh. Again and again he drove himself within her until she sobbed with her release, but he was not yet finished. His raging cock buried within her, he turned about and walked slowly across the bedchamber until he reached their bed. Lowering her down onto her back, he unhooked her legs from about his torso, pressed them back over her shoulders, and began to ream her fiercely, his manhood driving into her again and again and again. He ripped her blouse open and buried his face between her round breasts with a groan, suddenly enveloped in the fragrant scent of white heather that she favoured. Ellen cried out with the incredible pleasure he was giving her. She tore at his shirt, sliding her hands up his long back, raking her nails down the flesh as she felt herself losing control. "Duncan! Duncan!" She cried his name, overcome by the passion she always felt with him, and the sudden realization of the love that had begun to bloom within her heart for this man who was her husband. "Oh, Holy Mother!" she sobbed as he pounded against her, and her passion peaked a second time.
"I love you, wife,"
he cried out to her as his crisis overcame him. And then the only sounds in their bedchamber were the crackling of the fire and the whimpering gasps of release from them both. Finally, Duncan managed to stand up. He pulled Ellen from the bed, wrapping his strong arms about her, kissing her face, and murmuring to her how much he loved her. She nestled against him, wondering if she was truly coming to love him, or if it had merely been her desire for him. How did one know? But it felt wonderful, and it was comforting to know that this big man loved her. "I think perhaps that I do love him," Ellen considered. "I'll tell him soon. I will, but not quite yet. I need to be certain." And yet, did it really matter? She was his wife no matter, and he did love her. Chapter 10. They came to Dufftor under the cover of darkness. Hayes and Elliots, Kerrs, Stewarts, Hepburns and Bruces. There were a few Scots and several Fergusons from just west of Dumfries who had heard there was to be a fight with the English, and, having time between the haying and the harvest, had come along to help. They showed neither clan badges nor plaids, and Ian Johnston was very visible by his absence. The Laird of Johnston's Keep had sent word that his wife was sick, and he could not leave her side. He had sent 2 messengers out to warn Lord Colby of the Border Lord's plans, but each of these men had been taken and killed by Bruce clansmen. When the first of his men had not returned, the traitor considered that Lord Colby might have had him remain at his keep, but concerned, he had sent a second man. When he had not come back, Ian Johnston began to consider that his treasonous behaviour might be known, and he was afraid. Knowing what her man had been doing, Mary Johnston realised that sooner than later border justice would be meted out to her husband. She had tried to flee to her brother's house, but had been caught. Angry at what he considered his wife's lack of loyalty, and now in terrible fear of his own life, Ian Johnston had beaten his wife so severely that she was near death. At Dufftor, Ellen had been preparing for a week for her guests. Duncan and his men had spent a great deal of time hunting in order to bring in enough game to feed their many guests. The cook and her helpers had baked enough meat pies in the past 2 days to feed a small army, and the pies were stored away in a cool, dry place, safe from vermin. The first of the clansmen arriving in the dusk of the late twilight were greeted by the fragrance of roasting meat and their pretty hostess. They had not met Ellen MacArthur Armstrong before, and were charmed by the Laird of Dufftor's pretty wife. and seeing how he doted upon her, even the most flirtatious among the border lords minded his manners. They were here to fight the English and not one another. Soon the hall was filled to overflowing, the men at the trestles below the high board enjoying a hearty meal of roasted venison, cold meat pies, a pottage of vegetables, bread and cheese. Ellen's well-trained servants saw that the cups were never empty of ale, and at the high board the laird and his fellow lordlings sat talking. It was agreed that they would ride at moonrise, crossing the border and doing as much damage as they could that night before returning to Dufftor.
"What about Sir Roger's fine house?"
Andrew Hay asked.
"Devil's Glen can be reached only by riding through a narrow passage,"
Connell Bruce said.
"It's too dangerous for such a large group. Duncan and I raided it with a small force once to get back my cattle and some village lasses. Colby was off on our side of the border, and his house seemed sparsely staffed, but that may have changed by now. Besides, Colby poses no danger without his own large force. It's our job to cause enough dissension among the English that they will not follow him any longer, for fear of losing what little they have."
Several of the lairds had brought pipers with them, and now those pipers played for the assembled men. The music began with lyrical tunes, but slowly the songs played became more martial in sound and spirit. And then Artair's younger son, Evan, came into the hall. Going up to the high board, he murmured something in Duncan Armstrong's ear. The laird nodded, and then he stood up.
"Men, I'm told the moon is just peeping over the hills. It is time to ride."
A cheer went up, and the hall emptied quickly, but Duncan did not get away before Ellen found him. As the sound of laughter, braggadocio and boots echoed around them, the Lady of Dufftor stood before her husband. "Be careful, my lord," she told him.
"Why?"
he teased her.
"Do you want me back then, madam?"
"We have a son to make," Ellen replied seriously.
"Is that all?"
he asked, looking into her fair face. "Why would you ask such a thing of me, Duncan?" Ellen wondered.
"Because of late I have had the feeling that there is something you are keeping from me, wife. I am an intuitive man, lass."
His eyes searched hers for an answer. "Come back then, because I love you," Ellen said quietly. "I but sought for the right time to tell you, and this, it would seem, is it." She reached up and touched his face with her hand. "I cannot lose you now, my lord." His great heart soared at her simple declaration. He took the hand touching his face and kissed the palm.
"You love me,"
he repeated softly.
"You love me,"
he almost shouted, and the servants in the hall stared a moment at their master in surprise. Ellen laughed aloud. "Aye, I love you, you great tall man. Now go and take your men over the border to wreak a bit of havoc among the English. But you are not to take chances, nor do I want you to get wounded, Duncan. Come home in one piece, if you please, my lord." Standing upon her tiptoes, she gave him a hard kiss, then pushed him out of the hall, walking outside with him to where a stable lad was holding his stallion. He mounted his horse, but then, reaching down, he pulled her up and kissed her a long, hard kiss that left Ellen breathless. Around them the men cheered.
"I'll be back,"
he said softly.
"Be waiting for me, madam."
He set her down again, and turning his horse about, he raised his hand, signalling the great troop to proceed. Ellen stood watching as they rode through the gates of Dufftor, and the gates closed behind them. She climbed to the top of the house and watched until the shadowy forms in the pale moonlight disappeared over the hill. Then, returning to her hall, she directed her servants as they restored it properly, seeing that the bed spaces were prepared for the other lairds when they returned. Their clansmen would sleep in the barns and stables. Then, having seen to all the preparations necessary, Ellen retired to her own bed. When morning came, she arose and, having dressed, visited her old nurse Peggy, who was sitting up in a chair by the window in her chamber. Young Gunner had brought Peggy a bread trencher of hot oats and was coaxing her into eating it. "Cook put honey and cream on it," Gunner said cheerfully. "What are these bits?" Peggy demanded querulously. "They look like wee beetles." Her spoon poked at several tiny dark objects amidst the porridge. "Cook had some raisins," Gunnar said. "She thought you might like them."
"Raisins, is it? Cook is getting fancy," Peggy observed.
Ellen came and sat by the old woman. "How are you feeling today?" she asked.
"I'll nae die today, lass," Peggy answered her. "But one day soon, and I never thought to die so far from my Highlands."
Ellen patted Peggy's hand. "If I thought there was a corner for you back at Lochern and you wanted to go, I would send you myself," she said.
"Go back to Lochern? Never, lassie. I couldna bear to see that bold whore Anise larding it over all in the hall," old Peggy declared.
"He may not have wed her," Ellen remarked. "He's a son of the MacArthurs of the Isles, and he who is the favoured piper of the great MacDonald Lord himself. I somehow do not believe Balger would wed the byblow of a gypsy woman and some unknown man. He has too much pride for that, Peggy. He will have kept Anise as his mistress, for her lust is well suited to his, but he will have taken a younger daughter of some Highland chieftain to wife. I pity her, poor thing, but if she does her duty by Balger and gives him a son or two, she will be safe from him."
"And what have you, my chick?" Peggy asked. "When are you going to give your husband a child? I'd hope to live to see it, but I fear I will not."
"The child will come and you will be here to see it," Ellen said, patting her hand again. "How can it not come when we love each other so deeply?"
"Ah," the old lady said. "So you've come to love him. He loves you, you know. He has since almost the first moment he laid his eyes upon you. You've told the man, I hope. You haven't sent him off not knowing."
"I've told him," Ellen said with a small smile. "And he'll come home to me. Never fear. We have a son to make." She stood up. "I must make certain there is food enough for the men when they return, for they will be hungry after the long night." She bent and kissed Peggy's cheek. "I will come and see you later. Gunnar, see that she eats." "Yes, my lady," Gunnar said. "We talk, and she gets it all down eventually." Ellen patted Gunnar's shoulder with a smile and then hurried off. In the hall, all was in readiness for the return of the clansmen, and shortly before the noon hour, the watch at the gates called out that a great party of men was even now approaching Dufftor. Ellen ran from the house and, climbing up the ladder to the catwalk among the walls, watched the approach of the riders. She immediately recognised her husband in the lead, but would not allow the gates to be opened until she was certain all was well. Then, climbing down from the walls, she greeted the laird as he rode through the now open gates. "Come into the hall, lads," she called to them. "There is food for all, and then you will want to rest. From the look of you, it has been a hard night." Duncan Armstrong slid off his stallion and put an arm about his wife. Together they walked into the hall, and she led him to his place. Then Ellen hurried to fill his plate with hot food and his cup with cool wine. She then sat herself next to him and waited quietly to learn how the night had gone. The men looked tired. Some appeared to have wounds, but nothing looked serious. She would take care of them after they had eaten. Their faces and hands were covered in dirt and soot. "Did you lose any?" she asked softly, when he had cleared his plate and was reaching for more bread and cheese.
"No, not this time," he answered her. "We'll go again tonight. They'll not be expecting us 2 nights in a row."
"I'll tend to the wounded when everyone has eaten," Ellen said quietly. He nodded.
"We'll sleep the rest of the day and into the night."
"And there will be food before you ride out again," she assured him.
"Come to bed with me,"
he said low. "When the wounded are cared for, my lord," she promised him, and turned to Conall Bruce. "Did you surprise them?" The Laird of Cleet laughed.
"Aye, we did. We burned 2 villages to the ground and drove off some fine cattle and sheep that we hid in a secluded meadow near here. They won't be easily found. It was a perfect night for it. We learned Colby and his men were meeting at Devil's Glen."
"How did you learn that?" Ellen wanted to know.
"The villages had only women, children and the elderly," he replied.
"And they just told you?" Ellen probed further.
"Some of the men sported themselves with some of the women," he said candidly.
Ellen sighed. She knew what he meant. There had been rape, But then the English thought nothing of amusing themselves with Scotswomen when they came raiding. It was the way of it, and while she didn't like it, she knew it happened. It always happened when men warred. The Borders were no different from the Highlands in that respect. Men fought, women suffered.
"No one in the villages was killed,"
Conall Bruce said, as if to reassure her. "But their homes are gone now," Ellen answered.
"Aye, and they'll rebuild. They do the same to us,"
the Laird of Cleet replied. "I know," Ellen said, "but it's sad." Then she stood up. "Men, if you have wounds, I will gladly tend to them before you sleep. Sim will show you to my apothecary when you are ready." Then, excusing herself from the high board, she went off to get ready for her patients. The wounds she saw were mostly cuts and bruises. One man had broken his arm and could not ride out again. He swore bitterly until Sim said sharply,
"Mind your mouth before my lady, man."
And the clansman asked her pardon, then grew silent as Ellen, swallowing back her laughter, finished tending to his arm. Her grandfather had often used language far worse. When those who needed her care had been serviced, Ellen went upstairs to join her husband. As she passed through her hall, she heard the snores of the lairds already abed, and the servants moved quietly about so as not to disturb them. Entering their bedchamber, she saw that Duncan had stripped off his clothing and was carefully tending to a bruise on his shoulder. "You're wounded," Ellen exclaimed, hurrying over to him. He smelled of sweat, leather and horse.
"'Tis naught, wife. A good wife struck at me with a shovel," he said. "She was unhappy that we were firing her house, and several of our men had taken her daughter off for a bit of fun. The girl was overripe and hardly seemed distressed."
Ellen made a face at him, her fingers carefully examining the wound. She was relieved to see the skin wasn't broken. "You'll live," she told him. He pulled her into his arms.
"I waited to have my bit of fun," he teased her.
"Did you, my lord?" She pulled away from him and began unlacing her gown. "Well, I suppose the mighty conqueror is entitled to his pleasures." She shrugged the gown off and, reaching up, began unplaiting her long red-gold hair. Stepping in front of her, he undid the ribbons holding her chemise closed. Then he pulled it off of her as Ellen kicked her house slippers from her feet.
"God's wounds, wife. You are so perfect in every way," he said, and, spinning her about, reached around to cup her 2 round breasts.
"These are like little apples," he told her. He squeezed them gently.
"I long to see our son suckling upon them, but until he comes to do so, I shall have the only pleasure of them."
Turning her back, he lifted her up, and his mouth closed about her nipple. He sucked on it, murmuring contentedly as he did so. Ellen felt the tug of lust between her legs that she always felt when his mouth suckled upon her. Her fingers kneaded his muscled shoulders, and he winced as she touched the bruise. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "Take me to bed, my lord, and have your way with me, for you must sleep before you ride again tonight." His mouth released its hold upon her nipple, and, sweeping her up, he carried her to their bed and laid her down. She opened her arms to him, and he slipped between her milky white thighs. His cock was hard and eager. He sheathed himself quickly and easily as Ellen wrapped her legs about him. Her teeth nibbled upon his ear, and she licked at it as he began to ride her. Her nails raked down his long back as he moved faster and faster upon her. She cried out as her crisis overcame her, but he was not yet satisfied. Withdrawing from her, he rolled her onto her belly, whispering instructions to her. Ellen tucked her legs beneath her, raising her bottom up to him and resting upon her arms. She felt his manhood sliding into her female channel, delving deeply. He began to piston her, and when he had found his rhythm, he released his hold upon her hips and, reaching about, took her 2 breasts in his hands, crushing them, pinching the tight little nipples as he strove to find release. And when he did, she came with him, crying as his love juices flooded her, and he groaned with pleasure, collapsing atop her. But even in his delight, the laird remembered his petite wife and rolled off of her. When Ellen managed to regain herself, as her satisfied lust drained away, she discovered that her husband had fallen into a deep sleep. She smiled, amused. Their fierce and hurried coupling had released all the tension of the night past for him, and she was glad of it. For 5 nights in a row, the clansmen, led by the Laird of Dufftor, raided over the border into England, causing much damage. After the 3rd night, the English knew that they were coming, but each night they rode from a different direction, completely flummoxing the English, who weren't at all certain where this great raiding party was coming from, or where they would strike next. Stock was taken, fields were fired, along with houses, and many young women found themselves on their backs, entertaining their unwelcome guests. And then the Scots went to ground. Hidden at Dufftor, they waited to see what would happen. But all was suddenly quiet. It appeared as if their fellow borderers had understood the message they had sent them.
"Either that or they are planning to retaliate in kind,"
Hercules Hepburn, who had brought a contingent of his clansmen, said.
"We'll have to send out men to